Assemblywoman Cohen, Assemblywoman Considine, Assemblyman DeLong, Assemblywoman Dickman, Assemblyman De Silva, Assemblywoman Duran, Assemblywoman Gallant, Assemblywoman Gonzalez, Assemblywoman Gorlo, Assemblyman Gray, Assemblyman Gurr, Assemblyman Hafen, Assemblywoman Hanson, Assemblywoman Hardy, Assemblyman Hibbets, Assemblywoman Hadigi, Assemblywoman Kasama, Assemblyman Koenig, Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch, Assemblywoman Marzola, Assemblyman MacArthur, Assemblywoman Brittany Miller, Assemblyman C.H. Miller, Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, Assemblywoman Mosca, Assemblywoman Newby, Assemblyman Wynn, Assemblyman O'Neill, Assemblyman Ortlicker, Assemblywoman Peters, Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong, Assemblywoman Taylor, Assemblywoman Thomas, Assemblywoman Torres, Assemblyman Watts, Assemblyman Urick, Assemblywoman Cohen, Assemblywoman Thomas, Speaker Yeager.
Here. Assemblywoman Hadigi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May the record reflect we have 39 members present, 3 absent, excused.
We have 39 members present, 3 absent, excused. That means we do have a quorum this morning. Would members of the Assembly and guests please rise? This afternoon we have the prayer by one of our own, Assemblyman C.H. Miller.
All right, as we do sometimes in this body, let's all take a deep breath. Hey, Lord, it's us again, your favorite legislative body. Your word says to acknowledge you in all our ways and you'll direct our paths. And so we come to you this morning as we embark on another session to continue in our work of the people. We want to first thank you for keeping us in our right minds, our households afloat and hopes in our hearts. We want to ask you to revive and refresh our minds and to reignite our energy levels that we overcome the weight of exhaustion that may result in poor decision making. We want to ask you to heal our hearts, our minds, our bodies, our emotions, our friendships and relationships, both in this body and in our personal lives. The work of this body is tasked with comes with great personal sacrifice, not just on us, but also our families. Many of us have children and spouses that are missing us, or even parents in hospitals facing health issues. And so, Lord, we ask that you extend your healing power beyond just us in this building, but to those who love and support us, because they too sacrifice tremendously for our work in this chamber. And as we return to those loved ones after our work here is done, we ask that you remind us to use the same passion to serve our communities that divided us in the previous 2 sessions and will likely divide us in this one. But we ask you to make it unite us like never before as we return and serve our people. Because despite what we fight over here, it's that passion that drives us through the many sacrifices to be here to do your work in the people's house. But I guess you know all too well about passion that requires sacrifice for the greater good. So with all that in mind, and as we carry on in this session, we rest assured that everything will work together for the good according to your purpose. And we know that your purpose for our lives in this season is to serve our neighbors. So we do that with the humbleness and the utmost respect, love, and gratitude for our neighbors and for you, Lord, the one who made it all possible. And last thing, because I know I'm long, as we continue in this service to our neighbors, the people of our state who elected us to ensure that we are creating an environment by which every person has an equitable opportunity to pursue happiness, and in that pursuit are able to live passionately, love abundantly, and laugh loudly, we ask you to give us divine wisdom, understanding, and courage to make the best decisions on the weighty matters before us that will prove to be the right decisions in this present time and for our children's children. Now, we respect and we have many faiths and different belief systems in this body that are represented. And with all due respect, I ask these things according to my faith and in the power of your holy, magnificent name, the name of Jesus. And all the people say amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will now appoint Assemblywoman Torres, Assemblyman Carter, and Assemblyman MacArthur to notify the Senate that the Assembly is organized and ready for business. I will also appoint Assemblywoman Marzola, Assemblyman De Silva, and Assemblywoman Hardy to notify the Governor that the Assembly is organized and ready for business. The Assembly will stand at ease while the committees notify the Senate that we are ready for business.
Senators present. Order of business 9, motions, resolutions, and notices. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the organization of the Senate of the 82nd session of the Nevada Legislature be designated as the organization of the Senate for the 35th special session of the Nevada Legislature.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Secretary of the Senate be instructed to insert the 35th special session organization into the Journal of the Senate.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. I will now appoint Senators Hammond and Harris to notify the Assembly that the Senate is organized and ready for business. I will appoint Senators Donate and Scheibel to notify the Governor that the Senate is organized and ready for business. Will the committees please attend to their duties and immediately to return to the Senate chamber when you have accomplished your mission. Senator Cannizzaro, would you like to confirm the members of the media?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the news media personnel listed on your desk be accepted and accredited as members of the press and that they be allowed to use the appropriate media facilities in the legislative building.
For the motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. The Senate will be in recess. The Senate is back in order.
Mr. President, the delegation from the Assembly is at the bar of the Senate.
Good morning and welcome again.
Mr. President of the Senate, here we are.
It's been so long, but the Assembly is ready to begin the 35th special session.
Well, thank you for coming over and notifying us, and best wishes to you, and we're looking forward to working with you today.
Thank you.
Let's see. We're in recess.
Please welcome them back into the chamber. Welcome them back in the chamber. How did it go?
Mr. Speaker, we have notified the governor that the assembly is organized and ready for business.
Thank you. Well, now the Senate knows we are organized and ready for business, and the governor knows we are organized and ready for business. Hopefully we are organized and ready for business. And because we are, we'll go to order of business 6, communications.
Executive Department.
Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Order of business 8, please.
Order of business 8.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Assembly dispense with the reading of the Governor's proclamation convening the Legislature into special session and that the proclamation be entered into the Journal.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will go to order of business 8, motions, resolutions, and notices.
Assembly Concurrent Resolution 1, introduced by the Committee on Legislative Operations and Elections.
Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the adoption of Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 1.
Assemblywoman Howdigi has moved for the adoption of Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 1. Remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 1 adopts the joint standing rules of the Senate and Assembly for the 35th special session of the Nevada Legislature.
Are there any further remarks?
It's available at your desk.
For the motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Senator Canizaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Secretary be instructed to insert the proclamation into the Journal of the Senate.
For the motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Order of business 9, motions, resolutions, and notices. Senator Canizaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that for the remainder of the 35th special session, the Secretary of the Senate read the number, sponsor, and summary of all bills and resolutions.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Senator Canizaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that for the remainder of the 35th special session, the reading of the journal be dispensed with and the President and the Secretary be authorized to make any necessary corrections and additions.
Heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Senator Canizaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that for the remainder of the 35th special session, the Secretary of the Senate dispense with the reading of the histories of all bills and resolutions.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Bills and resolutions be dispensed with for the balance of this special session.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the persons as set forth on the Nevada Legislature's press accreditation list of June 7th, 2023 be accepted as accredited press representatives, that they be assigned space.
Motion carries.
Senate Resolution 2, introduced by Senators Canizaro and Seavers-Gansert, provides that no allowances will be paid for the 35th special session of the Nevada Legislature for periodicals, stamps, stationery, or communications. And a resolution.
Senator Canizaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to adopt Senate Resolution Number 2.
Heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are in recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we go into recess, I would like to tell the members that lunch has been provided and there is lunch for the members in the kitchen. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we stand in recess till call of the chair.
Assemblywoman Howdigi has moved that the Assembly stand in recess to call of the chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are in recess.
Assembly.
On order of business 6, messages from the Assembly. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Senator Canizaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that all necessary rules be suspended and that Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 1 be immediately transmitted to the Assembly.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Order of business 10, introduction, first reading, and reference.
Senate Bill 1, introduced by the Committee of the Whole, revises provisions governing stadium infrastructure projects. People, State of Nevada, represented Senate Assembly. It's BDR. End of bill.
Senator Canizaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to refer Senate Bill Number 1 to the Committee of the Whole.
If there are no objections, so ordered. Order of business 9, motions, resolutions, and notices. Senator Canizaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand in recess to the call of the chair.
We're in recess. Opposed, nay. Motion is carried. The Senate is resolved into a committee of the whole. We are in recess.
believe it or not, or BPS 1970.
Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. Oh. Check, check, 1 2, mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Check, check, check. Check, check, 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4. Hello, Malik. And Kim and Kayleen and Shayna. All right, one more time. Quick mic check. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll wait for Las Vegas to show up. All right. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How's that sound?
Sounds loud and clear in the Zoom. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Passing it to the next host.
I'll go ahead and count. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Passing it to Kayleen Shayna.
Hi guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How do I sound? Passing it to Kayleen.
Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How do we sound?
You all sound great in Carson City.
You guys sound good in Vegas. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check.
Sound great in here, Wakanda. Quick presentation screen share. Boom, there we go. All right. See it in the chambers.
See
just
it in
fine.
Vegas.
Yep. I think we're all good. Have a good one, guys. Check, 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 1 2 1 2. Check, 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 1 2 1 2.
The Assembly will now come to order. The Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Assemblywoman Anderson. Assemblywoman Backus. Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod. Assemblywoman Brown Main. Assemblyman Carter. Assemblywoman Cohen. Assemblywoman Considine. Assemblyman DeLong. Assemblywoman Dickman. Assemblyman De Silva. Assemblywoman Duran. Assemblywoman Gallant. Assemblywoman Gonzalez. Assemblywoman Gorlo. Assemblyman Gray. Assemblyman Gurr. Assemblyman Hafen. Assemblywoman Hanson. Assemblywoman Hardy. Assemblyman Hibbets. Assemblywoman Howdigi. Assemblywoman Kasama. Assemblyman Koenig. Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch. Assemblywoman Marzola. Assemblyman MacArthur. Assemblywoman Brittany Miller. Assemblyman C.H. Miller. Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. Assemblywoman Mosca. Assemblywoman Newby. Assemblyman Nguyen. Assemblyman O'Neill. Assemblyman Ortlicker. Assemblywoman Peters. Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong. Assemblywoman Taylor. Assemblywoman Thomas. Assemblywoman Torres. Assemblyman Watts. Assemblyman Urick. Speaker Yeager.
Here. Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May the record reflect all members are present.
The record shall so reflect. We have 42 members present. That means we do have a quorum. Would members of the Assembly and guests please rise? We have the prayer this afternoon by Captain Emmanuel Beeson from the Salvation Army here in Carson City.
Good morning. Please pray with me. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you today with humbled hearts, seeking your guidance and wisdom for the members of today's State Assembly. We ask that you grant them clarity of mind and courage of heart to make decisions that are the best interest for the people we serve. May they be guarded by fairness, justice, compassion, and may they always strive to uphold the values of our great state. We ask that you bless them with the strength and perseverance to tackle the challenges that lie ahead of them and to work together towards a brighter future for all. We offer this prayer in gratitude for their service and in faith that together we can build a better tomorrow. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order Business 2, reading and approval of the journal.
Carson City, Tuesday, May 23rd.
Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to end with the reading of the journal and allow the Speaker and Chief Clerk to make any necessary corrections and additions.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. Members, we're going to go now to Order of Business 15, remarks from the floor. We have quite a lot of business in front of us, so we'll give members an opportunity to introduce our guests, and then we'll take a brief recess for those guests to leave the floor if they wish. Certainly you're welcome to stay with us for a couple of hours if you would like. So with that, Order of Business 15, we'll start with Assemblywoman Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm honored to have some of my sorority sisters from Kappa Delta Chi on the Assembly floor today, and I'm going to ask you all to please rise. Kitty Chi was founded on April 6, 1987, and we are a national intercollegiate Latina sorority who aims to achieve professional development, academic excellence, and a graduation of all of its members, an organization that's dedicated to community service with an emphasis on the Latino population. As our motto says, leading with integrity and united through service. Through numerous service events, sisterhood retreats, and academic and cultural workshops, Kitty Chi sprout into impacting leaders and helping guide the next generation to success. Kitty Chi is Latina founded, but multiculturally grown, just like the state of Nevada. The Katy Chi Reno chapter, the Alpha Eta chapter, of which I am a member, was founded on December 19, 2004. And from the University of Nevada, Reno, we are excited to welcome Daniela Hernandez, Jacqueline Moreno Rojas, Melanie Holman, and Yahaira Rios. If you could give them a warm welcome. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I am joined, if you would please stand up, and then also the other individuals in the back. Today I am joined by Cassie Montes of Nevada State, soon to be University, Daniela Castro Anguiano, and Chloe Yoakum of UNR, and they are all from the National Student Speech, Language, and Hearing Association. These individuals are planning on becoming educators in their own right as well. And when it comes to speech pathology, when it comes to audiology, these are incredibly important educators that are oftentimes overlooked because it is not that title of teacher. And yet, they will help a third grade student figure out how exactly to say the pledge, where he will not be teased. Or they will help a fifth grader figure out that maybe their hearing's not going quite as well as they should be, and now I've got to figure out how to handle that. And we don't think about hearing loss when it comes to children, but that does happen often. And so this is so exciting to have not only these three joining me on the floor, but also the other individuals in the back who are joining the profession of education and are helping to provide a much better world for our children. Please join me in welcoming them to our floor.
Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have with me today on the floor my most wonderful and perfect, she wrote this, attaché Sarah Franklin. This is her second session working for me as an attaché, and I've got to be really honest, I couldn't do it without her. She truly is an asset to keeping me on track and on schedule. She's a University of Nevada Reno graduate and a Northern Nevada local. However, that isn't why she's here really today with me. I'm going to ask you all to join in celebrating, congratulating on. She got, engaged this past weekend by her high school sweetheart, Dalton Butler, who is a good friend of mine also. So may I say, we'll congratulate Dalton and say that he definitely will be marrying up and extend our warmest appreciations also to Sarah and all that she does and the best future that she can possibly have. Please.
As president of the Married Up Club, we welcome Dalton as a future member. Assemblyman Koenig, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the pleasure of having two of my favorite people in the world here today. With me here is my youngest brother, Brett Giusti, who lives in Fernley, Nevada, so he's a constituent of mine, besides being my brother. Brett teaches at the Davidson Academy, and all of us on the education committees know that all of our bills have the line in there, school for the profoundly gifted, located on a college campus, and I blame him every time I see that for having to add that in there. But Brett teaches physics, and in the past, and I'm not sure now, he's taught astronomy, and I always tease him and call it astrology, and he doesn't like that, but he teaches astronomy at the Davidson Academy. Next to him is my son, Davis. We just found out a couple weeks ago Davis passed his optometry boards, starts his internship on Tuesday, and after 4 rotations, will graduate and come join the practice and will make my life a heck of a lot easier if I have the privilege of coming back next session. If you
Committee of the Whole will come to order. I would note that we have Senator Spearman, who is present in the building. We will mark her present when she is here. The rest of the Committee of the Whole is present. The first item of business on our agenda is to adopt the committee rules. Members of the committee, you will note that the rules for the 35th Special Session Senate Committee of the Whole have been provided to you at your desk. The rules provide that the meeting shall be open to the public and available via live broadcast on the legislative website, that the committee recesses shall be at the call of the chair or to a time certain. We must be provided that a quorum is present, and a majority of those present and voting is sufficient to pass a bill or resolution or adopt committee amendments. Members approved by the chair to participate remotely are present and in attendance at the meeting for all purposes. The chair must present and will decide when a committee takes action or a vote. The secretary shall record motions and votes of the committee members on all votes and other actions. Matters not within the governor's proclamation or not relevant to the specific topic under consideration will be ruled out of order, and any work requested of legislative staff on behalf of the committee must be made through the chair of the Committee of the Whole. Members, any questions or discussion on the proposed rules for the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, I would accept a motion to adopt. I have a motion from Senator Scheibel, seconded by Senator Neal. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously, the members of the Committee of the Whole. The next thing on our agenda, I would like to turn the microphone over to our legislative counsel and Mr. Powers for general disclosures regarding LCB staff. Mr. Powers, when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Kevin Powers, General Counsel, LCB Legal Division. Present with the Committee of the Whole today are members of the Research Division, Fiscal Analysis Division, and Legal Division of the Legislative Counsel Bureau. As a reminder to the public, we are nonpartisan staff. We do not support or oppose any particular policy, viewpoint, or piece of legislation. However, we do provide the Senate and its committees and members with objective legal and fiscal analysis advice and research policy analysts. In order to do that, we provide that on a nonpartisan basis based strictly on the terms of the bill, the terms of the law, and our analysis of the fiscal and policy impact of the legislation. And that's why we're here today, to provide our analysis of the legal and fiscal and policy impacts of this potential legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. With that, members of the committee, we have one bill on our agenda. It is Senate Bill number 1. You have also been provided a copy of Senate Bill number 1 on your desks. A copy of Senate Bill 1 is also available online for members of the public who are joining us. We will proceed in the following fashion. We will hear a presentation and a walkthrough of the provisions of Senate Bill 1. We will then move to members of the Committee of the Whole for questions. If you wish to speak as a member of the Committee of the Whole, please hit your request to speak button when the time comes. We will make sure that everyone has a chance to answer the questions before doing another round of questions, but we will let members ask whatever questions you may have. Once we are done with the committee asking questions on Senate Bill number 1, we will move to testimony in support of Senate Bill number 1. We will be limiting testimony in the support and opposition and neutral portions to 2 minutes per person. If you have additional comments past the 2 minutes and we ask you to wrap up, I would ask that you provide the remainder of your testimony in the form of written testimony to the Committee of the Whole, and we will make sure that members get any of those portions of written testimony that are submitted. We will intend to move through a portion of support testimony and then opposition testimony and then neutral testimony between here in Carson City, down in Las Vegas, Grant Sawyer Building, and then via our phone system. We then may come back for another round to do support, opposition, and neutral in an effort to make sure that folks who have joined us are able to testify and give us their support, opposition, or neutral testimony. With that, members of the committee, we are going to open the hearing on Senate Bill number 1. I would invite Mr. Hill to take the podium and present to us, and we will begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Steve Hill. I'm the CEO of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, and I am also the chairman of the Las Vegas Stadium Authority. I often say I appreciate the opportunity to be before you today, or today. We think that this is a project that can allow Las Vegas as a city, as a sports destination, as the sports and entertainment capital of the world to move forward. If you give us the opportunity to do that, we will work exceptionally hard. I will work exceptionally hard to make sure that you look back on today and feel like it was time well spent. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today. There are a number of benefits to bringing Major League Baseball and the A's in a stadium like this to Las Vegas. It provides year-round sports. It provides a counter-cyclical set of events to what we have now. It doubles the number of professional sporting events that we will have in Las Vegas. Very proud of the sports we have now. We are very proud of what those teams and those venues create. But many people working at those venues move from venue to venue in order to have great jobs. This will provide better jobs by having a well-rounded and completely around the calendar set of events for them to work. The marketing value, the spotlight that is on Las Vegas because Major League Baseball and the A's have chosen Las Vegas as their destination of choice. Our response to that matters. It is a fantastic marketing effort, the value of which is certainly not considered in the numbers that you will see today. But the real reason we do these projects, those projects can be sports, they can be what done from an economic development standpoint that all of you have participated in this session and others, are just really two reasons. One is to create great jobs for the citizens of Nevada, and this project does that. Thousands of good jobs because this happens. And the other is to generate more tax revenue to provide services for all of the good work that you do because the stadium happens. You will have more tax revenue to spend on all the services that you need to spend money on because of the stadium, more than if you do not do this project. And those are the real benefits that matter when you go back to talk to your constituents, and that's not just in Las Vegas. This revenue comes from the room tax, where the room tax pays for a part of our K through 12 education, and a big part of it. It pays for transportation projects. All of the different types of revenues, many of which flow to the state's general fund and will be shared throughout the state, are the reason to do this project. We will walk through this project and this presentation today. I'm joined here by Jeremy Aguero. I'm also joined by Yolanda King and Catherine Aker from the A's, who will help with this presentation and talk with you about the community benefit plan. So thank you for being with me today. Our presentation is in 6 sections. There's a project overview that I'll start with, and then I will turn it over to Mr. Aguero for funding structure. I think you all know what the project is by now. It is intended to be a 9-acre site where the Tropicana Hotel currently exists. It is an iconic place to have a baseball stadium. It will be the best place in the United States to take in a game. It will also provide the best experience around a Major League Baseball game any place in the country. The stadium is intended to be a stadium built with a retractable roof, which will take into consideration some of the hot days that we have in the summer, but also provide the benefit of an open-air experience when the weather in Las Vegas is fantastic and the view of that strip cannot be beaten. It will have at least 30,000 seats, and it will cost at least $1.5 billion, at least $1.1 billion of which the A's will invest in their private investment as a part of building this stadium. Got a couple of maps here that show you where this is. I think you know where the corner of Tropicana and Las Vegas Boulevard is. And then we have a map that shows our professional sports venues. And you can see, and you know this already, this stadium will be a unique facility. It's unique in terms of its size, at 30,000 seats, more than 10 million more than T-Mobile Arena, and certainly 30,000 less than in Allegiant Stadium. So it fits in a niche in Las Vegas. It's also a baseball stadium, so it is obviously different than T-Mobile Arena. It is different than Allegiant. It will, and we'll talk about this a little later, open up possibilities in addition to baseball that can matter and will matter to Las Vegas. Then we have a few renderings. It's a beautiful stadium. It points to the northwest, so it points away from the airport. That is certainly a helpful part of this. And we have obviously a beautiful strip view. The project timeline on page 11 are just a few of the milestones along the way. There will be a lot of work between these milestones. Pass legislation now. Major League Baseball then soon approves the relocation. Design of the project will start immediately, with construction starting probably in late 2024. This stadium will be ready and open for the Major League Baseball stadium or Major League Baseball season in 2028. This stadium is sized to the projected attendance in the stadium. It will be the smallest baseball stadium in Major League Baseball. We are projecting that it will have about 27,500 attendees for each baseball game. And so the stadium is sized for that projected attendance. That projected attendance is about midway through average Major League Baseball stadium attendance throughout the country. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Guerrero.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Jeremy Aguero. I'm also want to echo Mr. Hill's comments about honored to stand before you today. In terms of talking through the funding, the project funding structure itself, I think you've probably heard this from time to time. The overall project is roughly $1.5 billion in total. The A's willing to bring not less than $1.1 billion to invest in the project, and Nevada contributing not more than $380 million in total. On the slide that follows, provide a brief outline. I'm now on page 15 for the packets that have been provided to you. Those have to reflect those two component parts at the top end of that. Obviously, the great deal of our conversation today and around this is the public's portion in terms of contributing to the project. There are really three component parts shown by the lighter blue colored boxes that are shown there. The first of those is the creation of a sports and entertainment district. The second is our transferable tax credits. And then the third is a credit toward development-related activity that be provided by Clark County. In terms of the sports and entertainment district itself, the way the sports and entertainment district works is that all the revenues that are generated by the project, sales tax, live entertainment tax, payroll taxes, and other taxes will inure to an account. That account will be utilized to then repay bonds, stadium bonds that will be issued by Clark County in order to fund a portion of the project. It is estimated today that those bonds will be roughly $120 million in bonds. In terms of the transferable tax credits, those transferable tax credits are issued by the state through the Stadium Authority Board with the idea that about $180 million of transferable tax credits would be issued, 90 million of which would be subject to repayment through the tax taxes that are ultimately generated by the project. Finally, the third element, the development agreement, would essentially be an offset of the cost of infrastructure that the project is going to be required to pay. As part of the legislation, the project is required to offset any cost of infrastructure, including transportation, utilities, and the like. That's going to come with some cost. The county will offset that to an amount equal to $25 million. In terms of the bonds themselves, the security associated with the bonds is obviously important and has been a subject of a great deal of discussion. 1 year's reserve will be allocated immediately upon the issuance of the bonds. So we'll have a full year's worth of bond payments that will sit in an account the day the bonds are issued. A second year's worth of those reserves will be funded directly out of the cash flow or the waterfall from the bonds themselves. It is expected that that second reserve will be fully funded during the construction period of the project, and that's largely because as part of the bond issuance, there'll be capitalized interest at the front end to ensure that all of the bonds are fully paid. In addition to that, the requirement is that the bonds not be issued with anything less than 2 times coverage. That means for every $1 in principal and interest payments, there needs to be another $1 in revenue that is anticipated for the project. Half of that coverage will come from the cash that's generated by the taxes that are generated from the project. The other half comes from a state line of credit, or what's referred to as the credit enhancement portion of the project. Essentially, the state will set aside 0.5 times coverage in an account. In the event that it's used like a line of credit, those dollars will be utilized and then have to be paid back from the taxes that are generated. The hope is that it's not used very often, if at all, but if it is, those dollars will be available to ensure that the principal and interest of the bonds can be paid overall. The other portion that we talk a lot about is the waterfall itself, right? The dollars that are generated with the project, where do they go? First, they go to principal and interest. That's the first element of the project. Obviously, that's where the dollars need to be generated. The second is to fund the operations of the stadium authority. And then there's a third component that essentially says what happens if the A's fail to meet their obligations. If they fail to meet their obligations, the dollars from the waterfall are then utilized to make sure that the stadium can continue to operate by the Stadium Authority Board. After that, the funds are allocated to the second year reserve during construction until such time as that reserve is 100% funded in terms of average annual debt service for the project. Again, by the time the project is completed, the expectation is that there will be 2 years of reserves fully funded at that point. After that, there's the repayment of any draws. So if the reserves have to be drawn or if the credit enhancement has to be drawn, those have to be paid back. After that, there's an allocation to capital, $5 million a year that has to go toward capital. After that, there's the repayment of the refundable portion of the transferable tax credits. Beyond that, there's an allocation of $5 million for a homeless prevention and assistance fund that would inure to the benefit of Clark County and ultimately be used to provide assistance. And then at the very bottom of the waterfall, should any money make it all the way to the bottom of that waterfall, it can be used for the early defeasance of the bonds, it can be used for infrastructure or capital reinvestment back into the project. Finally, the question often comes up is what happens if the revenues come in under expectations? And this is what's shown on slide 17. If the revenues come in under expectations, the cash coverage is the first thing to be used. Again, for every $1 that is allocated toward principal and interest, there's another 50 cents in expected revenue that would be generated by the project. So that provides the first line of defense to ensure the project has sufficient revenue to make that principal and interest payment. Beyond that, you have the line of credit, the credit enhancement that is set up at 0.5 times. Then you have the first year's reserve, then you have the second year's reserve, and then you have the county, the full faith and credit of the county that is issuing that. I'll talk about this a little later in our presentation today, but this is effectively a 4-year reserve. We would have 4 years of no revenue if the state backstop is 0.5 times, and then you have 2 years worth of reserves, which you could only use half of each period, you'd essentially have to go 4 full years with having zero revenue before you had to make your way all the way to the county providing any type of its credit to make that happen. In terms of the stadium financing structure itself, it is competitive, if not superior to what we've seen in other stadiums throughout the United States and their construction. What slide 18 provides is a history going back to 2001. The portion that is funded by the private funding is shown in gray. The portion that is shown in the public funding is shown in the light blue color here. As what's illustrated, the public's portion of the project would be about 25% of its total. Not only is this the largest amount of private investment in any project that's shown on our chart here, as a percentage, it's also the lowest amount of public investment in the project. In addition to that, the next slide shown on page 19 shows all public stadiums and the distribution between the size of the population and the amount of the public funding that's shown here. What you'll see is that where smaller markets are, the public tends to provide more of the funding toward the project. This is for any number of reasons: the size of the market, the corporate base, the ability to buy suites. This is not the case here. We are, as Mr. Hill indicated, among the smaller markets. Matter of fact, the smallest of the markets there from a media element, and also among the lowest in terms of the public contribution. Of course, the differentiating factor for us as a state is the 40 million visitors that come to Las Vegas every year and the ability to leverage that portion of it as well. Mr. Hill talked about and showed you some maps in terms of the project and how it would be structured and some of those type of things. On slide 20, I've tried to provide an illustration of what the project will look like on the footprint and what the sports and entertainment improvement district actually looks like. It is not the entire site of where the Tropicana Hotel stands today. Rather, it is a 9-acre circle where the stadium will be located, and could include some parking or something like that immediately adjacent in what is necessary for that. Importantly, the bill as currently drafted specifically states that it cannot be a hotel or a hotel casino or a licensed gaming operation. The Tropicana Hotel will need to be demolished in order for the project to move forward. It will be constructed on the stadium site that's shown in gray on the slide before you. The balance of that area will not be in the sports and entertainment district, with the expectation that it will be redeveloped in other uses and hopefully generate a substantial amount of economic and fiscal impacts in its own right. In terms of some of the key public considerations, and Madam Chair and members of the committee, I apologize for slide 21. I know it has a lot of words on it, but I felt like these words mattered, and so I included it this way. There's a few sort of key elements that I think are very important from the public's standpoint, from the consideration. And obviously, these are tools we've used for other projects. I think they are equally important here. Number one is that the private sector must put the first money in. The A's are going to be required to contribute the land to the stadium authority and fund the first $100 million of project capital costs before any public money goes into the project. The public will also put in the last $50 million of the project, which means that 100% of the private dollars have to be put in first. Second on the bullets here is a non-relocation agreement. What this requires is that the A's also execute a 30-year non-relocation agreement that says if they choose to leave at any point during the next 30 years, they have to pay off any outstanding debt of the state in terms of the bonds, and they have to pay off any of the transferable, refundable portion of the transferable tax credits that are then outstanding. Finally, the conservative nature of the bonding. I know there'll be questions today, and there have been questions throughout relative to some of the underlying assumptions, and I very much look forward to having that dialogue with you or with anyone else. As we do that, I think it's important to understand the process that all of this information went through before it got to you today. The A's developed a model. That model is predicated on information that they receive from Major League Baseball teams all over the country, as well as their own experience. They worked with a company called CSL to develop the assumptions that drive that. CSL is widely recognized as the foremost leader in market analysis for sports teams. I believe they do it for almost everyone around the United States. Those estimates were then reviewed by our firm, Applied Analysis. They were reviewed by Goldman Sachs. Clark County retained PFM to review the estimates on their behalf. All of those firms provided input. There were some modest revisions that were made, but the conclusions are that they are reasonably inconsistent with the best expectations. The bonds that would be issued will be at 2 times coverage with a 2-year reserve. This is sometimes referred to as belt and suspenders relative to that. I'm not going to stand up here and suggest to you that anything is perfect or perfectly secure. Lord knows we've had some ups and downs in our economy and have dealt with a pandemic. But the structure here, I would argue, is as conservative as you will see almost anywhere relative to 2 times coverage, a state backstop, as well as a full 2-year reserves overall. With that, Madam Chair, members of the committee, I will turn it back to Mr. Hill to talk about governance and oversight.
Steve Hill. The Stadium Authority really has the responsibility of making sure that the state gets the benefit of the law that you pass, the deal that you make. We start by doing that with 3 agreements. We enter into these agreements. We've identified these as the developer partner. These are the terms that are in the law. The Stadium Events Company and the A's themselves. The development agreement is entered into with the developer partner. It's a very comprehensive document. It does not, though, take the place of the work that the developer partner will have to do with Clark County. They will have to go through a high-impact project process with Clark County that will address many of the infrastructure issues. And there's a list of topics that is listed in the bill itself that is a partial list of what that HIP process with the county will be. But this makes sure that the stadium is built correctly, it is built to the standards that we expect, and the process for going about that construction is followed. Then there's also a lease agreement that will be for at least 30 years. That is entered into with the Stadium Events Company, which are the A's and their partners in operating the stadium. And then, as Jeremy already recognized, there is a non-relocation agreement that the A's enter into with the Stadium Authority that requires them not to leave, but if they do, they have to pay off all the outstanding amounts on the bonds. The Stadium Authority Board itself is a 9-member organization with currently 1 ex officio member, the county treasurer. This bill proposes to add the state treasurer as also an ex officio member of that board. Currently, the governor appoints 3 members to the board. The county commission appoints 3 members to the board. UNLV has a spot on the board to look after their interests in occupying Allegiant Stadium as well. And then that group of 7, taking into consideration currently the recommendation of the Raiders, appoints 2 additional board members. This bill recommends that one of those positions be filled taking into consideration the recommendation of the Raiders, and the other position be appointed taking into the consideration the recommendation of the A's. The Authority Board has a certain set of responsibilities that are outlined in law and would continue. It is a public body. It is subject to the open meeting law, public records request law, everything that applies to a public body. It owns the land in the stadium that is on that land, and it goes through those 3 agreements that we have already identified. There are a number of supporting agreements that support those 3 primary documents. We approve stadium agreement in this bill. The way the bill was written, the law was written in 2016, different time, different body of here in the legislature. The team was responsible to develop a plan, tell us what the plan was, and follow what is in that plan. We've heard you and have changed that now where this will be an agreement that has to be approved and has more teeth in it than the law did in 2016. You'll hear more about that from Ms. King. We manage the funds that flow through the waterfall. We manage the capital improvement projects, oversee the maintenance of the stadium, make sure that it is maintained at a world-class level. And if there are any disagreements between UNLV and the Raiders, the Stadium Authority is the arbiter of those disagreements. Moving on to other project elements, want to let all know, and I think many have seen this by now, there had been thoughts early on that the Aviators may need to move out of Las Vegas if a major league team comes. That is not the case. The Aviators will remain in Las Vegas. In fact, there's real synergy. The Aviators are the minor league AAA team, the feeder team to the A's. And so having those players near to the major league team is great. It's great for the fans. You'll be able to follow your favorite players at the Aviators up into the major leagues. With that, I'd just like to take the opportunity to introduce Ms. King and Ms. Aker. I think you'll find that we appreciate very much the input that you and many others have provided. We think what they have to say is very responsive to that. I want to welcome you today. Thank you for being here, and podium is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. I am Yolanda King, and for some time now, I wanted to express to you that the A's have been meeting with various public officials, as well as different organizations throughout the community, as well as the community, and trying to understand what the needs are of the community. I, too, have met with most legislators in the building to also gain an understanding of what you feel are the necessary community needs in a community benefits agreement. For the most part, what I've been describing to most of you is what is the intent or the purpose of a community benefits plan, and also providing to you some examples of components that have been included in various community benefits plans across the country, just to give you an idea of what are some of the components that can be included in the community benefits plan. So in meeting with you over probably the last 3 months or so, some of the components that I've heard from you in which you feel that would be important to a community benefits agreement. First and foremost, we have talked about workforce diversity, and what that would include is establishing minimum goals for construction work that would be provided by targeted groups, which would include minorities, female, and disabled workers. Another added component that I heard from you in what you felt would be important would also be the stadium operations and the workforce, the diverse workforce that would be included as part of the operations of the stadium. Again, that would include a minimum percentage of the workforce hours that would be performed by minority, females, and disabled workers. For subcontracting and vendor diversity, that too was also a high priority that was expressed by your members. Again, focuses on diversity for minority, for women, for veterans, as well as disabled individuals. A livable wage in establishing a minimum requirement would be a livable wage. And in addition to that, we talked about many of the infrastructure needs that would occur probably as a result, one being to mitigate some of the the impacts of the stadium being in the area that it's in. We talked about addressing some of the infrastructure needs with regard to traffic. And in addition to that, some infrastructure needs in the community, as well as obviously across the state of Nevada with regard to renovating or building new softball or baseball fields, again, across the state of Nevada. Community engagement was also a factor in what you felt was an important need in the community. And some of those community engagement factors included team participation in educational programs. It included ticket donations to students and families, and this would be throughout the state of Nevada. There's uniform distribution to Little Leagues, again, throughout the state of Nevada. Player participation in educational programs, as well as the ability to develop an arts plan for the stadium. Educational programs with colleges and universities with regard to internships or scholarships. And then the major part that I heard from most of your members included some accountability. So the accountability piece would be, there's been discussion about designating a community monitor, if you will, that would be responsible for implementing as well as making sure that the agreement, that the team is in compliance with the agreement. And one thing I want to make clear, in this plan, we keep talking about a plan, but the ultimate goal, and as also what's cited in the legislation, is that this will be a binding agreement between the stadium authority and the team. So ultimately, it ends up being an agreement, which we hope will include most of all the things that are listed here. And then lastly, one of the items that was also mentioned on several occasions with regard to accountability is the enforcement piece. And how do we enforce the things through that community benefits agreement and making sure that the team is complying with that. And again, it ends up being a binding agreement. So the components that I have noted for you and that I've heard from the community members do align with what the team currently provides in their community today. And I have Catherine Aker here. She will provide some overview of what that looks like, and also probably some commitments that we have from the team at a minimum of what the commitment will be with regard to a community benefits agreement. I'll turn it over to Catherine. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Catherine Aker, Vice President of Marketing, Communications, and Community for the A's, and I'm pleased to be here today. As Ms. King mentioned, I have been in the community for the last couple of months on a listening tour to make sure I understand and our overall team understands the work that we can do and the type of commitment that we can make. And that listening tour will continue to move forward over the next couple months and years to make sure that we are really supporting the most critical areas in each one of your communities. As Ms. King also said, the number of things that have been included in the CBA is part of those conversations that we have had as a team, as well as the work that she has done. And to highlight again some of that engagement that we are committed to doing include fundraising and grants to local nonprofits throughout the state of Nevada, and that will be minimum funding contribution equal to 1% of our ticket sales. We are also committed to ticket donations, so the complimentary tickets to nonprofits and families, in addition to a community suite for every single game. We also have education initiatives currently, and we plan to hopefully bring those to Nevada as well in K-12 schools. Currently, we're in 800 classrooms throughout Northern California, and we hope to be able to implement literacy and STEM-related work like we do there in the state of Nevada. We also have internships and scholarship programs that we plan to also hopefully do in Nevada. As I've mentioned, most of this work we are currently doing, and we're excited to bring them to your state. Thank you.
Obviously, the location of the stadium brings transportation consideration and concerns. It is a very high-trafficked area. It is an iconic intersection in Las Vegas. Many venues around it. I'll start by saying and repeating that the high-impact project process with Clark County will be followed. The A's in the county will have a conversation around what infrastructure is necessary, who will fund that infrastructure in order to mitigate the issues around having a stadium in the area. It is the ballpark that will be the most walkable ballpark in the United States. Tens of thousands, hotel rooms within walking distance of this park. We anticipate that a third or so of the attendees at events at this stadium will walk to the stadium. There's much work going on Tropicana, the I-15 intersection now. There is anticipated work that will happen on the east side of the project on Tropicana near UNLV and the entrance to the airport. Those added projects and capacity because of those projects will be exceptionally helpful. Reno Road runs behind the Tropicana to the south and to the east. It allows that property to be accessed from 3 different directions so that you do not have to drive through the intersection at Tropicana on Las Vegas Boulevard. So you can come from the south, you can come from the east, and you can come from the north down Koval to Reno. And Kimley Horn, who is really the traffic engineer in Las Vegas, has done a study, looked at what upgrades would be necessary and beneficial on Reno, and those I'm sure will be implemented. The stadium will also implement park and rides through RTC, much like we do at the Knights game now. And this will be the first stadium that is built in the era of the Boring Company loop. That will connect the stadium underground with an entire system that will not interfere with the traffic that is at grade currently. Moving on to events. Mentioned this previously, but bringing a baseball stadium to Las Vegas brings a venue of a different size, and it also attracts a unique set of events. The LVCVA is really functions as the sports authority in Las Vegas as well. We are involved in bringing many of the major events to Las Vegas. We have a team of people who do that, do a fantastic job of it, have grown that in Las Vegas over the past number of years. They keep a list of organizations and events that want to come to Las Vegas that either we don't have dates for, we don't have a venue for. And in particular, I'll point out that when we passed this law in 2016 and closed Sam Boyd Stadium, we anticipated that the dozen or so events that were held at Sam Boyd that were not UNLV football games would migrate over to Allegiant Stadium. That has not happened. The cost of operating Allegiant Stadium or the size of the facility has not allowed those events to move there. They want to come back to Las Vegas. Right now, they do not have a venue to do that. As we look at the number of events that have been projected in the stadium, obviously the 82 baseball games are going to be played. That is something we certainly could not do without this stadium now. And as I said earlier, that will double the number of professional sport events in Las Vegas every year. It will take us to about 155 regular season professional sporting events every year. We'll have that offering about every other night throughout our year. That's if our teams don't make the playoffs. If they make the playoffs, that will obviously add events. But as we at the LVCVA looked at the events that want to come to Vegas and would fit in this stadium and currently don't have a place to go, we've shown you just some of what those events could be. This projection, the numbers that Jeremy will talk about here in just a few minutes, only project 8 additional events that are not community events that are ticketed. 5 are concerts and only 3 are sporting events. I'm confident that that is a very conservative number. With that, I will turn it back over to Mr. Aguero to talk about the impacts from the stadium.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, again for the record, my name is Jeremy Aguero. The first of the impact assessment slides that's in front of you deals specifically with this issue of visitation. When we talk about impact, we generally break it into three categories. One is economic impact, the second is fiscal impact, and the third is social impact, much of which you've talked about here today. From our perspective, in terms of measuring some of that, there are sort of three elements as well of the project that generate those type of benefits. One of them is the construction-related activity. The second is the operations of not only the stadium, but also the events that occur just because the team exists. And then the third are visitor-related activities. When we think about that, obviously, so much of the activity that goes in to what the stadium does is predicated on the number of people that attend events. That estimate is about 2.6 million attendees every year. As Mr. Hill said, about 95 ticketed events, and then a number of tours and private events that will obviously take place at the facility. We went through the exercise of trying to estimate how many of those folks will come from out of town that will attend those games. We have wonderful information from Allegiant Stadium. We have information in terms of activity that's happening at other venues like T-Mobile Arena in terms of those total volumes. We were able to get information also from other Major League Baseball teams around the country. Las Vegas is different than these areas. Our ability to attract those visitors is predicated on the fact that we have 150,000 hotel rooms in the market. Right? We have a Harry Reid International Airport, which generates a great deal of traffic, particularly for a population base of our size, and about 250,000 leisure and hospitality workers that their full-time job is to provide services to folks that come and visit every year. Based on all of that information, as well as survey-related data of about 15,000 people that were surveyed, both in market and out of market, we estimate that a little less than 30% of the attendees of every event will be from out of town. Now, in terms of measuring economic and fiscal impact, we do not include all of these folks. As a matter of fact, we discount that based on incremental visitation. That number is the 405,000 that you've probably read about and you're looking up at on the screen today. It represents roughly 16% of all the attendees in any year-round within the event, and as Mr. Hill said, probably somewhat conservative relative to that number. But it's also a number that we believe is justifiable, certainly defensible in terms of incremental visitation. I do want to be clear here. What incremental visitation is intended to mean is these are folks who have said, but for the baseball game, but for the special event that would occur at the stadium, they would not have decided to get on a plane or get in a car and come and visit Las Vegas. Those incremental visitors are what we're measuring in terms of economic impact. Those incremental visitors are what we are measuring in terms of fiscal impact overall. When we look at the economic impacts, I'm now on page 37, we break them into the three major categories that I mentioned before. The first is construction-related activity, the second is operation-related activity, and the third is those incremental visitors. The project itself is expected to cost about $1.5 billion. If that goes over in terms of that cost, it's 100% the responsibility of the A's, but it continues to generate economic activity. Because construction activity is not recurring by its very nature, we measure it differently than we measure other types of activity. We measure it based on person years of employment. So what you're seeing here is about 14,600 person years of employment, or one person employed for 1 year. The project is expected to last for about 3 years, so you can think about what those impacts would be. What is shown here are the direct impacts, the people that get a paycheck directly for constructing the project, as well as indirect impacts. Those are all the suppliers that provide concrete or security or steel to the project. And then the third is the induced impacts. As these construction workers go back to their neighborhoods, they spend money at doctors' offices and grocery stores and movie theaters, generating and supporting other jobs. In total, we have modeled about $1.2 billion worth of activity that's generating economic impact. Some of it, of course, will be out of state. We believe about half of that will be in labor as opposed to materials that are generating mitigating those economic impacts overall. We utilize the statewide average in terms of wage and salaries for construction and development employees, about $66,000 per employee to essentially augment that number into the total number of jobs. I will tell you, I think that that wage and salary will be higher because when that estimate was done, there was not an agreement with the Building and Trades Union that will obviously push that value up, probably closer to about $79,000 per employee, and could potentially bring some of the labor down slightly. As you see here, the total amount of direct, indirect, and induced wages and salaries are estimated to be about $890 million in total. About half of that would be direct employment and direct wages and salaries. And the economic impact, again, the project is estimated to be $1.5 billion, including the ripple effect, about $2.1 billion overall. In terms of the operations of the stadium, again, we're talking about the operations of the stadium itself as well as the team itself, as an estimated economic impact, direct, indirect, and induced, of about 8,000 jobs overall. I'm not here to suggest to you that these are all full-time jobs. They are not. Many of these jobs are part-time, and so it includes both full-time and part-time employment associated with the project. About $440 million worth of wages and salaries, and an estimated economic impact, including direct economic activity as well as indirect economic activity of about $1.3 billion a year. The third component part are those visitors. And again, now we're only talking about the 16% of visitors that will be 16% of attendees that will be at individual events that would not have come to Las Vegas otherwise. The estimated expenditure for those folks is about $571 million in our state. That generates a substantial amount of economic activity overall. Wages and salaries, again, not in terms of indirects and induced, about $326 million in total and $900 million of aggregate economic impact. The same three, if we flip to the next page 38, the same three estimates we utilize in terms of the verticals, if you will, for the fiscal implications associated with the project. The construction of the project will generate retail sales and use tax, as retail sales and use are, as construction materials are subject to retail sales and use tax in the state of Nevada, and they'll have substantial labor impacts, be subject to payroll tax. Obviously, they will generate other revenues, which would also generate additional yield, but are not reflected here. In terms of the annual operations, what has been estimated is sales tax, modified business tax, live entertainment tax, and commerce tax, generating about $17 million. The project will be owned by the Stadium Authority Board, be owned by the public, and will not be subject to property tax on the real side, but on the personal side it will be. In terms of the incremental visitation element, again, visitors are remarkable for us as a state. They pay room tax, gaming tax, live entertainment tax, retail sales and use tax, and pretty much every other tax that we impose in the state of Nevada, and are estimated to generate about $36.5 million overall. When we look at the entire streams of these revenues, the total yield associated with the project is anticipated to generate about $3 for every one that is required to make the repayment of the bonds and offset the costs associated with the project. As Mr. Hill indicated, because of the visitor element, which is not captured in terms of any in the sports and entertainment district or in any type of the repayment, because of that incremental visitation, we get this additional yield that other communities simply can't provide, ensuring that the project not only is fiscally responsible in terms of its structure, but also generates a net positive economic and fiscal benefit overall. In terms of the tax revenues, on the next page 39, in terms of the tax revenues that are contemplated, the idea is to capture as many of the revenues as can be captured in a commercially reasonable way to do so in the project. I've listed a number of them here. Some of them have been modeled. Other ones, like franchise fees, we simply don't have enough information to model today. The idea is hopefully to be able to get some additional yield from revenue sources that are simply not readily, cannot be readily estimated because of where the project is in its state, but that would ultimately generate some additional revenue for the project, some additional security for the bonds that are ultimately issued. With that, Madam Chair, members of the committee, that's the end of our prepared remarks. Madam Chair, if it would please you and the committee, I'm happy to go through the provisions of the bill section by section, if that's appropriate, whatever you'd prefer.
Thank you, Mr. Aguero, Mr. Hill. We appreciate you being here to present to us. I don't know that we need to necessarily go section by section through the bill. Members have obviously had a chance to take a look at this bill. I think what we would probably be better served by is moving on to questions from members of the committee. So members of the committee, if you have questions, please hit your request to speak buttons and we will go on through and we will begin with Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Just curious about, during the presentation, there was a mention that the average life for this obligation is for 30 years. What's the average life of a baseball stadium? How long do teams stay in one community?
Senator, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. Madam Chair, is it appropriate just to respond directly?
You may go straight to the member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The answer to your question is there isn't a specific answer. We have baseball stadiums and teams that have existed for a very, very long time. Obviously, the Oakland A's have had a number of homes, beginning in Philadelphia as one of the original American League baseball teams. Obviously, Senator, assets are built to a greater standard today than they were in years past. And so we certainly believe that the term would be 30 years is not unreasonable. In addition to that, there's a non-relocation agreement in this particular case. And so two things to sort of mention. One, the bill as currently drafted requires not only that the facility is built to a first-class premier standard among the best, if not the best, of any Major League Baseball stadium, it also requires that the team commit to maintain that standard throughout the life of the facility. So the hope is that there's sufficient capital allocation that, frankly, the A's will be responsible for, combined with the fact that a non-relocation agreement would ensure that the term of the financing and the term of the commitment are equal.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. I won't ask any more, although I have many. I did ask a lot in the first hearing of this thing, so I'm good. Thank you.
Next, we have Senator Wynn.
Thank you. I want to get this correct. You've all called us in here for a special session and are asking minimally for the state to give you all $36 million per year for the next 5 years for a taxpayer-funded stadium at the same time that the governor has vetoed funding for summer school, a bill to support children's mental health, a bill requiring paid family leave, all because the governor said we couldn't afford them. Can you explain to me why we need to provide hundreds of millions of dollars for a billionaire team to come to the Las Vegas Strip on some of the most valuable property in the world if we can't provide funding for critical resources like summer school and healthcare? And to follow up on that, I guess my specific question is can you explain to me why this is such a good deal that we should agree that no taxes generated on the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana should go to these critical state and local services for the next 30 years?
Senator Steve Hill, we don't really have standing to talk about some of the questions that you asked that are outside of this. The reason that we are asking for this proposal are really those two that I talked about at the beginning. Opportunity for the state to help create thousands of good paying jobs. And we know that the state will have more money to provide for the services that you mentioned if you do the deal than if you don't.
May I follow up, Chair? I guess then going back to the area, the the idea that for the next 30 years, within this district, located in this prime like real estate, we won't be able to generate taxes for those things. Do you think that the money that are created by the jobs are going to outweigh the potential that we are missing out on this area that will never leave that entertainment or that sports district?
Senator Nguyen, Steve Hill. Yes, we do. We think that the tax generation because of this stadium will be 3 times what that investment is. And also, it's a 36-acre site. This is only 9 acres of that. It will make that site, the other 27 acres, more valuable, more likely to be redeveloped. And we think that will also, and that is not in these numbers, we think that will also add to the benefit that the entire state sees.
And I have one more question, if that's okay, Chair. Thank you. Sorry, if you feel my frustration, it is because I'm incredibly frustrated. When we first heard this bill in the joint money committees, we expressed concerns about the community benefits. And this might be a question for Ms. King, or this might be a question you would be able to answer. After that hearing, lobbyist after lobbyist after lobbyist came and told us and said they heard our concerns, they were working on our concerns, specifically a community benefits agreement advisory board. We are now 10 days removed from that hearing in a second special session that has forced taxpayers to spend another $250,000 a day to keep us here, and yet what is before us today is the same exact bill that we heard 10 days ago. To say I'm extremely disappointed that no work has been done on this bill over the past 10 days is an understatement, and I appreciate Ms. King's list, but can you explain what your statutory commitment is to address these concerns in this legislative body? Because we are literally looking at the same bill that was presented. And I'm assuming I'm not the only legislator in this building that expressed concerns about the lack of commitment in statute to some of these community benefits. And to say that I'm disappointed that I had a list of like 6 or 10 things that was read to me today that's not included in this new language is a lot. So if you can kind of address some of that lack of incorporation of the feedback that you heard from this legislature.
Senator Nguyen, Steve Hill. The commitment that you've heard today is real. We did mention at our last hearing that we felt like the specifics of that agreement put in legislation would be potentially problematic. It may cause programs to be locked in when the community changes, the needs change. Obviously, the legislation and what is in it is the decision of this body and not ours. So we're.
Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a question from the bill. It's on page 19, and it's lines 9 through 11, and it's related to Chapter 377D. And so my question here is, this is an education, I would say it's a tax that the legislature allowed to be passed in 2019, and I'm trying to understand how much revenue from this particular source is going to be pledged for this stadium, and then I have a follow-up.
Senator Neal, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, I'm happy to get you sort of the breakdown at the individual tax revenue standpoint. I'm happy to get that over to you. I don't have that specific number here today, but it would be 100% of that revenue within that district.
Thank you for that. So, Madam Chair, follow-up? So my follow-up is because in Chapter 377D, this happened to be language that we gave to the county, and it was under a bill that we passed in 2019, which was SB509, which allowed the county to do an we allowed them to do a rate, but what they ended up approving was an eighth, I think it was like an 1/8 cent of, but the provisions in this particular chapter under 377D, the county set aside this rate to pay for early childhood education, adult childhood education, truancy, and homelessness. So if 100% of that revenue in 377D is going to be pledged, then what is left for those services that the legislature gave them the legislative power to, I guess, produce for the county?
Senator Neal, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. The vast majority of the revenue that would be generated by that specific tax, of course, would still inure to the benefit of all the programs that you just alluded to. The only portion of the tax that would be redirected is money that is not collected today and would only be collected if the stadium itself was constructed. So there would be no loss of any revenue that is currently directed to any of those programs. In addition to that, about 23% of all of our taxable retail sales are generated as a result of visitor expenditures in Southern Nevada. The increase in visitation and the taxable retail sales that are generated as a result, should the stadium be constructed, ought to more than offset those values. So for all of the programs that you just alluded to, if the projections are met as expected, would have more money, not less money, as a result of the project.
Thank you for that. Madam Chair, follow-up? So I guess the question before I go to one more question is, when would we expect to see, after the construction, revenue generated that would, I guess, sustain that particular provision or that fund?
Senator Neal, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I would expect it to be almost immediate after the project is open. There tends to be a bit of a period of excitement when a new facility is opened up, and that generally tends to have even higher estimates than what may be sustained over a longer period of time. The combination of the new schedule for Major League Baseball, having a new stadium, and frankly having it be located on the facility where it is, I would have an expectation that the very first year we would likely probably beat the visitor projections, and then they'll average out throughout the life of the project.
Okay, thank you for that. And then one more question, and then I'll yield to whoever. Madam Chair, so this question is coming from page 23, line 30. And this has to do with the debt service that has been established through the treasurer. And I don't know if you guys can answer this, but I think, you know, I don't know if you guys have been watching the wonderful period of time that we have been in this building. Special session yesterday, today, and then probably even sine die before, where there were all kinds of conversations about prudent behavior, fiscally prudent behavior, and acting appropriately within the confines of the money that we have. This particular line gives legislative power to the treasurer to basically touch the unreserved fund balance of the general fund of the state if something goes wrong. It stuck out to me, number one, because it's a legislative power that basically this bill would then transfer to another person, such as the treasurer. Do you guys have any thoughts or concerns about this particular power shift in this bill? It's probably not appropriate for you to answer, Mr. Aguero.
Senator Neal, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. Again, you're right. I don't have standing to talk about power shifts or something along those lines. That provision is designed, along with a number of other provisions, to ensure that there's sufficient security in the event that something isn't there. It's also among a list of, requesting an appropriation from this body. So I think the structure is worked. We've worked with bond counsel to make sure that something was crafted that would meet all of the requirements. Beyond that, Senator, I don't have any other comment.
Yeah. I figured that, so I guess this would be more commentary. I have a problem with, number one, the legislature being put on the hook for $25 million, and then on top of that, being then put on the hook to allow someone other than the legislature to touch the unreserved general fund balance of this state in order to secure a stadium for someone who I believe can afford to pay for it themselves. And so I'll leave it there, and then I'm sure members in the committee have other questions, but I have other tax questions later.
Next, we'll go to Senator Flores.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader, and thank you for the presentation. I think the focus of my questions will probably be more directed to our Director of Community Benefits, and if she could join us. I want to step back, just kind of get a 1,000-foot view when we're talking about community benefits. So let me start off with this. I don't know a lot about baseball, and I know we have an A's representative. So let me start the question here. How long, what's the average negotiation to transfer a player? Let's say the A's want a player tomorrow. I'm just trying to understand, how much time would you invest in doing that? Does anybody have the answer to that question? How those negotiations work? Just for one player.
I'm
Yes.
familiar with how the negotiations of.
No, and I don't know if our A's representative knows.
Senator, I have a little
The
bit of
reason-
knowledge along those lines. I'm not the general manager of a baseball team, but so typically a player will sign a contract for a period of time. At the end of that period of time, the contract expires, they become a free agent. They can look at all teams and determine where they would like to play and negotiate with them. While the player is under contract, the player could be traded, but is under contract to play for the team.
Well, would it be fair for me to say that it probably takes months for that negotiation? Weeks, days? I'm just trying to understand it. Here's where I'm at. When did we start talking about potentially hosting this team here in Las Vegas? When was the first time that thought ignited? Do we know? When did that conversation start?
Senator Steve Hill. I would say the conversation started in earnest in early February.
Early February of this year. So in early February of this year is when we first have that idea. And then 10 days ago is when we have an opportunity to see some language and have some type of conversation. And it is my suggestion that I believe, in having had an opportunity just to do some basic research, that at times we've invested a significant amount of time, much longer than several months, in just the conversations about transferring a player. And we're talking about transferring a whole team and utilizing Nevadans' money to do that. And we've been here for about 10 days in trying to see that language. So it's concerning to me that at times we could say that a conversation for one player had more time invested, more vetting than this possibility. So that is a concern. But I want to go to Section 24 of the Community Benefits Program as I started off the conversation. And Ms. King, I know we mentioned a little bit about what we're hoping to do and spoke broadly about that. What I'm curious about is what did those community benefit programs look like in other states? So let's start off with Oakland. Do we have firm numbers? How much money was invested into the community? How many schools did we work with? How many workforce development programs existed? How much did we invest into technology? How did we work with the community, infrastructure, boys and girls? I'm just trying to understand, here's where we're starting off at. Here's everything we did in Oakland. And so that we can get a comparison to from what we've done before, because that's the track record, to the new partnership we're forming with Nevada.
Senator Yolanda King, for the record, I'm going to ask Ms. Aker to come up with exactly what they're doing in the community.
Please, thank you.
Catherine Aker with the A's. Yes, so at a high level, some of the work that we have done. So we annually work with 1,600 nonprofit organizations throughout Northern California, and that includes financial donations, so that's everything from grants or gifts, cash gifts to them. We do complimentary tickets, we do in-kind donations, so we average about 1,600 organizations we work with on an annual basis. Our grants right now are about $1.1 to $1.3 million, and all of the money, we have a nonprofit, our community fund is our our charitable arm, and all of the money that comes in goes out. So all of the expenses to our charitable fund are covered by the A's. So we try to break even. All of the money that comes in, we go out through our programs as well as our gifts. We have approximately 56 Little Leagues that we are working with throughout Northern California right now. That's 21,000 youth participate in our youth baseball and softball programs. That's everything from uniforms to coaching clinics to player clinics, free tickets, coming out to the games, scholarship programs, and things like that. As I mentioned earlier, 800 classrooms participate in our literacy and math programs. This year alone, we did over $1 million pages were read through our literacy programs. We also have a number of our players that participate, so they support our initiatives and volunteer, as well as our player-run initiatives in the community. We have given about $1 million annually to food insecurity, to the food bank as well. No, I'm sorry, that's not true. I apologize, because it's not $1 million annually. It's $1.1 million worth of food to local food banks. We've volunteered over the last probably decade about 20,000 hours in the community, and overall about 250,000 youth have participated in our programs.
Thank you for that. And Madam Chair, I apologize that I'm taking up so much time. And I would appreciate, and I think this body would appreciate, and I think Nevadans in general would appreciate, if that's your starting point, if that's what you're doing already, I think that's something we can put into the NRS. Guaranteed 1.1 million in food banks, guaranteed 1.1 million in grants, guaranteed 20,000 human hours in this, guaranteed 15, because that's what you're doing already. And it lays a foundation for a relationship that's going to start where you are now, and it's not forcing your hand to do so much more, but it shows that good faith relationship. And it doesn't tie your hand to the evolving needs of the community, because unfortunately food insecurity is something we're gonna have, and we're not saying which food bank. Community service is something we're always gonna have to do, and it doesn't say specifically which community organization we have to do it with. I mean, we're putting into the NRS very specific things that we're obligated to do. And we also just had a presentation with all these projections and these very specific numbers of how many jobs we think we're going to create. I think on the other side of it, we can say that publicly, because I think when we talk about the community benefits program, we speak about it and we tippy-toe and we're so cautious. And you have in this room individuals who went through a negotiation on Allegiant Stadium. We did it through a special session. But I'll tell you, there was one year of humans having conversations individually with legislators at coffee shops. It was 1 year of individuals having conversations individually or in groups with different folk, different perspectives. And even with that 1 year, I'll tell you, the community benefits program that was promised was not delivered. So we are incredibly hesitant, not because of who the partners you are or because of what you're presenting. It has nothing to do with you. It's just that you have folk that were in this room and were promised a lot of things. And the community benefits program sounded great, but very little of it was actually delivered. So when you hear from us pushing back and saying we would love to see some of this in the NRS, it's not because we're suggesting that we don't trust the good faith efforts and we don't trust that we're going to have a great partnership. And that unfortunately some of us are just remembering what just happened a few years ago. And so for us, it's so important that if we have a partner coming into the community and that we invest all of this, all these resources, and that we do it in such an amazing way that I think we could have an incredible relationship, that we ask just for a little bit more buy-in, extending our hand with a firm foundation of commitments in this actual bill that extend beyond just saying community benefit program. And I think we can do it. You're already doing amazing work, and I am not minimizing what you're doing in Oakland, but I think if we can start there and put that in the NRS, it would start giving us, some of us, some comfort. And Madam Chair, my only last question, I would appreciate, not question, Madam Chair, more of a request. I would appreciate an opportunity for an actual continued conversation. And if we're not going to touch the NRS and we're not going to touch any of this, that an actual conversation, whether it be a press conference or a written commitment, where you lay out specific obligations that you've already said you're going to abide by for UNLV, for CSN, for certain nonprofits. Again, because that also allows us to hold you accountable in a relationship way, right? Because we want to hold each other accountable. You're asking a lot from the state. We will be held accountable too, but that we do it through something in writing formally, where the public will remind you years down the road, remember we shook hands on this. And I think that's how this partnership just becomes a little bit more solidified, because we didn't have an opportunity to do it. You know, some of us are having conversations for the first time about this today. So I just, you know, I would appreciate that, and I thank you for being here.
Next is Senator Scheibel.
Thank you, Chair Cannizzaro. I want to talk a little bit about the funding structure. And, you know, I've sat in this body for, you know, this is my, I guess it's not my third session. It's my fourth special session, whatever we're at. I've been here for 6 years. I don't sit on the money committee, so I am coming to this with a little bit different perspective, and I know that my constituents are concerned about the financial impact and the financial structure of this deal, and I think it is very difficult to understand for the average person. I am struggling to understand it, so I was hoping that you could look at Section 7 with me of the bill, and I'll read it out loud for everybody's benefit. It defines bonds, means one or more series of general obligation bonds additionally secured by pledged revenues authorized to be issued by the county pursuant to subsection 2 of section 34 of this act and the local government securities law, and any general obligation bonds additionally secured by pledged revenues issued to refund all or a portion of such bonds issued pursuant to section 2 of section 34 of this act and the local government securities law. Can you explain that to us in terms that regular people understand?
Senator Scheibel, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I'll try to. The state of Nevada, and it's both its state and local governments, issues bonds all the time. It essentially takes a revenue stream that we have today and essentially utilizes that revenue stream to bring dollars forward in order to be able to build a building or build a school. I guess a school is a building, or do other things that we might require for debt. Not unlike when my family purchased a home, for example. You have revenues that are set aside to pay for the principal and interest, and then you have other revenues that are generated. Essentially, those revenues that are set aside to pay that principal and interest go to repay bonds that are issued. In this particular case, those bonds are estimated to be about $120 million. So that is this debt that's going to be created, issued by Clark County. We then have revenues that are generated by the project. Those are like the income we just talked about that are going to be dedicated and set aside into an account. They'll be utilized to make payments on those bonds over time. There are specific requirements in the definition that you just read. You've got the idea of a bond. That's that debt instrument that goes out. There's also other terminology that's included in there, this idea of being able to refund a bond, for example. Imagine for that if, much like my home, if the interest rate goes down, sometimes I want to refinance that debt, right? I can't take on more debt, but what I can do is to get the advantage of a lower interest rate, for example. That simply preserves the opportunity for the county to come in and say, hey, look, interest rates have dropped. Let's reduce the amount of interest that we're paying and continue to pay the project over the same term of the debt that would exist. You also see that there are specific laws that are included, that are referenced there. There are laws that draw the foundation in terms of what the state can do and local governments can do in terms of the issuance of that debt. We have to follow those. You will also find in the document that there are some provisions that you're excluding it from, right? Things like the total amount of debt that's taken out by a local government. This doesn't count against it because it's considered a special obligation for purposes of that. It does sound complicated, and oftentimes laws do that, at least for me. They have a tendency to feel somewhat complicated, but it is debt that is essentially secured by revenues, and those bonds are ultimately issued by Clark County, and with all of the reserves and the coverage that we've talked about throughout the presentation.
May I follow up? Okay, so those bonds that are being issued by Clark County are coming from Clark County's general fund, for lack of a better term, correct?
Senator, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, no, they're not. Those bonds are secured by revenues that will be created by the project. Those include sales tax or live entertainment taxes. Those are dollars that would otherwise go to accounts like that, but they are not revenues that exist today, and there are no monies that are going to be coming out of the county's general fund for the repayment of those bonds. Now, obviously, I have to put a little asterisk next to that because they are general obligation bonds, which means that in the hopefully very unlikely event that the revenues identified by the project and the cash coverage identified by the project and the coverage created by the state credit enhancement and the first-year reserve and the second-year reserve all don't come in, then yes, the county is pledging its full faith and credit to making sure that those bonds are repaid.
And so the debt that the county is taking on, because the county is not a business, right? The county is a public body, and its revenues, its income, the money that belongs to the county originally came from the taxpayers, right?
Senator, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so what we're suggesting is that the county is going to take on this debt, and we're going to backfill and return the amount of the debt with revenues from this project. And am I correct that all of those revenues are also taxes?
Senator, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, yes, you are.
Okay, so we're basically utilizing taxpayer dollars to fund the stadium up front and then backfilling and repaying ourselves with more taxpayer dollars, just different revenue streams, but they're still taxpayer dollars, right?
Senator, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, I don't think that's correct. I think what we're doing is we are taking money that is dedicated to this specific project. Once those bonds are paid off, those dollars inure back to the state and to local governments and school districts and the like. In addition to that, there are other revenues that are generated by the project as a result of tourism-related activity that do not inure to repay the bonds. Anything that's generated by a tourist staying in a hotel room and generating room tax, or going to a restaurant and generating retail sales tax, would still go to the state or to local governments or to school districts. Now, you sort of had me until we sort of talked about this concept of backfilling. We're not creating a hole and then backfilling. We're simply taking revenues that do not exist today, dedicating them to the repayment of a bond, and then when that bond is fully paid off, those dollars will continue to be generated and will go to state, local governments, school districts, and the like.
And if I had one more follow-up, just to clarify, that won't be done until the end of the waterfall, right?
Senator, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, I think that you were referring to there is when the waterfall, when we're talking about the waterfall, those are excess revenues that come into the project. And when they go all the way to the bottom of the waterfall, they can be used for three things. One, the early defeasance of the bonds. We can pay the bonds off early. Number two, they can be used for capital that goes into the project. And then there's other things that can sort of be included, like infrastructure that can be utilized for the project. I think what you're referring to is the monies that don't exist today that would go into the project to be used to pay the bonds back. Those are not necessarily the waterfall. What you're saying is that the bonds don't get paid back for 30 years, and so the benefit of that source of revenue doesn't exist for that 30 years. The answer to that question would be yes. The hope is that the benefit from the other project revenues that come from tourism would happen almost immediately and will benefit state, local governments, school districts, and the like.
I'm sorry, I have one more follow-up. And if we're wrong and those revenues are not enough to pay back the bonds, then who's on the hook for paying off the bond?
Senator Scheibel, for the record, Jeremy Aguero.
You're on the hook? No, I'm just kidding.
Sure. Look,
Trying to provide some comic relief.
the answer is, if we get all the way to the very end, it is the full faith and credit of the county that backs those bonds. I don't, they're just like any other general obligation bonds that are issued, that's how it ultimately works. There's a series of sequences that are to provide additional security for those bonds before we ever get there. So if we underestimate the revenue, right, then if we would have had to miss it by, again, one times coverage goes to principal and interest. Another 50% is additional CAS coverage. If we miss it by that full 50%, then it would be the state's line of credit that would be used. If we missed it by 100%, that would mean it generated zero revenue. It would go in to the debt service reserve the first year that's issued. If it generated no revenue for the second year, you'd have the state line of credit, and then the second year's reserve would go there. Perhaps the question you're asking is for the longer term. What happens if it generates very little money forever? In which case, I suppose we've got a bigger problem. But to that point, once you've burned through all of those credit enhancements and the security that's in place, it would be the full faith and credit of the county that would be required.
Next, we have Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm having a little bit of a deja vu thing in that, Mr. Hill, last time I think we had a committee of the whole and you were presenting, it was for Faraday Futures. So on this one, though, it's a little different in that my concern at this point is what's the relationship with Oakland and the A's? I mean, I'm old enough to, I remember Catfish Hunter and Raleigh Fingers and Vita Blue. That's how old I am. What I want to know is how much tax dollars do you know have, in even the last decade, the Oakland community put into this stadium that's now being abandoned by the A's? And the reason I'm asking before you answer is because I'm looking long term. What's the track record here? I want to know if we're making this today, everybody's talking about commitment to the community. What commitment did they make in the past to Oakland that they're now abandoning?
Senator Hansen, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. The analysis I was asked to do was specific to the state of Nevada, so I don't have an answer to that question.
Okay, well then your analysis today showed that we're going to employ 8,000 people in the stadium with a $437 million payroll, with a $1.3 billion economic output. Would it be safe to say that this same annual operation is going to be leaving Oakland and they're going to have a hit of $1.3 billion? I mean, theoretically at least?
Senator Hansen, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I don't know that I can answer that question. Do I believe there's the potential of an economic hit? I do. I think that there's benefit. The other portion that I would suggest is that the structure of their economy very different than the structure of our economy. The trajectory is very different here than there. So I don't know that I could compare the two, but I doubt it would be one-to-one.
Well, I would agree. I'm just kind of looking at it. You guys haven't. What I'm looking at is, okay, why are they leaving Oakland? Okay, there's been a strong relationship there for decades. Now the whole area is apparently going downhill. Mr. Fisher has been criticized for not putting enough dollars back into the stadium or his own team, and now he's going to relocate, and basically the commitment that they had to the community that undoubtedly at one time was strong is going away. And one of the selling points you're presenting to us today is that the Oakland A's are going to come here and be the Las Vegas A's and have a strong commitment to the community. But I have this sensation that they're abandoning a community that they undoubtedly made very similar commitments to in the past. Now, obviously, I apologize because you can't answer those questions because you're only dealing with the the Nevada side of it. But from my perspective as a legislator, I want to see, because if this happens, this is a 30-year tax arrangement and thing. That means somebody, I'll be dead in 30 years more than likely. But I want to make sure that the decisions we make today, which will commit us to these tax abatement programs and so forth, are going to be honored down the road. And I'm looking at the track record of the Oakland A's and Mr. Fisher.
Senator Hansen, Steve Hill. Just to be clear, the A's have been in Oakland since the late 60s. They've had a over 50-year run in that city. And obviously the stadium issues that they have had, the Raiders have had, have caused them to look elsewhere and choose Las Vegas. The way this legislation is written, if they leave inside of that 30-year commitment, they have to pay off all the outstanding bonds in order to do so. If they leave, we will have a baseball stadium that in the majority the A's have paid for, and they will have paid off all the bonds that are outstanding.
Very good, thank you. Let's go to a Nevada question then. I'm sorry, I probably chased you down some areas that you can't answer, but this one I think you can. What's the current unemployment rate in Clark County?
Senator Hansen, for the record, sub 5%.
Okay, I was just wondering, because in the north, we have a significant labor shortage. You know, in my mind, I'm here to also represent the small business community, and you drive through Carson City, Reno Sparks, about every other business has a help wanted sign. I'm just kind of wondering if we add this additional layer of giant corporation employment, how is that going to impact the current labor shortage in Nevada?
Senator Hansen, obviously this will happen over a period of 5 years before open and play. Part of the way we look at our job at the LVCVA is to help drive demand in order to help drive the community forward. It's hard to time these things. I mean, we all go through ups and downs in economic environment that we're in. But in order to continue economic vitality in any community, you need some level of growth. And this will provide a longer-term level of growth that is reasonable and digestible for the community, but continue it on its upward trajectory.
I got it, and I think it's honestly a great idea overall. My bigger concern, though, is I think in so many cases like this, we have these giant corporations that come in, billionaires that come in, and then we subsidize them through some tax abatement or tax program. And in the meantime, the small business community has to make up the difference for the costs associated with the people that are employed in those things. And I do understand in the long run, it may all balance out if everything works out. But in the short term, in that 10-year window, somebody has to make up the tax revenue that is not being generated, that is going into the actual general funds of various governments. And so that's where I think the small business community basically is being used to subsidize a form of corporate welfare for some exceptionally big people that honestly should be able to finance their own projects without the need of the Nevada taxpayers. But that's just my opinion on that. So thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me this opportunity to ask these questions.
Senator Giannatti.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And, you know, I want to agree with my colleagues on some of their comments on this proposal and the session that we just completed. As you know, many of us have shared our frustration that we just finished a session and now we're back here to consider a tax giveaway for a multi-billionaire without concessions made from the athletics in terms of the ramifications that might occur from such consideration of a proposal. As you may know, the stadium that is proposed and other sites that you have considered is in my district, and I have heard from residents that there is no direct response right now as to how to address the workers that will be displaced from those who are at the Tropicana and the traffic safety concerns that will be further worsened because of this current proposal. And I understand that you documented that, but it still does not show enough progress, at least from my concern. And I don't know if any of you have ever had the chance to drive on Frank Sinatra Drive on a Friday night at 6 p.m., but I sure have because it's my route to home and it's not fun. And it's saddening that we have this proposal, and we had proposals during the session. For instance, I carried a proposal that was going to provide coverage for kids who are undocumented for their cancer treatment. We couldn't even get that done, but now we have a tax giveaway, millions of dollars, and so it's kind of frustrating, at least from my side. Having said that, I do have a few questions that perhaps you guys could answer because I think it's important. And my last question is actually for the leadership of the athletics because I want to hear from them directly. So if the president is here, I would prefer for him to start walking down because I think it's important for the taxpayers to have that question answered. So my first two questions. With regard to the bill proposal, in reviewing section 20 of the bill, it states that the Board of County Commissioners shall create a resort corridor homeless prevention and assistance fund. Could you help provide background as to why this proposal was accepted? To me, limiting it just to the resort corridor sounds like you're just finding a way to bus homeless folks from the tourist areas and instead ignoring the true root of the problem. And, you know, for me, I personally believe that because my district encompasses the Las Vegas Strip and surrounding areas, I would request that the language adds downtown Las Vegas and surrounding neighborhoods to the section of the bill, because we know that this problem extends beyond the Strip corridor. There are neighborhoods, for instance, down the street from my house near Las Vegas Boulevard and Oakey that could have support services enacted in them. And so I just want to hear your background as to why this was included specifically for the resort corridor.
Senator Donate, Jeremy Aguero. The brief answer to your question, it was originally created because there was a desire to make sure that if the project overperformed, that the community would benefit. I think there was a recognition and request by Clark County to create such a fund that would capture any of that overperformance by the project, and this is what was here. Perhaps in the drafting, I wasn't very elegant in terms of its design. The idea didn't mean that we're only going to have the money be dedicated to the resort corridor. It simply meant that the dollars were collected in the resort corridor. So to the extent that a clarification relative to that would be helpful to make sure that this intent is clear, I'm more than happy to entertain any revision that would homelessness is not a localized problem. The revenue generated will be localized to that.
Thank you for that. I think the confusion that I had was in Section 20, subsection 3, it says, diminish the incidence of homelessness in and around the Southern Nevada Resort Corridor. And so I just wanted to, as you may know, there are downtown Las Vegas, et cetera, there are areas that feed into it. And for me, it looks like you're just trying to displace individuals, but I think that's something that you should consider when there are amendments to the legislation. And Chair, it's okay, so to just two more questions. With consideration of the Sports and Entertainment Improvement District, perhaps I'm reading the legislation wrong, and so if you can correct it for me. Is there a sunset provision on this district, and if there isn't, why haven't you considered such modification?
Senator Donate, Jeremy Aguero. The answer to the question is yes, there is a sunset. It sunsets when the bonds are paid off or 100% of the refundable tax, transferable tax credits are paid back to the state in full, at which time it reduces to about 10% of the amount so that the Stadium Authority Board can continue and oversee the project. It's the same general structure that was utilized in Allegiant Stadium.
Great, thank you. And then I don't know if the leadership of the Oakland A's. Thank you for being here.
Senator, yeah, it's great to be here. Thank you so much. Dave Cavell, President of the A's. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. If you could restate the question, it'd be great.
Sure. So this is my final question. It's directly to you. So on page 39 of your presentation, you listed the tax revenue sources, and there's several tax revenue sources that will be included in the Sports and Entertainment and Improvement District. In one of them, you've listed the live entertainment tax, and that's something that is going to be captured. And so this question is directly to you as the leadership of the Oakland Athletics and your future presence. In the legislation before us, you know, I find it a coincidence that there are funding considerations that will take certain tax percentages away from our county, and that's a problem. Having said that, I believe there's an equity issue that exists in our state, and I want to make sure that I get this from you directly. Given the gaps that we have seen in conversations we've had throughout this session, it is clear that not everyone pays for the live entertainment tax. For example, in my district, which is also where the stadium is going to be located, we have venues like Sand Dollar. It's a local bar that features live bands, and they pay the live entertainment tax. But considerations like yours, athletic stadiums, or events would not have to pay for it. So I want to get this just on the record directly to you. Would you agree that it is important to maintain equity across all businesses and that you will commit to willingly pay for the live entertainment tax for baseball games and athletic events featured at this facility in the near future?
Well, I appreciate the question. You know, obviously, we're bringing the baseball team to Southern Nevada, over $1 billion in private capital. We're looking for a partnership. And we want to make sure that we're going to continue to invest in a variety of ways to improve this situation for small businesses, medium-sized businesses, in a variety of fashions beyond the live entertainment tax. So I think by bringing additional tourists and other ways that generate tax dollars for the community, we think our project can actually be a net positive for the community. plus the quality of life that comes with a baseball team.
Thank you so much for that. But that didn't answer my question. So again, it's a yes or no. Will you willingly commit to pay the live entertainment tax in the near future to fix the equity issue that exists?
Like I said, we are committed to being a great community partner in Southern Nevada and investing, over $1 billion to ensure
That still does not answer the question, sir. I'm asking you directly, yes or no. Will you commit to paying the equity issue that we see existence for the live entertainment tax?
the legislation as it's currently envisioned, does not contemplate that. The project is based on, what is currently proposed. And so we've been focusing on that as really the path forward for the team and for the community.
Thank you. I mean, I find that disingenuous. I asked you directly, you're going to be capturing this as part of your legislation, yet you can't even commit to doing it yourself. And so I think that's something that the taxpayers must know of this state, but I divert my questions for the next round. Thank you.
Welcome.
Next, we have Senator Stone.
Thank you, Madam Leader, and thank you for what I think is a very exciting presentation. But I have a few questions for you. I represented a buyer for this site about 3 years ago, prior to Bally's acquiring the site, so I'm very intimately aware of the value of the site and the underperformance of the site today. So 9 acres of this 35 acres is going to be given. And also, we heard people say, this is just a tax giveaway, it's going to take away from other programs. The taxes they're going to pay, the bonds and everything, is only coming from this 9 acres as a result of the value that you're putting in there, $1.1 billion, which is more than any other team principal has ever invested in a stadium. Is that correct? In the United States?
Senator Steve Hill, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, gentlemen, I'm sure that you're aware that we have some mega resorts, very successful ones that people come here, over 40 million people, as you mentioned earlier. I'm looking at examples like the Wynn, the Bellagio, the Venetian. So I would imagine that the owners, the REIT that owns this 35 acres, are giving this 9 acres away, which, by the way, has a value of about $100 million, which I don't know if you've reflected that are going to become part of public ownership. I don't know if you've emphasized that, but that's coming to the taxpayers. But a mega resort is going to be built on that 26 acres. I'll guarantee you that. It's the most wonderful prime location as people are entering, especially from California coming onto the Strip. So my question is, if we have a mega resort that's going to be built, not a matter of if, but when, and I would imagine it's going to happen soon, I would say before 2030, what is the approximate, just give me a range of low to high, of what the Wynn, Bellagio, and Venetian, as an average, contributes to the general fund of the state of Nevada every year? I guess.
Senator Stone, Jeremy Aguero, I don't know that I can give you those specific numbers, but I can tell you that from the analysis that if we look at visitor-related activities and our resort industry generally, it's about 43% of general fund revenues are either directly or indirectly related to our tourism-based economy.
So is it fair to say that if this becomes a mega resort, it's going to add a significant sum of money to the coffers, which you have not contemplated as a part of your economics? Is that correct?
Senator, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, that's correct, sir.
Okay. And then I want to talk about naming rights. Who is going to be the beneficiary of the income from the naming rights? Will that be income that is going to be going to pay off the bonds, et cetera, or is that going to be going to the owner of the team?
Senator Stone, Steve Hill, that would be revenue that would be for
that would be for the A's, okay? And I also want you to talk about bringing a Major League Baseball team to any city. It's my understanding that if we want a team, whether it's the A's or another team, if we have to build a stadium, that it is a Major League Baseball policy that there has to be a public-private partnership. Is that correct?
Senator Stone, Steve Hill, I don't know if that is stated policy of Major League Baseball. At the proposal that we have presented.
Okay. Are you aware of any stadiums that have utilized public funds that have defaulted on their bonds anywhere in this country? I'm talking about Major League stadiums.
Senator Stone, Steve Hill, I don't think either.
Thank you. And I think that's a testimonial, thank you, Madam Chair, for the extra time. I think that's a testimonial to the very conservative structure that you've given this with 2 times the reserves. And I don't think Clark County would subject their general fund to much risk. And being an investor myself, there's no such thing as a no-risk investment. But I think that you've done a very good job of minimizing the risk to the taxpayers and the bountiful that can come in response to that. So I think you've answered all of my questions. I appreciate you being here today. I think it's a very exciting project for us to consider. I wish we had a lot more time, but we're a 120-day session, and things happen pretty fast around here. So thank you.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Aguero, Mr. Hill, thank you all so much for being here. I just wanted to start off by thanking Mr. Aguero for answering my questions and providing any supplemental information. I have a couple of questions about the underlying assumption here that we're going to average approximately 27,000 visitors per event. Is that right? Is it 27,000?
Senator Harris, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, it's roughly that amount.
Okay. I'm going to do a little bit of math here. So, pull out your calculator or trust my numbers either way. For those who want to follow along, grab your phone, pull out your calculator. So let's assume that in year 1, the A's are somehow able to double their average attendance to 18,000 for 81 games. That would be 1,458,000 in attendance. In order to meet your projections, we'd have to take the 2.6 million, subtract 1.458. That leaves you with 1,142,000 to be made up by the remaining 14 ticketed events. In order to do that, we take 1,142,000 divided by 14. That would be 81,572 people in attendance for the remaining 14 events. That's more than double the capacity of this proposed stadium. So let me be a bit more generous. Let's assume the average attendance is tripled. That would be 2,187,000 people in attendance. So we take 2.6 million, subtract 2,187,000. That would only leave now 413,000 to be made up by the remaining 14 ticketed events. 413,000 divided by 14 is 29,500 people in attendance. So that would be a required sellout for the remaining 14 events. Is it reasonable to assume that the A's will triple its attendance in years 1, 2, or even 3?
Senator Harris, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I take no issue with the underlying mathematics. If the question is whether the A's build a stadium in Las Vegas and are able to generate attendance in the 50th percentile of all Major League Baseball teams anywhere in the United States, yeah, I think that's reasonable. Those numbers are supported by CSL, the foremost expert in the United States relative to that. They've been reviewed by PFM on behalf of the county, who determined that they were reasonable. So I take no issue with the challenges that exist for Oakland in Oakland today. I think my sense is from all the analysis, that's exactly why they're looking for somewhere else to go. That even if they field a tremendous team, getting the support that's necessary just doesn't exist at that point in time. And so by building a new asset, if we look at other facilities that have been constructed, it becomes a draw. You look at what Las Vegas has been able to do in terms of its draw, it's been pretty remarkable overall. And again, you're going to tell me something that I'm sure, because of the conversations that we had before, is that there's no guarantee that they're able to do that. And if we look at recent history, obviously it's challenging. There's no doubt about that. But I think that's the big reason that we're here today.
Yeah, Mr. Aguero, I'm willing to assume that at one day, it may be we reach 27,000 visitors. My question is, do we have enough time to reach it in order to make up the average of 27,000 visitors, right? Because if we lag in years 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and we only have an extra 2,500 seats to be able to make up in perpetuity, right? I mean, depending on how quickly we get there, we never may be able to average 27,500 unless we start in years 1 and 2 pretty close to that number.
Senator Harris, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, you're right. You're 100% right. The other part of it is those first years are probably going to be the years that it's easiest to fill that stadium. It's going to be the shiny new project on the Las Vegas Strip. The ability to sell that place out over those first 3 years, yeah, I like our chances relative to that.
Okay. I'll just throw out one more scenario, and then I have a question about traffic, Chair, if that's okay. So even if we assume that attendance is on average doubled over the first 3 years, that's 18,000 average for 3 years, so 54,000 people. 27,000 times 3 is 81,000. So 81,000 minus 54,000 means we'd have to make up 27,000 more visitors. 27,000 visitors over 3 years is another 9,000 people over the next 3 years. So you'd have to then do 27,000 in the 3 years after that, plus 9,000, 36,000 people, which is beyond the capacity, in order to have an average in the first 6 years.
Senator Harris, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, again, you're starting the math that you're presenting with the estimate that they would be operating in the bottom quartile of Major League Baseball teams. If that's the premise, you're absolutely correct. The analysis that's being done suggests that they will go from where they are today, which for the record is dead last, right, to something that's in the 50th percentile by building an asset, by coming to a different location and giving the team a fighting chance at success.
And I think that's fair, but I also think it's fair for me and fairly generous for me to be assuming that they're going to double their attendance in the first 3 years. But that's I guess a difference in assumptions, but I felt that that was a fairly generous assumption, and even with that, we've got quite a bit of work to do. Okay, as far as traffic, I know that a lot of folks have been concerned, and my colleague from District 10 mentioned that a bit as well. In this report that I have here prepared by, it looks like, Kimley Horn, there are several recommended infrastructure improvements, including realigning Reno Avenue curved intersection as a major four-way signaled intersection, widening Reno Avenue to provide eastbound and northbound dual left turn lanes, widening Reno Avenue to provide westbound and southbound dual left turn lanes, modifying the median along Las Vegas Boulevard to lengthen southbound to eastbound dual left turn lanes at Reno, installing northbound right turn lanes and a new project access driveway along Las Vegas Boulevard, and approximately 5 or 6 other things that are being suggested to be done to handle the traffic. Has the A's committed to engaging in any of these infrastructure projects?
Senator Harris, Steve Hill. This relates to the high-impact project process that the county goes through. That has to be completed to the county's satisfaction prior to this project moving forward. So that conversation will happen during that period of time.
Okay, I'll try one more time. So has the A's committed to doing what is necessary when it comes to infrastructure, maybe even the recommendations based upon the study that they commissioned, in order to ensure that the traffic is taken care of ahead of this stadium opening?
Senator Harrison, Dave, I'm wrong here, but they have committed to do what it takes to meet that high-impact project plan that will be put in place by the county. The County Public Works needs to weigh in on Kimley Horn's study in that conversation, but they have committed to do what they need to do.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Senator Seavers-Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at the beginning of this, we talked about services, and there's all kinds of services that we want for homeless and food insecurity and all sorts of different things. But to be able to cover those services, we need to produce revenue, right? So the state has to drive revenue to be able to pay for services for those in need. And so, you know, in thinking about that, we have to look at the return on investment. And so most recently, we did another project at Allegiant Stadium. Can you talk a little bit about how we've done relative to our expectations and where that money actually goes if we have a net profit or return on investment?
Senator Gansett, Steve Hill. Allegiant Stadium, by virtually any measure, has outperformed what we had projected and what we had hoped. The key number is the number of visitors who, Jeremy describes them, incremental visitors, the ones who come to Las Vegas because of the event in the facility. We projected at the time that about 22% of those visitors, 450,000 visitors a year, would come to Las Vegas because of events in Allegiant Stadium. That number has, in this past year, in 2022, and got to remember, in 2022, in January and February were Omicron months, it's about 180% of what we projected in 2017 or 2016. So it was nearly 800,000 incremental visitors came because that stadium was built. It has been a big part of the recovery from the pandemic for Las Vegas.
Thank you. So almost twice as many people came. And then how many events are you able to do at Allegiant versus the baseball stadium? I mean, including the like the Raiders playing in the stadium and then other events and then baseball because there's so many baseball games and then other events. So what does this look like events to events?
Senator Steve Hill. When we did the projection in 2016, we projected 46 events. 10 of those were Raiders games, 6 of those were UNLV games, and there were 30 other events that were projected at the stadium. Number of events at the stadium is approximately that number. We are getting the 10 Raiders games. That includes a couple of exhibition games. Be playing there. What has happened, though, is that the stadium, because it is in Las Vegas and because the stadium's so fantastic, has been a draw for headline events, concerts that we really did not anticipate 7 years ago. Realize it now. We have had, Barcelona, Madrid. That has been the highest generating revenue event at Allegiant Stadium. It has put the eyes of the world on that stadium in our city. BTS sell out 4 stadium concerts in 9 days and 2 hours. 200,000 tickets in 2 hours. Quality and the level of the events that we've had at Allegiant Stadium have far exceeded our expectation and have created that in the city, the environment and the experience around the events created that additional demand that we just didn't realize was there 7 years ago.
So thank you. I think there's a synergy between these stadiums, and part of it is the seasonality. So, well, you never finish with the events. So you have roughly like 46 events there. It's a larger stadium. So what are you thinking, how many events will be driven, including the baseball games themselves at this new stadium? And then talk a little bit about like the draw of the stadium itself, like you just mentioned with Allegiant.
Answered Steve Hill. The projections that we have here are not from the LVCVA. Obviously project 95 events. 82 of those events are the baseball games. They will happen. There are projection for 5 concerts. We think that is very likely low. There are projections for just 3 other sporting events. I will guarantee you that is low. We know of a number of events that if we had that stadium now, we could put in there, and they would number quite a few more than 3. And then there are 5 ticketed community events. I would add that our trade show customers at the convention center and also the convention centers at Venetian and Mandalay are always looking for a different experience. A surprising number of them have corporate events at Allegiant Stadium now, are looking for other venues to have keynote speeches. Many of these large corporations will bring 30, 40, 50, 60,000 people to town for one of their conventions. Finding a place for a keynote address, just a different type of experience will be an attraction that has not been considered in the.
Thank you. And so when you look at, again, you're looking at incremental visitors, and so when you look at baseball games, it's off-season. And when we were in revenue, in finance, I asked a little bit about that, like how are we going to move our capacity, or maybe it's it's just the opposite. So our occupancy rates, right? So we've got some vacancies, our occupancy rates, if we move those, what does that look like? How does that affect the bottom line, like the return on investment for the state?
Senator Gansert, the demand in months that baseball plays is oftentimes less than what you will see other times of the year. Now, how that typically manifests itself is in a drop in room rates. Properties do a good job of keeping occupancy generally. Our current occupancy is less than what it was in 2019. We have an additional rooms coming online. And as I mentioned earlier, a part of our job, or a big part of our job, is to drive demand in order to allow the city to continue.
Right. So I appreciate that. And originally I was talking about return on investment. So you've got some numbers there. So, like, what are the expectations as far as the tax dollars we will receive? Because when we look at abatements, it's really just about the 9 acres. Those are abated, but then we're making money elsewhere because we're going to have incremental rooms and meals and all sorts of different things. So I know you've got some numbers, but like return on investment, what do we expect to get above and beyond what the state's investing? And when you look at what the state's investing, because there's a payback model, the net to the state is like $90 million. So we're talking about a $1.5 billion stadium with probably a $200 million worth of land. So like $1.7 billion, including sort of the in-kind that's been happening here. So what do you think about the return on investment to be able to pay for services that we talked about? Like, how is this going to help people in the community directly because of revenue? And then I know there's a community benefits plan as well, which is to the side. But I'm saying there's like sheer dollars coming to our state because of what it's driving throughout that area.
Answered Steve Hill. You bring up a good point. A good portion of the bill is really a loan and not a permanent commitment. So the county will be loaning the A's $120 million and will be paid back. The state would be offering $180 million in transferable tax credits, but half of those would be paid back. So the $90 million, and then the county has committed $25 million credit in that HIP process, that development agreement, and that would be a permanent commitment on behalf of the county. So it is that $115 million is the only permanent commitment. Now, the math that Mr. Aguero has done is based on the entire amount, whether it is a loan to be paid back or not. And we are going to receive, the state and local governments will receive in tax dollars 3 times as much as that total.
So 3 times as much. And when I think about the revenues of the state, the 3 top revenues are sales tax, gaming, and modified business tax, right? And those taxes, where do those get distributed? Are those just to Clark County, or do those get distributed across the state, whether it be rural? I mean, do they all, a lot of them go to the general fund, right? So what does that look like as far as who will benefit locally and then potentially otherwise in the state, given sales, gaming, and MBT are the drivers?
Turn it over to Mr. Aguero.
Senator Ganser, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, you're absolutely right. If you look at sales, gaming, and MBT, the sales tax, the state sales tax, inures to the benefit of the state's general fund, right? So the incremental revenue that Mr. Hill talked about goes into the state's general fund. It will benefit everywhere in the state. The next one is the local school support tax, the LSST, as we refer to it. It goes into the state education fund. It will go to every district in the state of Nevada. Again, incremental revenues that will go there. We have the BCC CRT and the SCCRT, the basic city-county relief tax and the supplemental city-county relief tax. Some of those dollars are redistributed through the two-tier consolidated tax redistribution system. Others of them are not, but while it'd be modest, there would certainly be a redistribution. To your point, the gaming tax, 100% of that inures to the benefit of the state's general fund, so those dollars would come to this legislature and be distributed throughout the entirety of the state of Nevada. And the same thing is true with our payroll tax, the modified business tax. 100% of that inures to the benefit of the state's general fund, so those dollars will benefit the entire state.
Thank you. And if I heard that correctly, so we're expecting like a 3 times return on investment for this. We have the experience of the Allegiant Stadium where we have almost twice the visitation, the incremental visitation that as we expected. And when you think about Las Vegas, in my mind, when I think about the Raiders, the Knights, now we've got F1, I think this is another piece that makes it sort of the ultimate professional team, sports destination. And so, since you're the head of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, do you think there's a draw for just that? And the last thing I'll say is, when I think about baseball versus a lot of other sports, it's affordable. Families get to go. When you think about the local families or like a school, they can go to events like this. So it's this big destination that, and Las Vegas is really an international destination. If you ever say you're from Nevada, they always say Las Vegas. They don't say Reno. They say Las Vegas. Sometimes people know Tahoe, but like the driver of it really increasing in a very positive way, the visibility and the attraction of Las Vegas, and then in a local way, families can go to these games. They can afford these games. So maybe you can speak a little bit to that. Thank you.
Senator Gansert, Steve Hill. There are a number of benefits that are harder to quantify that are not in these numbers. The reputation of Las Vegas as, a city who can figure out how to say yes, who can make these things happen, that matters. The message that it sends when these professional sports leagues choose our city. It highlights the city. We get better marketing from having these events, these teams, than we could ever possibly afford to buy. That value is not in the numbers either. And the momentum that we have in becoming the sports and entertainment capital of the world, this is another huge step, more energy in creating that image, that environment, that reality, and we are separating ourselves from other cities so that this can become more permanent, more stable, and we think that's important as well.
Just to answer too, that like family, like affordability, the average ticket versus maybe some of the other sporting events we have, if you don't mind just commenting on that. Thank you.
Senator Gansert, Steve Hill. Certainly, and we will have 81 baseball games a year, plus playoff games. That allows approximately 2.5 million, maybe a little more seats per year to be available. Seats at this stadium, there will be seats available in the stadium in the $15 range, which is just not possible for others. I mean, it's the comparison's just different. There are fewer seats, or there are many fewer games in other leagues, and so it makes it a family event that's very affordable.
Thank you. I appreciate all the information.
Thank you, Senator Daley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the comments, questions, and various things from my colleagues in, I think, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, and 11, and they all have their questions and perspective, and I rely on some of their expertise back and forth. So I'll go to a question that I'm a blue-collar guy. I have a couple of different things on that. And my understanding is that there's a private sector between the A's and the construction trades pre-hire agreement for this particular project. Is that correct?
Senator Daley, Steve Hill. Yes, the A's have reached an agreement for a project labor agreement for the construction of this site, and they have reached an agreement with the culinary for the operation of the stadium.
And then I had a follow-up question on a question was asked by my friend from District 11, I believe it is, regarding the peripheral work, the road work and various things they need to do to accommodate that. And there's a principle in development called concurrence. So if you're having a project that then has impacts, they have to mitigate those impacts in concurrence with the project opening. And you indicated that they were committed to do whatever it is they're going to do. So my question is, partly, is the county paying for that? The city? Is the owners of the A's going to put in part of the cost for some of those projects and various things? Is that going to be covered by some of the things in this agreement, either the project agreement or the community, the local business purposes, et cetera, small local businesses? Is all that going to be covered? Or is that separate and just goes from there? And I would hope that at least those parts of the public projects would not be excluded from the bidding provisions that you have here. I'm just curious how that all meshes together.
Senator Daley, Steve Hill. I would imagine, well, I know any public work project is going to go through the entire process. That's not addressed or changed by this bill. The conversation will happen between the A's and Clark County, and you're right, they will be required to mitigate all of the concerns or impacts, really, that the stadium causes in that area. The county has agreed to a $25 million credit on the cost of that mitigation. But that cost is not reflected in the $1.5 billion number, and will, other than that $25 million, be borne by the A's.
And thank you for that. I just so following up on the other blue collar question on some of what I have in the small local business portion of this, which I support. I think it's a good idea, but I don't believe there was any intention in this piece of legislation to conflict potentially with the private agreement between the A's and the building trades on some of that stuff. And specifically in section 26, I think you need to put a definition. I've seen some of these programs and various things before where people, think they're special. I have to meet this 15%. So you would have some of these people that meet the qualifications otherwise say, I'm not signing any agreement in order to participate on this job. I'm special. And some of your language in here, especially I think in subsection 4, where it, I think it's on page 16, where it says, such contractor, subcontractor, such work shall not impose any requirements on the small local business relating to the employees selected by the small local businesses to perform such subcontracted work. Now, if they have a provision in the pre-hire agreement that that gives waivers and various things, then that was their business. That's what they did. But to put in statute that would potentially conflict with that and go against a negotiated agreement, I think is a concern for me, among others. And like I say, I appreciate the other questions. I don't know as much about taxes as my colleague in 4 and my colleagues here in 2 and 10. We're plugged into some of those community-based issues, and I rely on them for those things. And I think some of them rely on me for these questions. So if you can give me an explanation there.
Sure. Senator Daley, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. That language is the parallel language that was utilized in the Allegiant Stadium project, which exceeded the small business threshold, employed 168 small businesses as a result of that language being included, and generated just under $300 million in revenues for Nevada-based small businesses. That's why it was carried over here, and we would expect something similar.
Yeah, and there were no issues with somebody not wanting to sign the letter of assent that said they'd follow the agreement. I've just experienced some of those issues in the past in similar situations.
Give my interruption, Senator. For the record, Jeremy Aguero, I'm not aware of any, and none surfaced on the other project that I was aware of.
Final question, Madam Chair, if I can. I know you mentioned some of the infrastructure and stuff, and you mentioned the boring company. I'm perfectly fine picking a fight with Mr. Musk if he wants to, attack me on Twitter. I suppose he could. But does he think he's special and that his boring company wouldn't have to comply with some of these requirements related to this project? I hope he doesn't think so, because he's not.
Senator Daley, there is no public money going into the Las Vegas Loop, but the boring companies made a commitment to Clark County that other than the one machine that they run as research and development, that with their own employees, they will use union labor throughout that system.
Senator Loop.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On slide 38 of your presentation, I noticed that there is a one-time construction fiscal impact of, I think, 38.8 million based on the estimated sales tax. So how, both of these revenue sources will be pledged to paying off the county bonds, but will the state and local governments, and specifically school districts, see any tax revenue associated with the stadium construction, or will it all be pledged to bond replacement?
Senator Dondero Loop, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. During the construction, all of those dollars would be utilized for the creation of the repayment of the bonds and the creation of the reserves that we talked about before. Because there's no operations that are occurring, there would be no other revenue that would inure to state, local governments, or school districts.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to understand, this isn't, necessarily always my wheelhouse, but so then after the bonds are repaid and 50% of those tax credits are repaid, and 10% of all the tax revenue generated, is that right, to the Sports and Entertainment Improvement District? Will that go to the stadium in perpetuity, or how does that work?
Senator Dondero Loop, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I just want to make sure that we're saying the same thing for a moment. There are really three phases of the project, right? There's the early phase of the project before the bonds are issued. There's the point at which the bonds are issued, the stadium is constructed and operated, and then there's a period after the bonds have been paid off and all the transferable tax credits that are to be refunded have been fully refunded. During the first chunk of that project, if any revenues are generated as a result of that, it goes into a tax account and would reduce the amount of the bonds, right? So again, if the project isn't constructed, there's no revenues. Because the project's being constructed, those dollars go in to that account. For the, let's call it a 30-year period in which the stadium operates and the bonds are being paid off, those revenues are all coming in. They are being used to pay off the bonds, and hopefully there's waterfall revenues that flow all the way through that. And then we've got these other revenues that we've talked about associated with visitors and something along those lines. I believe what you're talking about is that third tranche. What happens after the bonds are paid off? What happens after all the transferable tax credits are paid off? At that point, 90% of the project, 90% of the revenues go back to the state, local government, school district, anyone else is imposing the tax just like they would if the stadium never existed. The last 10% goes for really three things. One is the operations of the Stadium Authority Board, who still has responsibilities over the stadium. The second, it would be infrastructure in and around the stadium project. And the third would be for capital reinvestment to hopefully maintain the standard of the stadium beyond its 30-year useful life.
Okay, I think I understand that. So another question I had was in section 29, and several of the taxes that were pledged towards repaying those county bonds have never previously been authorized in law to be pledged as contemplated in the bill. And I apologize if you've answered this, but I just need some clarification. So it includes that modified business tax and the insurance premium tax. Since the revenue collected from these taxes inside the Sports and Entertainment Improvement District would need to be accounted for separately, from other revenue collected, have you considered the administrative impact that this might have on the taxpayers and the Department of Taxation?
Senator Dondero Loop, Jeremy Aguero for the record. Yes, we've had the conversations with the Department of Taxation in terms of how they would need to be separated to be accounted for. There are two provisions within the same section. One that essentially says state and local governments will create commercially reasonable ways in which the reporting onus is on the taxpayer to make sure that they're captured. So we believe that's a reasonable way to do it. You mentioned the modified business tax, a business that operates both in and out of the stadium district would merely have to file some sort of addendum that says this is the portion of my taxes that are inside there. You mentioned also the insurance premium taxes. You'll notice that within the legislation as drafted, that it talks about taxes that are paid directly or passed through. To the extent that the insurance premium tax is passed through to the team or the stadium operator or something along those lines, they'll be recaptured, put into that account. The second question that you ask is really about the taxpayer themselves and not creating something that's onerous. There's no doubt that there's another layer of compliance, but it's also what makes the project work. We had the opportunity to talk to the A's about, some of the major structure. There's really a handful of major companies, a master concessionaire that operates all the concessions, a master operator of the stadium itself, and those two feel like their ability to comply would be reasonable in terms of being able to get that done.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much for being here.
Senator Ornshaw.
Thank you very much, Chair. A couple of questions, Mr. Hill, Mr. Aguero. Thanks for presenting this. When we heard the bill on the Allegiant Stadium, it was a different world. We hadn't had the pandemic. We hadn't had COVID. I don't think any of us expected anything like this to happen. And I'm going back looking at some old headlines, and I'm looking at a headline from about 2 years ago in the Review Journal, County taps reserve fund to make Allegiant Stadium bond payment. And it talks about how, I think, over 2 months, there was over $23 million tapped from the stadium reserve account to try to make those payments. And of course, I hope that we'll never have something like COVID again or another pandemic, but if this bill passes and bonds are issued for this stadium, and then we still have the bonds for the Allegiant Stadium, and something happens where people can't travel for 12 months or 18 months, what do you think that will do to the fiscal stability of the county?
Senator Ornshaw, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I'm glad you asked the question. I think what happened during the pandemic, as difficult as it was, is a great example of exactly how the system should work. The reserves were set aside at the point at which those bonds were issued, a full year. A second year was funded through the operations and continues to be generated. Yes, State of Nevada, Clark County, had to tap into those reserves to make sure that the principal and interest on those bonds could be repaid. And today, as we sit here, not only have we rebounded from the pandemic, but both the first year and the second year reserves are almost back to 100% funding from where they were before. The existence of the coverage, the existence of 2 years reserves is a remarkably conservative structure that's out there. Now, you asked a question that sort of had two parts. One, what about the scenario that we're structuring here? What would have happened under the same set of scenarios? And then what happens if they both were to occur concurrently? What sort of happens to us in that particular case? As I mentioned during my opening comments, because of the 2-year reserves and because of the backstop that is provided to this by the state, which is essentially a half year's reserve, we would have to generate zero revenue for 4 years before we would have that problem. I would respectfully submit if we have zero revenue for 4 years, we've got a much bigger problem than not filling a stadium in the state of Nevada, something that would be on an order much larger than the pandemic we just dealt with. It does have other risks relative to this. One's a room tax, the other one is tax increment. I don't shy away from those type of questions, but we're also talking about 2 times coverage where under Allegiant Stadium it was only 1.5 times coverage, and there's an accelerated revenue generating the second set of bonds. Beyond that, you asked the question about whether, if it happened concurrently, whether we'd sort of create a compounding issue associated with it. We have another pandemic. Now we have Allegiant Stadium that perhaps doesn't have folks in it, and we have an A's stadium that doesn't have folks in it. They have separate and distinct funding structures. There is no crossover between the two. Both of them are structured with independent revenue streams and independent sets of security overall. Beyond that, sort of asked, I think, maybe even a broader question that I think Mr. Hill was talking about, and that is really what is the aggregate amount of the debt that the county is taking on here relative to that? Well, the county's debt that they're taking on, exclusive of the line of credit, the credit enhancement that is created by the state, is about $95 million overall. That's a lot of money to most of us, and I don't want to suggest that it's not a huge amount of funds, and I would hope that that is never put at risk for all the reasons that I said before. But if by a horrible set of circumstances, the county was required to utilize its general fund or its authority to pay that off, the financial stability of Clark County could certainly weather a $90 million hit. And again, I only say that as what would be an apocalyptic sort of scenario for us as a community. But you asked the question, so I wanted to take you to sort of what I think is the finality of that scenario.
Thank you, Mr. Aguero. And Chair, may I have one extra question? Thank you. Some of my colleagues have asked about the traffic situation and the challenges that intersection has with the I-15, the construction, and when big events happen. Has Nevada Department of Transportation been consulted about, what additional traffic challenges and problems need to be solved if this bill passes and if we start construction on that stadium? Because I know that in the conversation on the Allegiant Stadium, it seemed like they were here and there was a lot of conversation about what the plans they had and being able to handle the traffic going to the football stadium. And I just wonder if they're part of this.
Senator Orenshall, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, I remember those conversations, right? There was a lot. We talked a lot about parking and transportation and all those things. But let's recall that when we talked about Allegiant Stadium here, they didn't have a site, right? We didn't know where they were going to be located when that took place. So a lot of those were sort of in the context of building something as large as a 60,000 seat stadium, 65,000 seat stadium. The context of those conversations are exactly why the legislation that's presented to you today is structured the way that it is. It actually requires that the developer of the stadium go to Clark County and enter into a high-impact project agreement that contemplates transportation, utilities, air traffic, all of those things, because they're not settled today. We don't have all of those answers. More directly to the question that you're asking, the Nevada Department of Transportation is also reflected in the bill as drafted and requires that if there are infrastructure requirements that NDOT identifies as being something that needs to be mitigated, that the A's, the developer in this case, have an affirmative obligation to work not only with the local government, but also work with NDOT to mitigate those infrastructure impacts on the community.
Thank you, Mr. Aguero. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Spearman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to ask some questions that are probably a little bit more elementary than some of my learned colleagues. So we talk about jobs, and if this bill goes through, then the Tropicana will be no more, yes?
Senator Spearman, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, yes.
And so the jobs at the stadium, I think you said some of them are full-time, some are part-time. Do you have a percentage of those jobs that are part-time?
Senator Spearman, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, I don't have a perfect estimate, but the way a stadium is structured, I would guess the majority of those jobs would be part-time jobs.
So maybe 80%?
I think that feels a little high to me, Senator Spearman.
60?
Yeah, okay. I would certainly defer to that, sure.
Okay. So what is the salary? What would be the salary of the part-time employees?
Senator Spearman, Steve Hill. Start with a majority of those employees, many of those employees will be represented by the Culinary Union. The A's have agreed to that. The concession employees, we have them at the convention center. We have hundreds, up to 1,000 when we have a big trade show in, and then the trade show moves out and they move someplace else. And so those concession jobs are very mobile. It's even more portable than construction jobs are. So what having the stadium will do for all of those people who are going to be represented by the culinary and have all the pay and benefit that the culinary has negotiated on their behalf, they will have a more year-round set of opportunities to move from to improve their job situation.
So I guess what I'm getting at is that the level of pay that the employees are currently at the Tropicana, I'm trying to make sure that there's parity once they lose their job. And let me say this. One of the things that concerns me is the rapidity of innovation that is taking place. And so the culinary does a great job representing, its members. But I need to talk on the real, okay? If someone is at, and I don't know if they're $25 an hour, how long would it take them with a stadium job to get back to that level?
Senator Spearman, the question you're asking is how long they would have to go through the step process in order to do that?
No, if you can calculate the hourly pay, that's what I'm trying to get at, the hourly pay. So someone today is making $25 an hour. The bulldozer comes in, next week, that's gone. How long will it take that person to get back to $25 an hour with the stadium jobs? Because that's a lot of what we've talked about here. So how long would it take them to get to parity?
Senator Spearman, Steve Hill, there's going to be a good amount of time between the time that the Tropicana is demolished and the time operating jobs are available on the site. And while there may be an open invitation for folks who have worked on that site to come back and work at the stadium, there's real demand for that workforce in the resort corridor now, including at the convention center. So my sense is that they would move quickly to another job doing what they're doing now, rather than have to wait for 4 years and rebuild that at the stadium.
So that's another assumption that we should probably include in here, because all of them may not move immediately into a job that is equal to the one that they just left. So number two, Madam Chair, is that okay? Yeah. Okay. So the projections for construction jobs at Allegiant Stadium were 11,000. And I remember us talking about shiny new objects, I think it was with Faraday. But the project only produced 900 construction jobs in each year of construction, so 2,700 jobs.
Senator Spearman, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. Again, we're talking about person years of employment, and we're talking about direct, indirect, and induced employment overall. And I would suggest that if you look at the number of individuals that were employed in terms of Allegiant Stadium, I think there were a substantial. If you look at the number of suppliers that supported that project that may not have been part of their direct payroll, they were substantial. If you look at the amount of wages and salaries that were paid on that project and the average hourly wage that was paid on that project and what the ripple effects were associated with that, it was substantial. I know that there's been questions relative to the total number of employees and those type of things. Again, it's very difficult to measure those indirect and those induced impacts because there's no way for me to understand how many doctors or folks that are working at restaurants or grocery stores that have a job as a result of someone's secondary spending as a result of they got a paycheck. The way that the construction estimates are generated is based on the total amount of payroll that is associated with the project and what our average wage is in the community. And I would suggest both of those support both Allegiant Stadium and this project will have a very significant impact on our construction workforce.
Thank you for that. And my questions are hypothetical because what we're dealing with here is hypothetical. The third one is on the 2022 LVCVA visitor profile, it shows that people said they visited Las Vegas for sporting events at about 3%. And let me pull that up because the were other things, I think it's like 44%, for visiting relatives and friends, 12%, gambling, 6%, social event, 6%, corporate meetings, 5%, sporting events, 3%, passing through, 3%, other business, 3%. And so to the point that my colleague from Senate District 11 was making, if this was just last year on LVCVA's profile, 3% of the people said they visited, most of the people, 3% of them said they visited to attend a sporting event. Now please understand, as we're flushing this out, because the people that we represent don't expect us to come here and rubber stamp. And so we have to have answers to this, because right now the only thing we're talking about are what ifs or assumptions. Granted, there may be some type of actuarial table that was constructed to get to this, but we're talking about the reality now. So please talk to me about how we get to stadium attendance, 2.6 million, average annual using per event estimates. And again, estimates, unless it changed in the last couple of days, estimates is another way of saying assumptions.
Senator Spearman, Steve Hill. The number that I think you're referring to is the number of incremental visitors that are in attendance at events. So they're saying that's the reason they came to Las Vegas, and there's a variety of potential reasons that they could reply to there. So that's simply reflective of the 405,000 person number, visitor number that Mr. Aguero has cited, not the 2.6 million total potential seats that are available for all the events at the stadium.
Madam President, so while you all were talking, I'm getting some text from constituents. Said he keeps using waterfall. What does that mean?
Senator Spearman, Steve Hill. So as Mr. Guerrero said, we've projected use half of the revenue that will be created in this district to pay back the bonds. The other half of the revenue is directed in this legislation to go for specific uses, and those specific uses, kind of in order, are kind of seen as what happens when the money flows over the cliff into other directed uses. So it's generally the term that's used for the excess revenue that's generated that is not necessary to pay the bonds.
The other question that I got was explain transferable tax credit and do it in an elementary level.
Senator Spearman, Steve Hill. Transferable tax credit is basically the state writing a check.
Writing a check? Who's writing the check?
To the A's, to anyone else that is the beneficiary of the tax credit itself. The transferable part of that, so I was trying to be a little too elementary. The state issues a certificate that says the holder of this certificate does not have to pay one of these taxes. If you issued that certificate to the A's and they were paying those taxes, they could offset their own tax expense with that certificate. If they are unable or don't pay enough tax to get to for example, the 36 million that's requested in this legislation, they would have to sell that to someone else in order to receive the money that's the value of that certificate.
So this is my last question. Reading from a letter that Representative Barbara Lee posted today, I write regarding the future of the Oakland Athletics Baseball Club in the East Bay. Many of my constituents in the East Bay and I are increasingly frustrated with the coming apparent failure of the team and Major League Baseball to deal in good faith. Let me jump down to the third paragraph because I think someone asked this. I believe strongly that our community also provides value to the A's. Oakland has been the site for this franchise for a great deal of time. And then she goes on to say about some things that they had already started doing in preparation, some things that the Oakland A's asked for, and they were in the process of doing that. But now the frustration is coming because they're seeking a new location. So that's part one. But the other one would be, we've heard from someone about the community benefit, but as I look at this, I think the players are very close to the bottom of the pay scale. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I looked at it wrong, but that would be it. And when we talked about, and I can't remember who it was, asked, what is the investment? And right now, if you're asking us to give this much money, there has to be some awareness on the part of the owner and any other interested financial partners who have that fiduciary responsibility. There has to be some awareness of what the commitment, the dollar amount commitment is. Because absent that, the only thing we continue to talk about are just hyperboles. And so, as my colleague to my right said, we hope not to go to another pandemic. But the what ifs. And if we can't, if those payments can't be met and they fall back on the county, if that happens, then we're left, with the shrugging of the shoulders. Well, I don't know what happened. And so my questions, and I believe that the questions of my colleagues are really designed to say, we have to do our due diligence because this is a lot of money. And the community benefits really don't make up for the lack of money for youth mental health. Now, we passed a lottery that's going to come back again next year, but it's going to be like 6 years before that actually takes place. The now, the here and the now. We don't have the money to increase access, not just access, affordable access, but quality access in our healthcare delivery system. We don't have the money right now to put towards eliminating or at least mitigating homelessness. I have a bill that was about women veterans being housed and women who are coming out of domestic violence situations, formerly incarcerated women, and women who are 50 plus, housing insecure. We don't have money for any of that. And we just closed out the session, so it's going to be another 18 months unless we get called back for a third session, special session. So it's going to be that long. And so my concern, and I will tell you with all honesty, my concern and my hesitation is based upon the lack of certainty, because those things that we could not do because we don't have the money, but we come 2 days after special session ends, the session ends with a special session, but now we have the money, but we didn't have the money for mental health. We didn't have the money for hospitals. We didn't have the money for homeless to really address homelessness. And $5 million to me is a lot of money, but that's just because I've never had $5 million. But when in the grand scheme of things, and you look at how homelessness has become more and more pervasive, and part of that is because affordable housing does not exist. $5 million towards that problem, towards that challenge, is probably like saying, can you buy me a Coke? And so we would really have to look at it through the lens of how pervasive is the problem, and if we're going to be a good community partner, how do we come up from $5 million so that it really, really, really addresses the problem? Because if we don't do these tax credits, that means that there's going to be money that we can do some other things with. And as far as the transferable tax credits, that for me, if we give that to you, but then you can transfer, you can sell it to someone else. Here we go again, because now you're talking about tax dollars that are here and now, but they're not going to be, and in the future sometime, maybe they will be again. Does that make sense to you? I'm just trying to, these are questions from people who text me, but they're also questions that I've been trying to figure out in my head. And so I will tell you that transferable tax credits are a problem for me.
Senator Spearman, Steve Hill. Just to be clear, the process of redeeming those tax credits does not ever create any additional cost to state or local government. It's the original amount. That's all the cost that there will be, regardless of how they are then ultimately redeemed in the future. I will say there's certain, the uncertainty is real, but it has also been taken into consideration in a number of ways. So as we look at the bonds, the 2 times coverage, as we look at the return on investment at 3 times what the entire amount, including what is just being lent and will be repaid, there's going to be a positive benefit here. The state and local governments and the A's interests are aligned. They want to be successful too. It is why they are looking to move. It is the situation in Oakland is also a part of the issue that has to be overcome. When they have been good very recently, and when they were good, attendance was not great. The experience that we will provide in Las Vegas, both at the ballpark and around the ballpark, will be a draw that will help the team have the opportunity to be more successful in the future.
Senator Pizzina.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Mr. Aguero, Mr. Hill, for the presentation. To piggyback a little bit off of my colleague from Senate District 11's question in regards to filling the seat and realizing tax revenues, I come from the trade show industry, Mr. Hill, as I know you do too, at the LVCVA, and we look at a CES which brings in 115,000 attendees on average. ConAg, ConExpo just left in March, I think nearly 140,000. So I guess one of my questions would be, will the LVCVA be actively pursuing the convention and trade show sector to fill those seats at A's games?
Senator Pizzina, Steve Hill. The answer to that is absolutely yes. And it's not simply the trade show industry and the corporate meeting industry, but our sports department will also be working with the stadium to fill the stadium.
And what percentage of seats, and I'm just curious, in estimation would be filled by visitors versus locals?
Senator Pizzina, Steve Hill. The general projection is that about 30%, maybe a little less than 30% of the attendees would be visitors, and then just that 16% of the attendees would be those incremental visitors, and that's the basis for the entire calculation about the benefit to state and local government, just those 16%. And excuse me, but just to put that in a little more perspective, if I could, the 405,000 people, just for 81 baseball games, is just 5,000 people per game that have come to Las Vegas to attend just the baseball game portion of what's been projected. Those are the people who are going to provide 100% of the statewide and fiscal benefit that Mr. Aguero has projected.
Thank you so much. And, I guess, and you've already touched on this briefly, but, the last thing I would comment on is just the importance of the LVCVA and the resort partners looking at special events at the stadium in order to realize some of the revenues that are going to need to come when it comes to those corporate events, when it comes to trade shows and conventions, because those are huge for generating revenue and hopefully, not really looking so much at bringing in other sporting events, but other events that come up from trade shows, conventions, corporate events, and ensuring that they make sure the stadium is a venue for those events as well.
Thank you, Senator Steve Hill. When I opened, I said that we, including the resort partners, but at the LVCVA, when I talked about I'm going to personally work to make sure that you feel like the decision you make here today was a good one and was time well spent. We are going to be an aggressive partner in helping make this a successful project.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to talk to you. I felt like I was in finance when you did your big hearing, so I don't feel like I need to go over all those questions again, so I'm going to ask something completely different. And I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the Stadium Board. And I know that you made an amendment to put legislative appointments on the Stadium Authority, and I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about that and what the roles and responsibilities might be.
Senator Lang, Steve Hill. We have had that conversation. That amendment is not reflected in this document. It is a decision that this body would need to make.
Thank you. And what would their roles and responsibilities be? What is that board? What's their responsibilities, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Senator Lang, Steve Hill. Generally, the responsibility of the Stadium Authority is to make sure that the state and local governments get the benefit of the agreement that is in law and in all of the development agreement, lease agreements, non-relocation agreements, and to make sure that that actually happens. It's a relatively heavy lift early in the project because you have to negotiate the development agreement and the lease and all of the other documents that it takes in order for this project to move forward. We have to determine that the estimates on the revenue are actually there before we can, all of those things have to happen before we can go to Clark County and ask them to issue the bonds. Then there is the responsibility of making sure that the stadium is maintained, that it is being run appropriately. So we oversee that. Frankly, the Raiders have done a fantastic job of running Allegiant Stadium. It's been highly successful, and right now our job is not very difficult. The stadium's very new, so the maintenance that is required has been pretty minimal. There also has not been any money in the waterfall until just recently to contribute to that maintenance. So we will be responsible for overseeing the maintenance of the stadium moving forward, and that is kind of a summary of the responsibility of the Stadium Authority.
Senator Krasner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you very much, Mr. Hill and Mr. Aguero, for your in-depth presentation. This does sound like an exciting opportunity for Nevada. And I did have the opportunity to meet and talk with the A's owner, Mr. Fisher. He seems like a fine man and a person of high integrity. And the jobs, 14,639 jobs for construction of the stadium, and then 8,010 jobs for annual operations of the stadium. And then the visitors that will come to Nevada to watch baseball games from every state, because they're going to play every team from every state. And the fact that it's affordable, the families, that was a question I asked him, because some of the sports in Nevada are not affordable to a family of four. And he assured me there would be stadium seats and that a family of four could afford to go to these baseball games and buy their kids a hot dog and a soda, maybe some popcorn. And so those things are all very attractive to the state. But just in the last few days, I have received numerous emails from the people that live in Nevada, the people that live in my district. And so my question is there any possibility that the people could possibly receive an increase in their property taxes. Homeowners could receive an increase in their taxes on their property, or Nevada citizens generally could receive a tax increase. Thank you.
Senator Krasner, Steve Hill, Mr. Aguero can correct me if I'm wrong, but no, I don't believe that that would be the case at all.
Under any scenario, that would not be the case?
Senator Krasner, if as Mr. Aguero described, the Armageddon scenario that talked about where the county would actually have to backstop the bonds, by the way, the payments on that $95 million, $120 million bond is about a 15th of that. So it's $9 million when we start, something along those lines, a year. So it might have some minor impact somewhere, but other than that, I don't think so.
Senator Krasner, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, I think that the question that you're ultimately getting at is if the county had to use its full faith and credit, could it potentially utilize ad valorem property tax to offset the cost? I suppose so. But as Mr. Hill said, that's a pretty unlikely scenario given the order of magnitude of what we're talking about here and where you'd ultimately have to get to. The county pledges its full faith and credit and all the revenues that it has available to make that. While the options that underlie the full faith and credit of the county are significant, again, you're talking about a scenario that would not only be highly unlikely, but would also require a highly unlikely choice by the county to utilize such a.
Thank you.
Okay, members, I think at this point we may need just a little bit of a recess for folks to use the restroom, and maybe for you all who are presenting to be able to do that, or get a drink of water. So we are going to be in a recess for probably at least 20 minutes or so folks can get up, walk around, use the restroom, get a drink. I know, me too. And so the committee will be in a brief recess.
8, 9, 10. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8.
Committee will come back to order. We are still on presentation of the bill and member questions. I have a few more members who have asked to ask questions, and so we will begin with Senator Neal.
Oh my God. My colleague over here has twisted the cord. Anyway, so I have a couple of questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to ask the question, what's the difference between Allegiant and this particular stadium? So it's my understanding that Allegiant only had one revenue source, which was room tax, and it was pledged. This one has 17. So I feel like why is there a need for the second public stadium to have more revenue sources in order to pencil it out?
Senator Neal, Steve Hill. The revenue source at Allegiant Stadium is not dependent, as you point out, on Allegiant Stadium. It is dependent on the room tax throughout a 25-mile radius that incorporates most of the rooms in Clark County. So that revenue source is broad and large. This revenue source is just what will be created on that 9-acre site. And so having all of the revenue sources that are created on that site was necessary to just produce the roughly $15 million a year of average revenue that it takes in order to support that bond measure.
Thank you for that. Second question is on a revenue on page 19, which is you guys discussed it, which is the basic city county relief tax. But have you guys discussed what are the C-tax implications for that particular revenue source? Because it's my understanding that there are certain C-tax implications because a certain amount of that, liquor runs through C-tax, and you have liquor as a pledged revenue, and you have the BCCRT. And the alcohol that runs through C-tax affects, there's a 22 cent that goes to DPBH, which is an alcohol treatment program, and it's distributed through this particular source. So what's the tax implications of pledging those two sources?
Senator Neal, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, because those revenue sources would be taken off the top before they ever go into the two-tier distribution structure within the consolidated tax, won't affect consolidated tax at all. From a revenue generation standpoint, but for the existence of the stadium, there'd be no revenue going into the consolidated tax. And I guess from an aggregate revenue standpoint, the visitors that are going to come to Las Vegas are going to alcoholic beverages throughout the community, just like any other visitor would, and that would generate revenue that would go into the consolidated tax, including funding the program you just alluded to.
Madam Chair, can I ask just one final question? So I guess let me say this, because I like both of you. I think we're at a philosophical difference, because I haven't come to the belief that we need a second publicly funded stadium. And so, of course, my concerns are with the revenue and how the revenue comes down. So on page 20, the way that it's written, and this is after the franchise fee language that's in here, basically the county is then allowed to, with agreement, the county and the stadium authority are then allowed to then attach other taxes as agreed. And then on top of that, the way I understand that this would work is that if the state was to pass any new tax, that could then be pledged within that stadium improvement district, and it would be sucked into it. And so in my mind, I guess I see that as like this slippery slope where although there's 17 revenues here, there's also other future taxes that could be drawn into this project. Can you talk about that?
Senator Neal, Jeremy Aguero, you're right. I mean, the idea here is to capture all of the revenues that are created by the project. Made every effort to work with everyone involved to try and identify as many of them as we can. But you know, sometimes there's revenues that we may or may not be able to see. Most notably at the local level, it's a little more difficult. Same level of transparency. Those revenues are likely to be minor. You're also correct. If there was some other revenue source that was created by the legislature, unless the legislature chose not to do it, it would potentially be captured if both the Stadium Authority Board and the county agreed that it should be captured. The idea being simply to pay those bonds off as quickly as possible by utilizing whatever revenues generated as a result.
I'm going to interrupt. I did see, I think that our fiscal staff and Mr. Nakamoto may have had something to potentially add to the last question. And so, Mr. Nakamoto, if you would like.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Michael Nakamoto, Chief Principal Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division. Just for some clarification on the liquor tax issue that Senator Neal raised. There is a portion of the tax on alcohol above 22% alcohol by volume that goes to the consolidated tax distribution. It is 65 cents per gallon of that tax. The distribution of that on the first tier of the consolidated tax, so within or to each of the 17 counties, is per capita. So absent any additional tax that would be generated from that, each amount of that particular portion of the tax would reduce the consolidated tax distribution from the liquor tax to all 17 counties, and then it would flow through the second tier to the cities and towns and other special districts within that particular county. Thank you, Madam.
No, thank you. Senator Neal, did you have anything to follow up on that? I wanted to make sure that that question had been answered and that Mr. Nakamoto was able to provide some clarity
I'll
there.
ditto Mr. Nakamoto.
Just wanted to make sure you didn't have any additional questions.
I do, but I don't know how far this rabbit hole I want to go. So, okay, I'll just ask my final question then. So you guys have also on the revenue, you know, I theoretically, I think you guys have, you mentioned that Department of Taxation, you guys have had a conversation to, I guess, discuss the mechanisms in order to move the taxes. And so the interesting thing is the one that's on page 19, which is 372B 140, which are the TNC, basically Uber and Lyft fares. And I guess I was wondering, like, you know, mechanically, how will the TNC fares be pledged since it's being used from the point of origin or the destination in the sports entertainment district? So that means it could be derived from a ride that's happening or to the area. And so when it says TNC fares, I just want to get a true understanding about how an Uber fare would then be pledged within this context.
Senator Neal, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, preliminary conversations with the providers have indicated that you can geofence those specific locations. And so if they're geofenced, we know who gets dropped off at the stadium and can direct those fares into the Sports and Entertainment Improvement District.
Madam Chair, that's my last question.
Thank you. We will go to Senator Flores.
Thank you, Majority Leader, for recognizing me a second time. And thank you both for hanging out so late. I know it's late and it's hard to be on camera. Everybody's looking at you and you got to stay sharp. So I do appreciate that. I understand that's hard. I wanted to follow up and kind of continue the conversation where I left off my first line of questioning with the community benefits agreement. And one of the things that I've had an opportunity to hear now during the line of questioning multiple times is that, well, we have that section in there because that mimics what we did in 2016 during the special session. And I'm not suggesting that it's apples to apples or identical, but some of it has carried over. And that is just reflective of the fact that we've learned. I mean, we've done this once, we've done this dance. I think a lot of electeds here have learned a lot from that too. But if I can go back to that time, and then maybe we can kind of walk through this together. I had previously mentioned that one of the things that occurred at that time is, I mean, there was ongoing conversations for about a year at that time. Also, 2016, we're just coming out of a recession, particularly in my district. There was a lot of folk who in the construction industry who were not yet back at work, and they really wanted to get back to work. And then on top of that, when we talk about community benefits, you know, if you look at Senate Bill 1 of the 2016 session, I think university is on that bill like 65 times or something like that, 50 times. And I say that because so much of that conversation had to do with investments in what we already have currently. There was a lot of extensive conversation about the Visitors Authority, the Convention Center. There was a lot of conversations about UNLV. And because something new was coming, but we were also equally investing in something that was already here. So part of that community benefits analysis and kind of what all of us who were thinking of supporting that idea, we were thinking we're also investing in something that's already here, and kind of saw that partnership. And so I'm curious why that didn't carry over in the conversations. When we started talking about the A's are coming here, we're sitting down with the folk that really made this kind of deal work back in 2016. Why not at that moment say, let's simultaneously ensure that what we do in this Senate Bill 1 reflects something very similar to what we did the first time in 2016, which is immediately ensure that we're simultaneously investing something presently. And what that looks like, and maybe it doesn't add up, whether it's allowing UNLV to play baseball, you know, have their games there, or CSN, or whatever that looks like. But I'm just trying to understand why we didn't necessarily add that component, or why that was left out, or did we try it? And obviously within the conversations you were having, it's just unfortunately, it just didn't pencil out the same way. I just wanted to get kind of into that discussion that none of us were a part of.
Senator Flores, Steve Hill. I'll give you a couple of different viewpoints on that, sir. In 2015, during that session, those two major projects you discussed, the expansion of the convention center and the stadium, were proceeding down the path in parallel and causing difficulty during that session. And obviously Governor Sandoval put together the Tourism Infrastructure Committee to try and figure out a solution, because that couldn't happen during the session. And also, obviously, you've done some great work during this session that wasn't required to be paired up with this project. Most of the time, these projects are probably best reviewed, analyzed as a single project. We think this makes sense in this situation and allows the best view of the project. Separately, I will say, heard you through this hearing and are doing work to respond to some of the concerns of this committee. And we will be getting back with you shortly with responses to community benefit topics and concerns that you have.
Madam Majority Leader, may I follow? And thank you for that. And what I would add to that is, I think something very similar is happening now, in that when you talk about Allegiant, and you alluded to it in your response, there was conversations that were happening prior to the Allegiant conversation that were left unfinished, and we couldn't get them across the finish line. And it wasn't until we tied them into Allegiant that all of it collectively worked. I think that is also true presently. There's been a legislative session that just ended, and there's a lot of legislation there that also didn't make it all the way through that finish line. And attaching it to this conversation is very prudent, and I think can allow for this conversation to move further. I think we're in a very similar situation. But I also wanted to talk about the different, the kind of that deal and this deal. What did we do in that deal, and what did we put in the NRS then that we've learned from and have improved and is no longer here, and or we've improved in what is in front of us now?
Senator Flores, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I think Senate Bill 1 has worked pretty darn well. You know, in terms of constructing a development agreement and a lease agreement, I think the novel structure that was created that was called the Stadium Authority Board has done a pretty remarkable job in terms of ensuring that the deal that was structured was actually brought forward. I think oftentimes, you know, when we look back at what happened before, we look at Senate Bill 1 and we look at the section that is where the community benefits plan, for example, is included, right? That's section 23.5. You'll notice that, I'm sure you know, oftentimes you don't have a sort of half provision, right? A half major section of a bill. And that's because that section was added at the 11th hour as folks were sort of talking about things that we needed to do better relative to that bill to get it across the finish line. There was not a lot of conversation about a community benefits plan throughout that process. It sort of came up during the legislative session. To your point, we probably should have had some more time. We probably should have thought about it a little bit more. You mentioned the fact that the university, for example, is mentioned 50, 60 times in that bill. The reason for that is that the way Senate Bill 1 is structured, that in the event that the stadium wasn't constructed, that it would essentially pivot over and UNLV would receive the money who was going to build a stadium for their football team anyway. And to the extent the NFL didn't approve the project, we would have had that. So I don't know that that's something that I would necessarily change or think differently about. In terms of the structure for the community benefits plan, I think you make an excellent point in terms of being a little bit more structured around it. Respecting the fact that both the legislation that you're contemplating now and Senate Bill 1 from 2016 includes language that requires us to sort of think about what would happen. I can tell you, we pressed the Raiders pretty hard on that community benefits agreement. We went out and we looked at other community benefits agreements that had been around the country, and we asked them to put the highest thresholds of any one that we could find in terms of minority and women hiring for both the construction phase and the operations phase, and they've beat every estimate that we put in there. Are there things we could have done better? Are there things that you brought up here today that we could have done better? Yes, sir. There are absolutely things we could have done better relative to that. There are a couple of provisions that are in this legislation that were not in that last one. Things like making sure that the public remains a third-party beneficiary of any agreement that exists. That sort of came up from time to time. I think that there are provisions relative to how agreements are renewed and things like that that are better. But Senator Flores, I'll be honest with you. I think Senate Bill 1 from 2016 is a real example. That's why the folks that are in Buffalo utilized the structure that we created to do that, including some elements of of community benefits and how it was structured into the agreement. The folks in Nashville utilized a lot of our documents and reached out to ask how we did things that were there. If you're asking the thing that I think is probably most important, it is within the document that you have today, the bonds cannot be issued until a community benefits agreement is in place. That did not exist in Senate Bill 1. All they had to do was create it, and then it had to exist in order for things to move forward. That is not how this legislation works. And I know we use words like accountability, and we use words like enforcement, and we want it to be some of those things. I think those provisions will, perhaps not with the level of specificity that's being requested here, but will get you a lot further than maybe we were able to get with the language that was originally created.
And Madam Majority Leader, if I could do my final point. Thank you, and I appreciate you referencing UNLV as a plan B in case it didn't work, because I remember we spoke about that extensively. And I also appreciate you mentioning that we think we did a really good job on the first bite. Not perfect, but it was good. To the first point, the plan B is I guess a different form of that. I think would make people feel a little bit more comfortable. But it's not here in who's going to fill the stadium if the A's don't come, because the A's will come if this deal goes through, right? It's a different scenario. But there is this notion that links both of those comments that you made, that we did do very well, and we did exceed projections, and the stadium is outperforming what we even suggested it would. But if we're so confident that that is true today, then I think there's an opportunity for us to consider having some clawbacks here in saying, we feel so confidently that we're going to exceed the expectations that we can push in the other direction and say, if we don't meet the expectations we're talking about, that there's some clawbacks where the team will have some responsibility there of what we are asking you to kind of hold the bill on. And it's not something that you have to answer the question now. This is a conversation you have to think about, and I'm not going to put you on the spot in that way. That's not my intent. But I just think these are the type of things that allow for folk to have a little bit more comfort, because it's demonstrating that we've seen this in the past, we've done this plan, we think we're going to do what we've done before, which is beat what everybody thinks we can actually do, because Nevada can deliver. And we're so confident that there's language in there, and we're not calling it a plan B, we're calling it here an assurance of our confidence that we're going to create all these jobs, that we're going to have all these benefits to everybody, that we're willing to put some clawbacks in there, that if we don't meet those expectations, the A's will fall on that. And that's just for you to think about. I'm not trying to put you on the spot and force you to answer that question. But I just wanted to throw that out there, and thank you again.
Okay, we'll go to Senator Giorniati.
Thank you so much, Chair, just for giving me one more line of questioning. I feel like my remarks from the live entertainment tax were not completely there, so I want to try again. I don't know if Mr. Cavall is here to answer questions, or if I can direct them to you all. Is he still here? Or I'll direct them to you all. Okay, so and you'll understand what my final conclusion point is. So by no means did I mean my line of questioning as a sign of disrespect or trying to downplay the presentation that you have today. I believe that many of the residents perhaps would welcome the Oakland A's to Las Vegas if the circumstances were right, including myself. The question that, of course, comes into play is using tax dollars and the ramifications that exist with such particular outcome. And as my colleague mentioned just shortly, the potential clawbacks if we fail to meet the requests of, say, projected jobs, projected revenue. Should we hit a downturn? What are the ramifications or the steps in place to provide such a proposal? And so, just simple question. If I purchased food and merchandise on this site, would I have to pay sales taxes?
Yeah, Steve Hill, yes.
Okay. That's what I figured the answer was. And so if you have to pay sales taxes for food and merchandise, I don't know why we would ignore paying either a sales tax or a live entertainment tax for the ticket sale to get into the facility. I would request that either one or two things. One, that we specifically add or remove the exemption for athletic events, specifically for baseball games, from the live entertainment tax and add it into this bill proposal. And if that's not accepted, then I would request that we remove it from the tax revenue sources, because it's not fair that you're taking advantage of it, but you're not also paying it. And I think it's unfortunate that it's not, in terms of capturing something that is not equitable to the other businesses that do pay into it. And I think that's something that you should consider. And so I appreciate your time today.
Senator Nguyen.
Thank you, Chair. This is kind of following up from some of the earlier comments from my colleague from Senate District 4 about how kind of the funding model and some of the provisions around the money kind of differ from the Raiders Stadium. But specifically, if we can talk about Section 30, that's the credit enhancement section. So I have some concerns, because in there we are taking in addition to the tax credits and the $35 million a year, we are starting that fund off with $25 million in general funds that, it's my understanding, is proposed to be put into that infrastructure bank. And am I correct in understanding that the intent is to allow Clark County to get better terms on bonding?
Win for the record, Jeremy Aguero. Yes.
And then just to follow up on that, I haven't really seen that anywhere, and I'm just trying to can we explain why that section is there and why that 25 million is needed in that project? Like, can Clark County not seek this bonding without having that backstop in the infrastructure bank and that 25 million in general fund dollars in that infrastructure bank?
Senator, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. The answer to your question is that Clark County would like to have 2 times coverage on the bonds. For every $1 that's available for principal and interest, another dollar that's available to make sure that if revenues come in short, that there's a backstop. If we had 2 times coverage only on the revenues that were there, it wouldn't be enough to generate the revenue. It would be too little. And so by creating a line of credit from the state, it allows us to take the bonding amount from 95 million roughly to about $120 million overall. By having those dollars sit in that account in the event that they are needed, it creates an additional level of security referenced in the bill as a credit enhancement, that instead of the county needing cash coverage of 2 times, we get cash coverage of 0.5 and then a credit line of 0.5, and it gets us to the same place.
But they're able to seek these bonds without having these allocated funds. The terms just are not as, I guess, favorable for them, and they don't have the security of knowing that we're backing them up.
Senator Wynn, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I think the answer to your question is that's exactly right. To the extent that there's no line of credit, we wouldn't be able to yield as much from the bonds because you're right, the structure wouldn't be as favorable.
And that 25 million, it would never revert back to the state. It would just stay in that infrastructure bank indefinitely under the terms as written out here.
Senator, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, yes, that is the case. At the end of this process, assuming they were never used, I would hope that the legislature would find a good use for them.
And then, Madam Chair, if I could just ask one other question. I'm kind of going to switch off to another topic in Section 20, subsection 3. And this is kind of the section where Clark County has been tasked in statute in essentially moving people experiencing homelessness off the strip. And so, while I understand why it might be necessary or why we want to move people out of this tourism corridor, if you could kind of explain better what your vision is for this. I'm just concerned I've heard from some of our city jurisdictions, like the city of Henderson or the city of Las Vegas, in particular the city of Las Vegas, that currently many of our services for those that are unhoused are located in downtown Las Vegas or in the city of Las Vegas city limits. So I just have some concerns and would like to know if you could clarify what your intent was that and those statutory directives on the county to, I'm worried that we're just moving people that are unhoused into the city, and if there's any communication on a plan to coordinate with that.
Senator Wynn, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, the answer to your question is there's no broad-based plan there. That was just to capture some of the money if the project beat expectations to help what is an identified problem. This legislature passed AB 528, which deals with identifying and thinking about a more comprehensive solution to homelessness. There have been other legislation that this body has undertaken. Local governments are spending upward of $100 million plus on this problem in Southern Nevada alone. This doesn't even attempt to solve that. It just said, if there's some extra money, we've got a problem that we could use some additional resources for. And if the project overperforms, we should be dedicating them to that. I don't think there was a whole lot more in terms of what was included there. Relative to AB 528, there's a requirement that to participate in that project, each local government have a navigation center that's there, much like what exists in the courtyard around the Corridor of Hope for the city of Las Vegas. Obviously, that's critically important. No one has ever brought up or suggested to me for a moment that what we want to do is, round up homeless folks and essentially take them to the city of Las Vegas. Number one, I don't think there would be sufficient funds to do that given the magnitude of the problem. But even as a matter of policy, no one suggested that.
And hopefully you didn't, I didn't want to suggest that that was it. I just knew that there were some statutory provisions talking about moving unhoused people outside of that strip corridor. And I just had some concerns that the natural movement would be into these other jurisdictions where there are services. But I appreciate your answer and thank you.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to just change and talk a little bit about the naming rights of the stadium. Do you know the anticipated revenue that the A's would get from the renaming of the stadium?
Senator Lang, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. Look, we can look at what other stadiums have done. Some of those data are public. Senator, some of those are not. But no, we don't have with the level of specificity what the naming rights would be 3 years from now.
Do you know when that would happen in the process?
Senator Lang, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. Likely, it would be during the construction process by the time it gets opened. We think about that in terms of contractually obligated revenue, right? As the stadium comes up, they're going to have all kinds of things that they're trying to sell, naming rights, rights to, pouring and food and beverage and catering rights, and some of those type of things that exist. Normally, that will happen during the development period, so when the stadium opens, that contractually obligated revenue comes through. There are some examples where those things happen a little earlier than later, but generally speaking, it's after the physical asset is in place.
And so I think you just kind of said, but I just want to make sure I heard it correctly. So would the money from the naming of the stadium come in one lump sum, or does it usually come in over time?
Senator Lang, Jeremy Aguero, generally speaking, it's oftentimes talked about this big number, but it's usually spread over a 10 to 20 year period that there's a contractually obligated amount of revenue that inures to the benefit of the project.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, ma'am.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Chair, for the second bite at the apple. Mr. Aguirre, I'm hoping you can kind of level with us a little bit, and I know your job is to pitch this, but I want to pick your brain as an economist for a second. So it's my opinion that what we have before us might be what are kind of maybe the rosiest projections of how this might work out. What is the worst case scenario?
Senator Harris, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, the worst case scenario is that we begin to build something and it doesn't get completed. We run into a pandemic like we saw before, and it has a compounding effect associated with our community, and it shuts the strip down like what we saw before. To be honest with you, in my career, I suppose we dealt with the events of September 11th and what that ultimately meant. And I'll be honest with you, I thought, well, that's probably as bad as it gets. And yet we rebounded from that. And then we had a great recession, right? And it was pretty bad for our state. A lot of foreclosures, a lot of things. I thought that was pretty bad. And then we had a once in a 100-year pandemic. I don't know what this world is going to throw at us next, but something that would essentially interrupt the ability for us to attract visitors to our community, for people to go to work, for people to be in areas that they can be together would be devastating, not only for this project, but for our state as a whole.
So in my question, I'm assuming that there is no large intervening force majeure, right? I'm talking, let's say we set up this deal and things just don't work out. What is the worst case scenario because the A's can't produce, or we don't attract because there isn't any investment in the team, or because visitors don't come in the way that you suggest that they're going to come, right? So, I mean, I assume that when you modeled, you had a high, middle, low, right? What would that low be, right? Not assuming a recession, or let's keep an even keel, but I mean $27,000 or 27,000 people on average is probably like things are going really well. What is the worst case scenario if things don't go well? How much is the state the county going to be on the hook for?
Yeah, Senator Harris, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, I think you and I are just going to have to disagree on this a little bit. I don't believe that the project achieving 50%, the 50th percentile, is somehow setting the world on fire relative to attendance. I don't believe that 8 events happening at the facility in any way suggest maximizing the utility of the asset. I just disagree with that. But to your point, are there scenarios in which the project could generate less revenue? Sure there are. Right? The stress tests that were done by the PFM report looked at, minus 10%, minus 20%. Still, in which case there was sufficient revenue to essentially secure the bonds as they were issued. Do I believe that those scenarios could exist? Of course they can, and I acknowledge your question. It is a good one. I have no doubt that there are scenarios that we could imagine. This project is not without risk. It is not without risk for the A's. It's not without risk for the state of Nevada. If those things happen that you just laid out, right, the A's will have invested over $1.1 billion, right? They're going to have a massive financial problem, right? And the reality is that, they could have financial issues that would lead to some kind of turnover there. Again, I feel like the scenario that's been painted is not here to try and suggest to you that, the best case scenario is what is possible. I did not produce those numbers. The folks from CSL produced those numbers. They're very good at what they do. And I will tell you that the A's actually carved back the projections that CSL had estimated because they wanted to be a little bit more conservative. If we had come here and suggested to this body that what was going to be built was a 40,000 seat stadium and they were going to put 27,000 people in it and it was going to be 60% occupied, my guess is people would say, wow, that doesn't seem inherently unreasonable. But because it's being sized at roughly the size of demand for Major League Baseball today, when it's constructed, it will be the smallest venue in Major League Baseball. I would suggest to you that it is not a scenario in which there's this sort of aggressive nature in terms of the demand that's going to be created. We look at what folks said before the Golden Knights came, right? That no one was going to go to hockey in the desert, and yet they're selling out every night. Now, granted, they're performing incredibly well, which I think you and I talked about a little bit, right? But, I do believe in our community. I do believe in what we can do. I think there's a huge benefit in having 40 million visitors and the ability to attract them to an asset like this. I do believe the ballpark will be iconic and the ability to draw folks that will gravitate to that.
And I don't, in this particular line of questioning anyway, I'm not trying to necessarily disagree with that, but I think that we should have all of the information before us as to what the level of risk is and what we're putting on the line, right? How it could work out if things went well, but we should also know what would it look like if things didn't, right? Has anyone calculated the opportunity cost and offset that with the investment? So we know if we take the money, what we might generate, but what's the opportunity cost for this? If we took the money and spent it on, I don't know, something like education or infrastructure, which generally economists tend to prefer because it increases productivity, right? Has the opportunity cost of this been calculated and considered?
Senator Harris, Jeremy Aguero, opportunity cost is obviously a complicated sort of concept, right? Because what is the opportunity that you're giving up, right? I mean, we all value education, and you're right, infrastructure builds capacity that generates it. The reverse is essentially what's been done here, right? If we take all of the cash flows, the state of Nevada is $366 million to the good, right? So the opportunity cost is that the state of Nevada will have $366 million less in a net present value by not constructing the project. So if that opportunity cost, you're going to use that $366 million for education or infrastructure or the countless other needs of the state of Nevada, I believe that the state of Nevada is in a better place than it would be if the project was never constructed. The opportunity cost of not building the project is you get nothing.
Except we get whatever we would benefit from spending those dollars on something else.
Certainly, but you're going to have 366 million fewer dollars to spend.
So it's my understanding that, I don't know, approximately 86% of economists agree that governments should eliminate subsidies. Are you generally on the side of 14% of people in your profession, or is this just a one-time 86% of economists are probably wrong thing?
Senator Harris, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. Obviously, subsidies take any number of different forms, right? We subsidize everything in this state, right? It's what governments do. They provide services by collecting revenue and providing services to offset costs for things that wouldn't otherwise be provided, right? There are very different types of subsidies, right? If we're talking about a subsidy that essentially generates greater revenue than it offsets, that's not a subsidy, that's an investment.
But I don't think most of the people in your profession agree with the statement that you just made, that it in fact does create more revenue for local governments than it would otherwise, right? I think in this instance, you're probably in the minority here of people in your profession.
Senator Harris, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. Look, I've read all the articles that have come out recently about stadiums and subsidies and all those type of things. I am not in the minority of my profession as much as we are in the minority relative to the structure of our economy and our revenue system. There is nowhere else in the United States that has the level of visitor contributions that we have here. It is what sets us apart from everywhere else. Those economists that are talking about the fact that the subsidies that are provided to public assets like stadiums and arenas, I want to be clear about this. They are 100% correct. If you go and you build a stadium in Des Moines or, Tallahassee or other places that don't have the level of visitation, where you are building it only for the residents that are there, you are building a community asset. I get that. It has a net negative economic benefit. If you build it in Southern Nevada, Allegiant Stadium, I would even use T-Mobile, respecting the fact that it did not get any public money. The fact that you are putting all of those visitors in, and every one of those visitors stay in our hotel rooms, eat in our restaurants, generate all of that revenue, you can put me in whatever minority of people in my profession that you'd like to, and I will stand there happily. The difference is not that I am different. The difference is that we are different as an economy, which sets us apart.
You're a smart guy and you do your homework, so I'm assuming that you've, seen pitches for these public stadiums in other cities. How often is the sell that city is different?
Senator Harris, I appreciate the compliment. I've seen some of the analyses that have been done. I don't know that I've seen ones that would suggest sort of the level of visitor volume is going to be the offsetting factor. I have had some of those conversations most recently with folks in Nashville around what they thought was actually going to generate in terms of, they have a pretty robust and growing visitor-based economy. So I've had some of those conversations, but I'm not an authority in terms of what other arguments have been made. And I can tell you I have never made such an argument in another jurisdiction.
Chair, just one more quick thing, and then I will wrap it up, I promise. Thank you so much. I just want to make sure that I've got this understood on the record. Your testimony is that a public stadium is a bad idea everywhere else except for Las Vegas.
Senator Harris, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, that is not my testimony.
Okay, I thought that's what I heard, but I'm out of time to clarify. So
I'm not intending to be clever or argumentative. I have not analyzed everywhere else around the United States. My point is, when we do the analysis here in the state of Nevada, in Southern Nevada, and we look at the three components, construction, operations, and visitors, what I'm suggesting is that the fact that our visitor economy is more robust than almost anywhere else in the United States allows us to do things and benefit from things differently than other areas. I cannot opine to everywhere else.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Scheidel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the second bite at the apple. And I know that it's late. We've already asked a lot of questions, but there is one thing that I think that we have not discussed thoroughly enough, which is what we've kind of been euphemizing as infrastructure, but the traffic flow and the parking situation there, you know, I'm assuming that an urban planner or a traffic specialist has been consulted, and what's the plan?
Senator Steve Hill. Yes, the A's have engaged Kimley Horn, which is a engineering firm that is a traffic specialist. They've produced a report, and the county will weigh in on that if this moves forward. Their Public Works Department is also an expert in this. They work with Kimley Horn. Kimley Horn is the traffic engineering firm in Las Vegas. There are a number of different thoughts in that plan. The restructuring of Reno Road that is behind the Tropicana is an important part of that traffic mitigation plan. The work that is already going on at the intersection of I-15 and Tropicana, which will expand that intersection for future growth, is a big part of that. There is also a major planned project just east of this site, there at Paradise and Thomas and Mack and the entrance into the airport, that will also add capacity at that intersection. As I said before, a lot of people are going to walk to the events at this stadium. And there is the Boring Company loop system, the underground transportation system, has land use approval at that site, and down Tropicana, south on Las Vegas Boulevard. It will ultimately be able to connect the parking garage at Mandalay Bay, for example, to this stadium. MGM's parking garage. There are 20,000 or so parking spots in structured parking on the 4 properties on that corner now. So those will all be available to use, and being able to disperse that traffic so it's not actually centered all at the stadium sites, an important part of reducing congestion. And in addition to that, that site, once the Tropicana is demolished and the stadium is built, but before anything else is developed on that site, that other 26 acres will be available for as well.
Senator Orenshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am piggybacking on a question my colleague from Senate District 11 had asked earlier regarding the contribution of the developer partner into the infrastructure. And I'm looking at Section 22, subsection 2, subparagraph H on page 9. It says that the developer partner must provide for an adequate contribution by the developer partner for the construction or improvement of any infrastructure off the site of the project that it is determined to be necessary for the project by the Department of Transportation, the county, or any municipality. And I like that it provides for the contribution, but I'm just a little worried that adequate contribution seems kind of fuzzy. And I'm wondering what's an adequate contribution? Who determines whether the contribution is adequate enough? Is it 5%, 10% of the project, 50%? Is there any history with the Allegiant Stadium as to what an adequate contribution is? Or I wonder if will it be the Stadium Authority Board who decides what's an adequate contribution if this bill passes? I wonder if you could speak to that subparagraph H of subsection 2 of 22.
Senator Orenshaw, Steve Hill. The definition of adequate contribution will be made in large part because of the location by Clark County through that high impact project process. NDOT will also be a part of that conversation, and we'll have that authority as well.
Thank you. Just brief follow-up. So it'll be the Clark County Board of Commissioners or Clark County staff that'll determine what is an adequate contribution for this infrastructure?
Senator Steve Hill. Yes, the Public Works Department will work with the developer partners to determine what needs to be constructed, and generally the A's will pay for all of that, less the $25 million that Clark County has offered as a discount in that development agreement as a part of this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Sievers-Ganser.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Since we were talking about Las Vegas and its ability to bring in visitors and the success, I'm looking at a Billboard article that talks about the top grossing stadiums. Allegiant Stadium ranked as the top grossing in the world. The numbers were between November 1st of 2021 to October 31st of 2022, $182,503,000 with over 1 million attendees. Then you go SoFi, then you go Foro Sol in Mexico City, then MetLife in East Rutherford. Further, in the Billboard list of top arenas that can hold 15,001 people or more, T-Mobile Arena on the Strip comes in at number 4 with 124,684,713. I think Las Vegas drives shows. And, just in this discussion, it's unique. Las Vegas is so unique. It's one of the places, these numbers prove it. This is a recent article. It's from last year, again, November 1 of 2021 to October 31st of 2022. And so I think to the point of whether Las Vegas is uniquely situated, I think the answer is yes. And I also think when you look at the deal, I think there were some discussions about the attendance was 180% of what the expectations were. So it ended up being the model when those folks who passed that bill, it was conservative. 180% of what the model was. And I think it was I can't remember if that was 3-to-1 ROI or if that's what you expect for this one. But I think there's been great success in Las Vegas. And so I think we need to keep that in mind, that the evidence is here. It's in writing. Billboard. If you just Google it, you'll find it. Thank you.
Senator Dondero Loop.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for the second bite at the apple here. I do have one last clarifying question. In Section 29, subsection 4, it says that state and local governments who collect the pledge taxes are required to determine commercially reasonable procedures to separate the pledged revenues from other collections. So what happens if there's no commercially reasonable procedure that the Department of Taxation, for example, can isolate those insurance premium taxes? Like, I'm starting to think about like the bigger picture, like how is this all gonna work if we make it work?
Senator Dondero Loop, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. If there's no commercially reasonable way to do it, they will not inure to the benefit of the district.
Okay, that was pretty succinct. I expected a bigger answer than that. I guess I was overthinking it. All right, so with that, I want to thank you for being here today and answering the questions. I'm assuming that we'll have some amendments to Senate Bill 1 that we are looking at now. We've heard this procedure now twice. We've had 2 hearings. We heard Senate Bill 509 in Finance and Ways and Means, and now we've heard it tonight as a committee of the whole. So I'm assuming that there will be some amendments that we will see coming forth. And so thank you for being here. I look forward to seeing those amendments. And with that, Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. And I, too, just want to thank you for being here and presenting. I know it is late. Thanks, everyone, for staying with us. But I think it's important for us to be able to ask questions. And I think that you've obviously heard that there are some concerns and some things that I think we can have some further discussion about. And so, like my colleague, just looking forward to seeing some amendments and working through some of the pieces of this. With that, everyone, we are going to move to testimony on the bill. So we'll thank you for being here. We are going to start here in Carson City. We will go with support first. We will then go down to Las Vegas. If you are down in Las Vegas, and I think there are some people still hanging out in the room with us, so if you are here to testify in support, you're welcome to take those first 3 chairs there at the table. We'll kind of go back and forth between here and Carson City and Las Vegas, and then finish up on the phone lines. I would remind everyone that we will be taking 2 minutes per person. If you have additional comments, we would be happy to receive those. Please submit those in writing to our Senate staff. You can find the information on how to do that online on Nellis. And we will move on from support to opposition. And I think there were some folks looking to testify in support who are making their way down here in Carson City to the floor of the Senate. And whoever would like to go first can come up to the podium. Mr. Saavedra, it is good to see you. I will be letting you know once you get close to that 2-minute mark. We're going to take support testimony for a bit. We will then move to opposition after that, and then neutral finally. But we will start here in Carson City with you, Mr. Saavedra, when you are ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, and thank you all for being here in these late nights. We really appreciate it. My name is Vince Saavedra, for the record. Vince, V-I-N-C-E, Saavedra, S-A-A-V-E-D-R-A, and I'm the Executive Secretary-Treasurer to the Southern Nevada Building and Construction Trade Unions. Obviously, we urge your support. It brings jobs to Nevada. I represent roughly 30,000 members and hardworking Nevadans. Make no mistake, blue-collar workers are the community, and I represent those 30,000 hardworking families, and they all want these jobs. What it does for the community, for their kids, words can't describe it. I'm not going to sit up here and talk about the economical impact and the jobs it brings. We already know what that is. But please take in consideration that the blue-collar worker is the community, and they are Southern Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. Whoever is next can go ahead and come on up. And for those of you here in Carson City, feel free to kind of come up to that podium. Don't hesitate, so we can get through that whole line. Mr. Esposito, when you're ready. You have your microphone on?
Jesus. Didn't know how to push a button, sorry. Greg Esposito, representing the Nevada State Pipe Trades. There is freedom waiting for you on the breezes of the sky, and you ask, what if I fall? Oh, but my darling, what if you fly? That poem came to mind as I was listening to everyone's questions. As somebody who represents the economic interests of 2,200 families in Clark County, I truly appreciate the fact that we have representatives that are picking this bill apart. I wouldn't respect you if you didn't. However, I hope that you don't lose sight of the fact that there are a bunch of people that are hoping that you try to fly. Since the Raiders Stadium broke ground, my organization has taken in almost 200 apprentices. Those are 200 careers started. I know a lot of people are talking about the jobs. Just my organization has taken in 200 apprentices that will now have lifelong careers. Not all of them worked at the Raiders Stadium, but as we discussed here on the floor 7 years ago, Resorts World kicked back up because of the economic benefits of the stadium. Fountain Blues getting finished up because of the economic benefits of the stadium. These sort of projects drive our economy. Transitioning and offering new entertainment options are how we've thrived for the past 30 or so years. And so the members I represent and the ones I don't represent yet hope that you fly. There are 17-year-olds right now who don't know that there's going to be an apprenticeship opportunity out there for them. But once this stadium kicks off, there will be. There are veterans in the military right now, there are service members in the military right now that are going to go through helmets to hard hats, veterans in piping, and they're hoping that you fly. And there are people in the community.
Mr. Esposito, if you can wrap up.
There are people in the community who would benefit from the money that the A's are going to bring to town. So I appreciate your time, and I hope that you support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next here in Carson City. Mr. Ellis, when you're ready.
For the record, my name is Mark Ellis. I'm the president of Communication Workers of America. Seems like we've been here a long time today, so I'll keep this short and sweet. We support the bill.
You got a yay there. Mr. Morley, when you're ready.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to ask all the questions and get the valuable information that you need to help make the right decision on this issue. I represent Laborers Local 872, Laborers Local 169, and the men and women of those two organizations need these jobs. We need these jobs for apprentices so that we can continue to keep growing the construction industry. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Paul Catha, and I represent the Culinary Workers Union Local 226. The Culinary Union supports SB1 now that the involved parties have come to an agreement that's good for workers in Southern Nevada. While the union avoids picking sides between different unionized employers, the union supports the A's decision to partner with the Tropicana Las Vegas. The Culinary Union will negotiate to ensure that Tropicana's workers' rights under the contract are strictly followed so that workers have additional compensation, health care coverage, and pension benefits when the property is closed for redevelopment. Culinary Union contracts include strong language on layoff, recall, seniority, training, and placement so that unionized workers will have access to free job training and continued benefits during closure, seniority rights of first access to job openings if the property reopens, and placement into other job opportunities as they are available. The Culinary Union applauds the A's on agreeing to card check neutrality language to allow the workers at the stadium to freely choose whether to unionize, and the union looks forward to the labor management relationship that will come with Major League Baseball coming to Las Vegas. The Culinary Union urges the Nevada Legislature to support and pass SB1.
You have that microphone hit?
Madam Leader, Quetzaro, and honorable members of the committee, my name is Jason Great. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs for MGM. MGM strongly supports the Southern Nevada Tourism Innovation Act, which would facilitate the construction and operation of a world-class Major League Baseball stadium in Las Vegas. We welcome Major League Baseball and the A's and believe their relocation to Las Vegas would cement our destination status as the premier sports and entertainment destination in the world, an unthinkable proposition to many not long ago, but certainly not to this body and not to those of us who know what is possible in Nevada and what Las Vegas is capable of creating when opportunities present. A Major League Baseball stadium would bring material, positive economic impacts to state and local governments and to the resort corridor. We have seen this with T-Mobile Arena and Allegiant Stadium. Home games drive accretive visitation and spending from spectators and fans. This means more guests staying in hotel rooms. This means more people dining in our restaurants and taking in the overall Las Vegas experience, with state and local governments sharing in those incremental revenues. In addition to a robust schedule of Major League Baseball games, a venue of this size and structure would enable our destination to welcome entertainment, sporting, and other special events that may not otherwise come to Southern Nevada. As the largest private sector employer in Nevada and a significant contributor to the state's hospitality industry, Nevada's top economic engine, MGM Resorts strongly supports responsible investments that enhance and spur the growth of tourism to our destination. We appreciate your consideration and urge your support. It means a great deal to us, our 41,500 Las Vegas-based team members and their families, and the state's tourism and hospitality industry. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Please.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Senate. For the record, Paul Moratkin, Senior Vice President, Government Affairs for the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber is in support of Senate Bill 1. This bill is an important step in investing in the future of Southern Nevada and will help solidify our role as a global sports destination city. For Las Vegas and Nevada to maintain its position as the premier global destination for entertainment, we need to continue to invest in world-class infrastructure projects that will make sure we're staying ahead of our competitors. We will also be setting new entertainment standards that will be unmatched anywhere else in the world. This bill will also spur economic development and diversification within our economy. By securing a Major League Baseball team with this new stadium, we will open access to a new market of sports fans that we have previously not tapped into. This stadium will also provide a new entertainment venue option, which will attract new leisure travelers both internationally and nationally. Equally as important to our local economy, this project will create good-paying jobs in both construction and the hospitality industries. This new stadium and team operations are projected to create 5,400 direct new jobs in Southern Nevada and will generate over $440 million in wages and salaries paid to local workers in our economy over the next 30 years. The investment and the construction of this project will also help insulate us against any future economic changes that may occur in the future. The Chamber believes this project will replicate the success we have seen with Allegiant Stadium, which this body approved. The Chamber also supports this legislation because of the accountability measures created with the financing mechanisms and the fact that the Las Vegas Stadium Authority will have oversight of the stadium like it does with Allegiant. It is a proven model. Another important factor is the public financing structure does not require new taxes or does increase any existing taxes. In closing, the Chamber asks this body to support Senate Bill 1 and pass this bill so we continue to our investment of our future for Nevadans. Thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Can you hit your microphone button for us? Thanks.
Thank you again, Chair Canizaro, Andy Donahue, the Labor Employers Cooperation and Education Trust. I'd like to begin by thanking the committee for being here on account of a measure that is consistent with our shared goals that we all have, namely energizing the workforce development at an unparalleled level. The legislation here today represents a new foundation that will endure through the next generation of construction workers, and I want to thank you for being part of building it today. Andy, for the record.
Madam Chair and Cole, members of the committee, for the record, Randy Saltero with Saltero Strategies, here today to support SB1 on behalf of Teamsters Local 986, who does work traditionally in hotels. Similarly, we'll be doing that in the stadiums. Also, after conversations with President Dave Gavell, we on behalf of IAT, International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, also will be support after speaking with Mr. Gavell and talking with him, and he is assuring that he is going to be working on a memorandum of understanding to do the work on the stadium as well. At this time, we are in support of SB1. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Senate. I'll try to keep it brief. My name is Aaron Ibarra. I'm with Southern Nevada Building Trades. I also represent Local 797 Plasters and Cement Masons. I want to just give a quick perspective from the local education standpoint. I was born and raised here in Las Vegas, and a lot of my friends when I graduated from Canyon Springs High School didn't really see an opportunity in the university setting. And I want to just emphasize the fact that we do have a provision that would require that 15% of the construction workers within this project be apprentices. More specifically, 5% of that has to be first-year apprentices. That first-year apprentice provision is really, really important, especially for a lot of our locals that might not feel that university is right for them. Opening up our apprenticeship gives a lot of more opportunities for folks to really just grow our workforce in Nevada, and it'll allow us to actually do more outreach with our local schools and really just talk about these opportunities available that many might not even know, right? I know I didn't know about apprenticeships when I was in high school, and I think a lot of my friends and people that I graduated with would have benefited from these opportunities. Instead, they're doing something else, not getting paid as much, and not growing their pension. But I'll keep it short. I appreciate your time, and I urge you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We will move to support testimony down in Las Vegas. So whoever would like to go first, please make sure you hit that microphone button and identify yourself for the record so we know who is speaking.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. We appreciate the time and the energy that you are expending to get to the right place. My name is Jim Gibson. I'm the chair of the Clark County Board of County Commissioners. And I recognize and we recognize the importance of the decisions that will be made over the next day or so. As you consider the legislation before you, which reflects input and collaboration among many, the county, the governor's office, the treasurer, members of the legislature, and the A's organization, it's important that I ensure that you're informed about the role that Clark County has played in these discussions. Our sole focus has been to uphold the prudent financial practices of Clark County. This legislation compels the county to issue bonds for the financing of the stadium, and throughout our conversations with the A's, it has been imperative that the terms of a bond issue meet the standards that the county would require for any similar county bond issued, specifically to the amount of bond funding, the revenue of debt service coverage, revenue to debt service coverage requirement, and the amount required to be held in reserve. County Manager Kevin Schiller and Chief Financial Officer Jessica Colvin, whom many of you know well, have briefed each and every member of this board individually throughout the entire process and have carried the perspectives of each of them forward as the county has worked to negotiate a deal to reflect the financial practices of our county. It is the perspective of the county's financial experts and Kevin and Jessica that the deal before you is fiscally sound. The county's commitment to issue about $120 million in general obligation bonds was not agreed to lightly. Clark County's ability to fulfill this request is possible only because the terms of the bonds require three things: a debt service ratio, coverage ratio, of 2 times. That has been critical, and it has been our position from the very beginning. A debt service reserve equal to 2 years of average annual debt service, and the replenishment of the reserve fund throughout the life of the bonds. These terms are in place to reduce the risk of a default to the investor and, more importantly, to prevent any burden to county residents. Additionally, the county will provide up to $25 million toward the cost of infrastructure associated with utilities, roadway or pedestrian improvements, fire, police, or other requirements to be identified as we get together and develop the development agreement between the A's and the county. That agreement will be comprehensive. There will not be an issue.
Commissioner, if you could go ahead and wrap up.
We ask you to give serious thought to the effort that we've made. And might I just say, on the homeless issue, it's a pittance. It doesn't come close. $5 million doesn't solve anything. But as you know, Clark County budgets and spends hundreds of millions of dollars addressing homelessness because we are, by statute, solely responsible to address homeless, housing, and indigent care challenges. Thank you very much.
Next, down in Clark County.
Good evening, Leader Canizaro and members of the committee as a whole. My name is Virginia Valentine, and I represent the Nevada Resort Association. The addition of a Major League Baseball team and the state-of-the-art baseball stadium to Las Vegas's iconic skyline will expand our reputation as a premier professional sports destination, offering visitors another reason to travel here and to extend their stay. And as we've seen with other professional sports leagues in Las Vegas, the home games drive increased visitation and visitor spending as fans want to stay and experience the destination's newest attraction. We appreciate your time, your questions, and your consideration, and urge your support of SB1.
Great, thank you. Next, please.
Thank you, Chair Canizaro and members of the Senate. My name is Emily Osterberg. On behalf of the Henderson Chamber of Commerce and its 1,900 members, we urge you to support SB1. Structuring a means for Major League Baseball to come to Nevada will shepherd further and diversify economic development. Additionally, SB1 will encourage employment in both short-term construction jobs and long-term operations employment. For these reasons, we join with the unions and the business community in support of SB1. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Canizaro and esteemed members of the Senate Committee of the Whole. For the record, Ann Barnett, CEO of the Nevada Contractors Association, here to express our support for SB1. Our association is comprised of skilled contractors and subcontractors who have successfully constructed monumental projects in Nevada, such as the Allegiant Stadium and the recent Las Vegas Convention Center expansion. Passing this legislation will provide for the creation of thousands of high-paying construction employment opportunities on yet another another world-class venue, as well as support for small and diverse businesses and contributing to Nevada's overall economic growth. Taking these substantial benefits into account, the Nevada Contractors Association strongly supports SB1. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Anna Wood. I am Government Affairs Chair and member of the Board of Directors of the Las Vegas Asian Chamber of Commerce. Good evening, Chair Canizaro and members of the Senate Committee. Since 1986, the mission of the Las Vegas Asian Chamber of Commerce has been to serve and represent the professional interests of Nevada's growing AAPI business community. With a population of more than 355,000 Asian Americans, AAPI is the second largest minority in Nevada. The Asian Chamber of Commerce supports the creation of a sports and entertainment improvement district. This addition to our city will not only bring national baseball to Vegas, it will strengthen businesses and build community. Currently, there are more than 22,000 Asian-owned businesses in Nevada. SB1 will enable Asian small businesses and entrepreneurs to grow and succeed through connectivity and opportunity. It will provide employment, growth in leadership, engage community by enhancing mentoring programs, youth and seniors program development, showcase diversity and new talent, and various other ethnic groups to our city, as well as attract additional tourism from Southeast Asia and worldwide and increase overall productivity, which will further Nevada's economic growth. Public and private partnership is a win-win for all. With more than 20 years in community development program experience, I can assure you that the A's previous commitment to community is solid, as shown by their commitment and engagement in Oakland. Coordinating lunch and learns with community members, ACE teams donating time, programs, and scholarships to schools, such as Lincoln Elementary, Lincoln Park, and organizations like Oakland Asian Cultural Oakland, Chinatown Chamber of Commerce, Asian Pacific Environmental Network, Stop Asian Hate, Family Bridges, and many other countless ones. Collaboration and working in unity towards the good of our community is number one and should be number one for Nevadans, our youth, seniors, and all residents. I respectfully ask you for your support of Senate Bill 1. On behalf of the Las Vegas Asian Chamber of Commerce and Board of Directors and members, I thank you for your time and consideration.
Great, thank you. Please, go ahead.
Chairwoman Canizaro, Baby Cole, and committee members, my name is James Halsey, and I represent 4,700 members and baseball fans at IBW Local 357. I can hear your frustration with the presentation of this bill and what is contained in it. I can only ask you to look at the overall benefit of having another form of entertainment in the #1 entertainment city in the world. In the end, on behalf of our 4,700 members and their families, I hope you're able to support SB1. Thank you. Let's play ball.
My name is Matt Leiden. I'm the business manager of Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 525 in Las Vegas, Nevada. I represent 2,256 members and their families, and we rise in support, and we ask that you consider this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair Canizaro, for the record, my name is Alfonso Lopez. I represent the sheet metal workers and aerial transportation workers. We have over 1,600 families that we represent, and we would gladly look for your support on SB1. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Senate. My name is Daniel Lincoln. I'm with the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. We represent over 1,700 painters, glazers, and floor coverers in Southern Nevada. I am testifying in support of SB1, and I would urge you all to also support this investment in good-paying jobs for the hardworking middle-class workers of the state. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Haywood. I'm a representative of the Heat and Frost Insulators Local 135. I'm here on behalf of the members and their families in support, and we urge you to as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jimmy, J-I-M-M-Y, Schwarz, S-C-H-W-A-R-Z. I represent the Ironworkers Local 433. We support this bill and urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? I see some folks coming up, so I'll give you a chance to take a seat. Are you here in support? Nope, we're sitting down. Okay, great. Then, anyone else wishing to testify in person, either in Las Vegas or here in Carson City in support? All right, then we will move on to opposition. If you are here in opposition to Senate Bill 1, either here in Carson City or down in I'm sorry, you know what? I completely forgot about the phone lines. Yeah. Let's actually, before we get too comfy cozy on opposition, we're going to go to the phone lines for support. BPS, can you check our phone lines and see if there's anybody who wishes to testify in support?
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to testify in support of SB1, please press *9 now or raise hand in your Zoom window.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good evening. My name is Nick DeFranco. On behalf of the Operating Engineers Local 12, we support SB1. This will not only bring good paying jobs, but also benefits to workers on the project during and after construction. Thank you.
Good evening, Majority Leader and Senate members. Amber Stidham with the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. We've witnessed firsthand how our superior stadium projects transform our community. They have proven themselves to have a multiplier effect, especially when positioned among our unique Las Vegas market. We support SB1. Thank you so much.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Dion Klug, DIONNEKLUG. I'm with the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 711 out of Las Vegas, and we urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brandy Glass. I've been working with unions for over 10 years, and my husband has been a union member for around 30 years. Building another stadium in Nevada guarantees my husband work at fair wages and benefits at home instead of having to travel to another state to work. The other sports that have come into town have opened up so many opportunities for my children already, and I believe bringing baseball here will do the same. I am in support of SB1.
Hi, this is Todd Ingleby, President of Professional Firefighters of Nevada. We support SB1. We look forward to partnering with the A's and working in our community to keep our millions of guests safe, along with our citizens and the area we serve. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Peter Guzman, and thank you for allowing me to testify this evening. Today I'm testifying on behalf of my members. Good evening. This is Peter Guzman, President of the Latin Chamber of Commerce. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Thank you. I am here to testify on behalf of my incredible members. Those members include the Laborers Union, the Carpenters Union, the Plumbers, IBEW, and many, many others who built Allegiant Stadium. I witnessed lives being changed because of that stadium, and now we have the opportunity to do it again. I also want to state that I am honored with the questioning tonight. It was very, very good and important questioning, but I want to share with you, when it comes to community benefits, I was there in the inception of community benefits. I helped come together with the community benefits, and I sit on the community benefits committee. Today, I have from the inception. I can tell you that people that reflect and look like me and all minorities in our community have benefited from that stadium in terms of construction, concessions, and beyond. We can do this again. We should do this again. And the Latin Chamber of Commerce is in full support of this stadium being built in Las Vegas. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Senate. For the record, my name is Liz Sorensen. I'm the president of the Nevada State AFL-CIO. I'm here this evening in full support of SB1, and I urge all the members of the Senate to also support SB1. Thank you for your time and all your hard work.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Daniel Davison. I'm in support of SB1. It'll create a bunch of good paying jobs with great benefits for our community, Nevadians in general. Also, it's going to create apprenticeship to growth. That's going to create the future and construction going forward and start these younger people and off with a great career for their future, for them and their families. Thank you. Have a nice night.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Susie Martinez. I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Nevada State AFL-CIO. And on behalf of over 150,000 members and 120 unions, we are in full support of the bill. Thank you, and thank you for all your hard work. Have a good evening.
Ray, please press unmute on your computer.
Great. Good evening. My name is Ray Gort for the record, and I'm just here to say that I'm in full support of SB1. Bringing the A's in the stadium to Las Vegas will be a great thing for future employment and economic value. And I urge the committee to help us support this. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits of 379, please continue.
Hello, good evening. My name is Diego and I'm calling from Henderson. I would like to start off by saying I'm in full support of SB1. I think it would be an amazing opportunity for us to bring baseball to Las Vegas. Don't let these online tools trick you. A lot of it is outside sources telling you how to voice our opinion. I've talked to many Henderson locals who would love to see this happen and would support the team. I'm a lifelong A's fan and would be one of the first to buy season tickets. Let's make this happen. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Robert Sumlin, Robert Sumlin. I'm with the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge SC711 in Las Vegas, Nevada. I am here in full support of SB1 and I urge the committee to support it as well. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Chair Canizaro, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Russ James with the Nevada AFL-CIO, longtime member of the Painters and Allied Trades. For all of the reasons already stated, I am in full support of SB1. Thanks for your time.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Nate Domsky with Local 12 Operating Engineers. I am here in full support of SB1 because the proposed project will create great paying union jobs for our building and construction trades and service industry workers. I urge you guys to pass this bill. Appreciate your help. Thank you very much.
If you recently just joined us, we are currently in support of SB1. To testify in support, please press star 9 now or raise hand in your Zoom window.
Hello, my name is Mark Thompson, and I'm a local Las Vegas, Nevada resident, and I am in full support of the bill. And I believe it will bring more people to our city, and also that it will also create lots of jobs for the people that live here. And I'm looking forward to attending baseball games, and also getting a season ticket so I can go to like as most games as I can.
Good evening, Chair Canizaro. My name is Clarence McCarthy, CLARENCE, and I rise in full support of SB1, and I urge the committee to support SB1. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits of 433, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, caller with the last three digits of 433, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Thank you. Please continue.
Okay. My name is Bob Horton. I'm the business agent here in Las Vegas, Nevada for the Iron Workers Local 433. My members are in full support of this. We are all sitting at a round table right now. And I want you to look at two things. I'm talking to everybody on the board. Good evening, everybody. We have an opportunity to create jobs. We have an opportunity to bring wholesome, all-American entertainment for working families here to Southern Nevada. Not just Las Vegas, Henderson, Indian Springs, Pahrump, all of that. So the baseball games are more reasonable than nice games. And I have personally been to nice games and met tourists and conventioneers that were here that came to the games and spent their money because they did not have that opportunity at home. It's a win-win. I worked on the Houston Oilers Astrodome back when, and we had Supercross in there, rodeo, everything. The opportunities are endless. I know time is short. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your time given, and wish you well.
Dion, please continue. Dion, we can see that you are unmuted. Can you please continue? Chair, we seem to be having an issue with that caller. For those of you that have recently just joined us, if you would like to testify in support, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue, or raise hand in your Zoom window.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please
Thank
go.
you very much. David Peters. I am the founder of the Black Liberation Walking Tour, and I am also served on the Howard Terminal Community Benefits Steering Committee here in Oakland. And so I have no input into which way you weigh on this matter. I simply would like to share some of my experiences as a member of the community here with those of you here in leadership in the state of Nevada, and also and maybe perhaps most importantly, with people in the communities here, there, and all of northern and southern Nevada, as someone who participated in a long-term process with both Mr. Calvel and Ms. Aker, hey Dave, hey Kathleen, in the process here in Oakland. And so I want to just, remember that the words of Maya Angelou, who told us, when somebody shows who you are the first time, believe them. So I want to first thank Ms. Aker for providing a donation to the Black Liberation Walking Tour. I founded a nationally recognized historical, cultural, and artistic walking tour here in West Oakland. I also am on the board of directors of an affordable housing organization here in Oakland, as well as a 30-year CPA here in this community. And so, Ms. Aker provided a grant to the walking tour several years ago when they were rallying support here in Oakland. And then Mr. Calvel was part of a community benefits process here in Oakland, in which hundreds of Oaklanders spent tens of thousands of hours developing over 100 community recommendations for Mr. Calvel. And this was a process sponsored by the A's. 18 months in, Mr. Calvel came to the community and said, despite all the work that we had done and the
If you
promises
could please
that
go
had
ahead
been
and wrap up.
implied but not made.
Sir, we're about 2 minutes, so if you could
Thank
just
you,
go
ma'am.
ahead and wrap up.
I'll wrap it up. Have been made when it came down to sign an agreement. He told us that there would not be a dollar from the A's, much less a penny. And so we were sold a $12 million economic project. So I would suggest to you.
If you could go ahead, we're going to ask, sir, we're going to go ahead
grandfather-
and ask you to submit the rest of your comments in writing to the committee, and we'll move on to the next caller.
Caller with the last three digits of 100, please continue.
Yeah, hi. I'm just a local Las Vegas. Been in the sports business, but we're not a.
If you could go ahead
This
and
is a
state your name for the,
pathetic thing.
sir, if you could go ahead and state your name for the record.
My name is Stu Chaikin. I'm from New York. I've lived here for 15 years. We are not a desperate town. We don't need any team. And if you look at the history of the A's owner,
And sir, we are
if he
in.
comes here and doesn't
Sir,
screw it,
we are in support of Senate Bill 1, and it sounds like you might be in opposition.
I am.
Okay,
Because
then
we
we're
could
going to
get
go
the best
ahead.
team in baseball
We're
at
going to
the
go
same
ahead,
problem.
sir. We're going to go ahead, and we are still in support of Senate Bill 1. So if you're here to testify,
look in the mirror when it's all
if you are here to testify in support of SB 1, we are still on support testimony. BPS, do we have any more callers in support of Senate Bill 1?
If you would like to testify in support of SB 1, please press *9 now or raise hand in your Zoom window.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead and state your name and spell it for the record, and go ahead with your testimony.
Hi, my name is Gavin Demarest. I think I mistakenly pressed *9. I am in opposition. So
Okay, great. Then we will go to support on Senate Bill 1. We are still in support of Senate Bill 1. If you're in opposition, we're going to ask you to hold on with us and just wait a little bit longer. BPS, do we have any more callers in support of Senate Bill 1?
Dion, we will try you one more time. We can see you are unmuted. Is there a possibility that you have your volume turned down? Chair, we cannot hear this caller, and that is the last caller at this time wishing to testify in support.
Okay, great. If you were here in support and didn't manage to make it onto the line there with that caller, you can always submit your testimony in writing to the committee. We are going to go ahead and move on to opposition. If you are here in opposition, we will start here in Carson City. If anyone in Las Vegas is here in opposition, please take those seats. We will come to you after we have done some opposition testimony here in Carson City. Ms. Saunders, whenever you are ready.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christine Saunders, and I'm the Policy Director with the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, here in opposition to Senate Bill 1. We spent the last few months in Carson City discussing an unprecedented state budget and the opportunity to fund education higher than ever before. And yet once again, we are talking about a stadium scam in a special session, a risky corporate welfare proposal that will leave Nevada taxpayers on the hook, rather than revenue and funding programs Nevadans need. We don't do this for regular people in Nevada. Meanwhile, we are telling corporations to come here and we'll foot the bill. The Nevada way is always business first at the expense of what our communities need most, like public transit, high quality education, tenants' rights, safe air quality, and healthcare. We are not opposed to good paying union jobs or diversifying Nevada's economy, but we shouldn't have to be giving tax incentives and handouts to billionaires to do so. It is irresponsible of the state to prioritize new corporate development over the needs of Nevadans. If the A's want to come to Nevada, they are more than welcome to on their own dime. But it's time for the state of Nevada to prioritize what Nevadans are asking for. We urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next in Carson City. Ms. Magnus, when you are ready.
Good evening, Chairwoman and members of the committee, including Senator Cole. For the record, my name is Annette Magnus, and I'm the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress, here today in opposition of SB1. We have been very consistent on this issue over the years, and by the way, I am born and raised in Las Vegas, and we have mobilized our 22,000 plus subscribers today who live in Nevada against this bill. I have joked as I come to the end of my time with Battleborn Progress that this has been like the Eras tour of all the worst ideas I have seen in this building. But this specific walk down memory lane might just be the worst for me. I was standing right here in this exact spot in 2016 when Allegiant Stadium was rammed through in a very similar fashion during a special session. Somehow, though, reading this bill, we have managed to bring forward an even worse deal than the last one. And now we have wasted taxpayer dollars, thanks to the governor, twice in a week with 2 special sessions. This deal will leave taxpayers on the hook because, as you heard, there are no new revenue sources to back these bonds. I don't care how anyone tries to spin this. The A's are a failure of a team and should not be given our tax dollars when their owner is a billionaire and doesn't need this cash. We look at the deal, just look at the deal the same owner went back on with the Quakes and the stadium that the public built for them. They are still last in their league and have not invested in the team as promised, even with their new stadium. We have been here before. I've seen this in my entire life in this state. We went through this with Allegiant Stadium, and I hate to break it to you, but the Raiders are still a losing team, and their record has gotten worse since they moved to Las Vegas. And they still make UNLV pay to use it, which is a joke. The bill is just another example of this, and like I said in 2016, if this team wants to build a stadium, their billionaire owner can build it with his own money. I would like to know why the A's management is hiding in the gallery today and not down here fully answering questions to why they deserve our tax money, especially after the same management has previously been quoted ripping public funding for stadiums.
Ms. Magnus, if you could wrap it up.
Yep. I will end by saying this. I am an avid sports fan. I grew up watching baseball with my dad. On Saturday, I was at the first Stanley Cup game that the Knights won. Not only are they an actual winning team, but they also somehow managed to play in a privately funded facility. Imagine that. I urge you to vote no for this scam. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Eric Zhang, here on behalf of One API Nevada and Asian Community Development Council. First, I want to acknowledge, yes, this will create good paying union jobs and also a great opportunity for API small business in our community. And I also believe that the wisdom, if you build it, they will come. However, as grassroots advocate and representative of provider of direct services for our most underserved members of our community, I'm here in opposition due to how the current community benefits agreement is written. Although from the last hearing until now, we do see that one more slide for more of the intent. It is encouraging in its intent, but we would like to see greater community involvement with accountability and specificity written in statute that support our most marginalized community in a meaningful way. For that to see community-based return on investment, we're also in opposition because if we cannot write it in statute because it will lock in and not be adaptable, then the current language of 5 years review and update should be shortened to more frequent intervals. If the same argument, so like annually or 2 years to report to this legislature that will be more nimble, adaptable, accountable, and equitable to the Nevadans. So I urge you to oppose for how it's currently written. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else here in Carson City? I'm not seeing any, so we will go down to Las Vegas. Whoever wants to start first, just go ahead and hit your microphone. Please make sure that you identify yourself and state and spell your name for the record.
Good evening, everyone. I'm glad this party has been extended. Beautiful weather outside. This is really a regressive mood. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Cyrus Hojadi. We've seen the Allegiant plan and how it was short on its promise. I oppose this is because I don't want the Tropicana Hotel to be replaced. I'm not a fan of its location. The senators made very good points. Krasner about taxes, Pat Spearman about other priorities we should have. The veterans housing was a really good one. I didn't know about that. There's other investments we can do, particularly in transit. When I was at the Target protest last weekend, both sides agree that that's a good idea. I'm concerned about parking because remember, after the Golden Knights was built, they started to charge for parking. I'm concerned, yes, about another COVID era. Let's talk about the jabs. The two senators talked about it. People from all over the aisle have talked about stadium subsidy issues, such as John Stossel, John Oliver. Not to mention, you talk about taxes funding this. Room taxes, which people are paid through Siegel Suites, Senator Neal brought up this. This is a regressive tax. A lot of low-income people live there, and they also use ride-sharing programs because they don't have a car. When we also talk about subsidies, for a lot of different industries, subsidies for food and transportation is not the same as stadium because these are necessities. Entertainment is not something we need to live and survive. And I believe this is just a desperate approach to pump up the economy, to gouge prices, and it's perhaps another reason why we need to restructure our local government. But other than that, I will ditto all the other excellent testimonies. Great to see that we have a lot of agreements, and I will yield my time. I hope this session continues. Enjoy this. Thank you.
Senator Cannizzaro, members of our state Senate, my name is Steve Pastorino, Pastorino, and I live in Senator Dondero Loop's district. But from 2014 to 2018, I was a senior executive for the Oakland Athletics, living in Oakland, California. I worked for Dave Cavell and 2 desks over from Catherine Aker. There are so many holes in what the A's are trying to sell us that I can't cover it in 2 minutes, but just a few. First of all, the walking, talking bobblehead known as Dave Cavell can't even answer Senator Donate's questions today about whether the A's will participate in the live entertainment tax. You cannot trust Dave Cavell. My former colleague, Catherine Aker, is sent here to do John Fisher's bidding, meekly offering $1 million in community support. How many fields does $1 million build? Those of us who are in Clark County who have seen our high schools redo all their football fields in recent years, $1 million is a drop in the bucket. The A's community programs are a joke in Oakland, and they're going to be no better here in Las Vegas. When asked by Senator Flores how much time, money, and effort the A's put into developing or drafting one player, no one could answer because the A's representatives aren't here talking to you. Well, the answer is years and years and millions of dollars, and yet they're going to try and cram a $380 million stadium scam in 10 days before us. Please, I urge you to give this more proper consideration. It will not be priced for Vegas families. And lastly, the smallest modern Major League Baseball park is in downtown Minneapolis. It sits on 8.5 acres. The A's have 9 acres. There is no land left over for ancillary development to generate tax revenue to pay these bills that are going to accumulate over the next 30 years. Again, there are so many holes in this proposal. Las Vegas is built on philanthropists and families with great integrity and history and tradition in this town. The Gahn family, the Boyds, Kerkorian, et cetera. I could go on and go on. My last question is, where is John Fisher? Where the hell is John Fisher? The corner of Tropicana and Las Vegas Boulevard is great real estate. It's a great place for a ballpark. I'd love to see Major League Baseball in my town. John Fisher does not need a penny of our dollars.
And if you could go ahead and wrap it up.
To get them here. I'd love to wrap it up, and I'd also love to join a stadium advisory board if there's an opportunity. You need someone who knows what's going on inside the A's front office.
If you could please go ahead and put the rest of your comments in writing. Thanks. Next, please. Go ahead.
Alex Rodriguez, for the record, RODRIGUES. I'm also in Melanie Scheibel's district. I oppose SB 31. If billion-dollar corporations, the A's, the casinos, utility companies, CEOs, stockholders, we all know that in this town they have the money to invest. If they really believe in this project will be profitable, why don't they invest it in themselves? If potential investors are cheap and possibly don't see value in this for themselves, then what makes the public believe this is of value to us? The taxpayers involved here, there is no trust from the people about who the contractors will be, which union workers or non-union workers will get the jobs. The cost of supplies, the cost of labor, the cost usually tends to be a little higher sometimes than projected. For example, whenever tax dollars are involved, sometimes the quality of union workers are not the best of the construction. Just for example, like the Yankee Stadium, it had structural concrete issues. Look at the Washington Redskins Stadium, the FedEx Field. It's had structural issues on their upper middle levels and their higher levels with pipage leakage, concrete structurals, all kinds of damage that lack of the construction from the workers. Take a look at an example of public funding projects that have failed. San Francisco 49ers Stadium, projected to be $700,000 to be cost. It ended up being $1.3 billion. City of Detroit, they went bankrupt after they built the Lions Stadium. The St. Louis Rams and the Miami Marlins, both cities are still on the hook with the tax dollars. Actually, the city of Miami is actually in default of the payments of their stadium right now that was built. We all know privatization always works because we will get the quality of workers of their choice, the quality contractors, the quality supplies, and get the stadium built in a faster, timely manner if the A's and investors have to worry about the tab, not the taxpayers. I am in strong belief that if the A's will come along with the jobs, that the people who testified earlier in support regardless, if we tell them no, it worked for the San Francisco Giants, the Boston teams. They have their own privately funded arenas and stadiums. The LA Rams and Chargers.
If you could please go ahead and wrap it up.
Okay. Go get private investors. Stay out of our pockets. This is a project of failure. Let the private investors fail. If the profitable, then let them have the profits. We, the taxpayers, are fine.
Next in Las Vegas.
Hi, I'm Declan Pastorino. I am a diehard A's fan. I love the A's, and even with that said, I cannot support this bill. The A's have been saying this stadium has very little risk, no risk. There's always a risk in investments, and this is an extremely big risk. The A's don't care about their team. John Fisher is a crook. He only cares about profit. The A's last year were in the top 5 most profitable teams in baseball. That is with the worst team in baseball because they don't pay their players. They don't field a good team. They don't sell tickets. They get TV contracts. That's all they do. And a stadium won't fix this. They might draw fans in a year, but the Twins, they built a stadium in 2010. They had 40,000 fans in their first year. 10 years later, they're down to half, 20,000 fans a game. And the Marlins, they built a stadium in 2012. Now they're down to 11,000 fans a game. The A's are saying they're going to have 27,000 fans a game. That's not going to happen with the worst team in baseball. And it won't be cheap to go to these games. The Aviators, their tickets at the lowest are $18 for a minor league team. This is a major league team in a brand new ballpark. There's no way they're going to be selling tickets for $15 to be affordable to families like mine. Even, we're not going to pay for these games. And they make it sound like a safe investment, that the A's will be here for 30 years and pay back the money. But the Rangers built a stadium and left after 25 years. What happens when the A's leave Las Vegas and they leave money on the table? What are we going to do? There's no reason to take this risk. We have bigger priorities. We have mental health problems, education, affordable housing, public transit. I mean, you've heard all of it. We know what we need, and we don't do it. So don't put money in the hands of John Fisher. He's a crook. If he wants a stadium, he can build it himself. Thank you.
Anyone else in person in Las Vegas who would wish to give testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 1? Seeing none, we will go to the phone lines. BPS, if you could please start with the callers who are here to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 1. I would remind all callers, please identify yourself and spell your name for the record.
Thank you, Chair. To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 1, please press *9 on your phone now, or press raise hand in your Zoom window now to take your places in the queue.
Hello, my name is Dr. Hal Gordon. I'm a recent econ PhD graduate from UC Berkeley who did part of my dissertation on sports economics. I just want to defend sort of the economics industry from some of the things that Jeremy Guerrero has said. First, I'd love to quote from Assemblymember LaRue Hatch's op-ed. She writes, "Study after study have shown that publicly financed stadiums do not boast local economies. In fact, they regularly have a negative effect on local business. According to a 2017 article by the St. Louis Fed, one economist noted that a baseball team has about the same impact on a community as a mid-sized department store." Assemblymember LaRue Hatch is absolutely correct. In 2017, the University of Chicago polled academic economists, liberal and conservative, and found that 83% of those who expressed an opinion agreed that providing state and local subsidies to build stadiums would not pay back local taxpayers. 3% of economists disagreed. 15% said it was uncertain. Now, I know the A's have told you all this tax money that you're going to give them is but for tax money. It only exists because the A's are coming, which just sounds great. Why do economists still oppose this? It's tax dislocation. If a new team enters a market, residents' leisure budget is unlikely to expand. So instead of spending money at the movie theater or restaurants or shows that pay taxes, they spend that money instead at the A's stadium, which doesn't pay taxes. That means that all that money that you would have gotten from tax money at movies, theater, putt-putt courses, you no longer get it because people aren't spending it there. They're going to spend it at the A's stadium. Mr. Guerrero has made numerous other mistakes with his modeling that academic economists have pointed out for the last 20 years to be foolish, including counting huge amounts of indirect employment benefits, which economists have never found evidence for from stadiums, and huge increases in tourism, which economists also found have no effect from stadiums. The A's seem to be searching for the right community benefits to Vegas. I suggest the community benefits that they provide are to just simply pay their taxes like any other business. Finally, please, I didn't hear any questions about the first-rate stadium provision, which will require the state of Nevada.
If you could go ahead and wrap up your comments. We're right about 2 minutes.
Sure. It would require the state of Nevada to pay hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in maybe 20 years to improve the stadium. That's not going to be paid for by anything. You're going to be on the hook for that. The state of Wisconsin is now on the hook for $500 million
Okay, we're going to go ahead and ask
provision.
you to go ahead and put the
All right,
rest of your comments in
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Great.
Thank you.
We will move on to the next caller.
Wiz Rizard, W-I-Z-R-O-U-Z-A-R-D, Deputy State Director with American for Prosperity. And on behalf of American for Prosperity, we urge you to vote no on SB 1. Americans for Prosperity strives to advocate for policies that help create an economy that works for all, empowering people to earn success and realize their potential. Businesses, entrepreneurs, innovators, and individuals should be rewarded for the value their goods and services create for their customers. Although we welcome sports in all the industries into our great state, we disagree with SB1 and the corporate welfare that it demands. Corporate welfare creates barriers for some businesses and entrepreneurs when politicians and government bureaucrats tilt the playing field by providing special benefits to specific industries, companies, activities, products, or services, in this case, a stadium. Whereas our state and local economies are still fiscally recovering from the government shutdown, these types of economic developments, subsidies in SB1 would not lead to greater prosperity, but rather threaten our state and local government's fiscal health with more financial burdens. For example, we recently saw during the government shutdowns, due to significantly reduced revenue from the Las Vegas Raiders to Allegiant Stadium, Clark County commissioners had to use more tax dollars when they had to utilize their reserves to cover the bond payments. Also, research by Mercatus Center at George Mason University shows, much as everyone has shared here, economic growth, state per capita gross domestic product, or job growth do not fare better with such programs. The most impactful way government can spur economic growth is by easing regulatory burden on enterprises, not providing subsidies. We should focus on eliminating regulatory barriers that prevent industries such as sports from coming into the states without tax dollars. And for these reasons, we urge every legislator to please vote no. And again, if the A's want to come here, let's use private funding and let's do it the right way. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paula Luna. I've lived in Nevada for over 20 years, and I'm a constituent of Senate District 8. I just want to echo the statements of those in opposition of SB1, and I hope you all stay focused on the real needs of Nevada. Thank you so much. Please oppose SB1.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Maria Teresa Lieberman Barraga, MARIA-TERESA-LIEBERMANN-PARRAGA. I'm from Nevada, representing myself in strong opposition to SB1. Here's why. One, as we heard, Allegiant Stadium generated fewer construction jobs than promised. Over 10K was the promise. 2,719 was the result. But most importantly, once again, studies from economists like at the Brookings Institute and others were dismissed because we can't compare Vegas and its visitation numbers to those cities. What are these other cities? We're not talking places like Boise. We're talking Chicago, New York, Miami, and Orlando. In 2022, Orlando had 74 million visitors. New York had 54.6 million. Miami had 50.6 million. Chicago had 48.9 million. And Las Vegas, 38.8 million. I think those cities are definitely comparable to Las Vegas in terms of visitation. And finally, I was talking to my mom about this a while back. For 35 years, she did the back-breaking work of cleaning rooms on the Strip. And she asked me, how could the state that took 6 months to simply process and pay me my unemployment during COVID even consider giving millions in my and our tax money for a stadium? Couldn't that money go to fixing Dieter alone and other things that we need? Please oppose SB1.
Hello, this is Susan Proffitt, Proffitt. Giving tax credits to billionaires for an additional sports team that we don't need in Nevada is an irresponsible use of our tax dollars. We already paid for Raider Stadium, but we have not seen the benefits yet. I know how we could. Why not use it to house the illegal aliens the Democrats are still inviting to Nevada? Housing these immigrants at Raider Stadium would be a good use of our tax dollars and protect us from diseases until the Democrats' new voters have been screened for diseases and vetted. Again, this is an irresponsible use of our money, especially when we lack adequate medical facilities and a non-existing education system, which is failing our children today. You will not attract jobs and businesses to this city until you fix both of them. So please, I urge you to not pass this bill. Thank you very much for your time. And one more thing.
Caller with the last three digits, 773. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Once again, caller with the last three digits, 773. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. We seem to be having trouble with that caller, Chair. Moving to the next caller.
Hello.
Please proceed, caller.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jeremy Koo, Jeremykoo. I reside in Sacramento, and I'm testifying against SB1 as an Oakland A's fan of 30 years that grew up in the East Bay area. I'll trust that you've been briefed on the economic arguments for and against public sports stadium funding. But even if you believe the fantastic optimism exuded from the LVCVA, Mr. Aguero, Mr. Cavill, and the rest of the A's staff today, that a stadium will somehow pay for itself over the 30-year lease period in the bill, I suggest you ask, what's next? In 30 years, will the A's be asking for hundreds of millions more in public financing for renovations, just as the Milwaukee Brewers are now with their 22-year-old stadium? In 30 years, will the A's come back and ask for hundreds of millions more for a brand new stadium, like the Texas Rangers did for their 22-year-old stadium in 2016? In 30 years, will the A's cry that their stadium just doesn't meet modern needs to secure hundreds of millions of dollars to replace or renovate their 17-year-old stadium, just as the Atlanta Braves did with Turner Field in 2013? And these are just the three most recent examples in Major League Baseball. I am not even talking about the NFL or any other sport, because you have to know that that is what you're buying into. Know that these asks never end. They never end. And I urge you to oppose SB1. Thank you.
Hello? Hello, this is Janet Carter, Carter, and I'm calling to testify in opposition to this bill. I said this in testimony during the regular session. It's not about the fact that the A's are a bad team. I've been a Cubs fan for almost 40 years. I get bad teams, and I'm still a fan. It's all about the money. If we have this kind of money to spare in the state of Nevada, there are just so many needs that are so much greater than building a stadium that could be privately financed. And all of the things that we could do would bring just as many good jobs to the state as the stadium would. I'm talking improving our public transit, which is abysmal in Clark County. I'm talking about improving education, and I'm talking about working to mitigate the effects of climate change. All those things are going to cost money, and all those things could bring us good jobs just as much as the stadium. So please oppose the stadium and spend the money where it needs to be spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader Canizaro and members of the Senate. My name is Dayla Gibson, DAELA-GIBSON, and I'm representing Planned Parenthood Votes Nevada. We are in strong opposition to SB1. Once again, Nevadans are being asked to finance a stadium we don't want and can't afford. There's so much else we can accomplish with these hundreds of millions of dollars, including free access to preferred birth control for people of reproductive age, including IUDs, oral contraceptions, etc. free access to menstrual products for incarcerated people, free access to menstrual products for students, free access to Plan B at colleges and community health centers, free breast pumps for new parents, free parenting classes and other support programs for new parents, free STD and STI testing and treatments, paid leave for new parents, investing in affordable and accessible health care or housing or education would be a much better use of this money. So we urge your opposition. Thank you.
Good evening, Majority Leader Canizaro and committee members of the whole. My name is Brian Harris, and I'm calling in opposition of SB1. I've been a Nevada resident for going on 4 years now, and I just wanted to personally say that I think that Nevada doesn't need another stadium paid for by the public, and we really should be focused on things that matter to those that live in Nevada. So I'd also like to ditto the comments that were made by the previous individuals who testified in opposition. They all were stating things that are very true, and thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Oh, hello, good evening. For the record, my name is Sean Navarro. I think folks forget just how bleak things were looking during COVID, about how a lot of people said Vegas wasn't going to be able to come back from it. And a lot of good people lost their jobs and still haven't found new jobs, but we came back from that. I think we're all in agreement. There's no casinos like a Las Vegas casino, but more and more states are building their own casinos. There's some pretty decent ones only a few hours away in California. And with apps and the internet, gambling has been pretty much legalized online, and you gamble anywhere in the country now. But despite all that, despite a pandemic, besides up and downs in the economy, Vegas has survived all that. It seems against all odds. There is something special about Vegas that brings people here. There's something undefinable about this place. And as a Nevada resident for 7 years, I can confirm that. There's something special about this place. This glorious, weird oasis in the desert. So, I get a little heated. I feel some sort of way when these people, with nothing but a record of failure, who have alienated the good people of Oakland, California, who have turned off one of the most loyal fan bases in America, come to us and treat us like a bunch of country roofs and tell us that we need them. When the worst team in baseball tells us, you know what, you need us. Well, on behalf of everyone in Nevada, let's get it clear. We don't need you. You need us. The records are clear. The Oakland A's are 14-50, and Las Vegas is undefeated. Every challenge, every problem, we have overcome it, and we have come out stronger. Mr. Guerrero said it himself. There is no other place in the country, maybe in the world, like Las Vegas. More and more people are coming. People are still drawn to the state. We do not need the Oakland A's. If you like baseball, we have a great baseball team already. They have, 10, 11 sellouts in a row? The Aviators, who, by the way, draws many people now as the Oakland A's do. I don't blame the owners for hiding down the gallery. I would hide my face.
You could go ahead and wrap up. You're on 2 minutes.
I'd be too embarrassed to show my face if my major league team's being outdrawn.
We're going to go ahead and ask you to submit the rest of your comments in writing and BPS if we can move on to the next caller.
Thank you, Chair. Queuing the next caller.
Hello.
Caller. Go ahead, caller.
Hi there. My name is Wayne Coy, C-O-Y, resident of Nevada's 1st District, and Congresswoman Titus is my representative. First of all, I just can't believe you're being asked to stay there and do this at 10:15 at night. I think Cole Canizaro has probably made more sense than anybody today. Congrats to you, by the way, Madam Chair, and also to Nate. I'm from the East Bay originally, but I live here now. You'd think I'd be doing cartwheels because my Raiders and possibly my A's might be here, but I'm not. Because as I pull over to make this call tonight, I'm watching a homeless person snuggle up next to a tree trying to stay warm. And I passed 3 or 4 more just like them as I pulled into this parking lot. There's blight here. There's money to be spent on things that it should be spent on. This is not the way to bring Major League Baseball to Las Vegas. It's rushed. It's clandestine. It was all last minute. They're trying to push it past you like a game of three-card monte. To ask Nevada and Clark County to gift a billionaire with $400 million in public funds, and by the way, it'll be more than that. That just means to me that if you're going to do this, you're not paying attention to what's around you like I am right this second. You're not paying attention to what your constituents are telling you. And the current public opinion on your own website shows that over 80% of the people are opposed to this. If somehow this passes after all of that, that just tells me that you are not doing what you were elected to do. And at that point, all we can do is wait for you to run for re-election again and let you know that we are indeed paying attention. As much as I love the A's, vote no. Let's get a major league team the right way here in Las Vegas. Thank you.
Hello, Chair, committee members, and baby Cole. My name is Amber Falgout, AMBERFALGOUT, and I am a resident of Senate District 15. I was born and raised in Reno, Nevada. I am absolutely and vehemently opposed to SB1. I urge you to vote against it. The Oakland A's can and should pay for their own stadium. That is very clear. I am a San Francisco Giants fan. I've been a fan since I was a young child, as my family hails from the Bay Area. The Giants paid for their own stadium after they left Candlestick Park. No public funding was used, and that is how it should be. If the Giants chose to move to Nevada and ask for public funding, I would still be calling you in complete and utter opposition because, plain and simply, a publicly funded stadium is corporate welfare. Public funding should not be allocated to fund a private stadium for any team. Until every family has access to childcare, until every Nevadan has access to good quality food, until residents are no longer struggling to afford rent or purchase a home, we have no business footing the bill for a millionaire's stadium. My youngest son is 2 years old. He will be nearly my age 30 years from now when residents might see a return on this horrific investment. Please vote no. We argue over welfare programs to help the most vulnerable in our community. We cannot in good conscience support corporate welfare for billionaires. This is a grossly irresponsible way to use public funds. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Thank you. Caller with the last three digits, 832. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, my name is John Johnson. I'm a resident of North Las Vegas. Senator Spearman is my senator. First of all, I'd like to say good evening to the chair and the rest of the senators. I'm in strong opposition. I was in opposition with the Raiders Stadium, but more for the A's Stadium, it's the funding mechanism for me. When it comes to the Raiders, at least the funding was a revenue source that was tied to raising the taxes on the room. So that dealt with the rooms. This is dealing with the attendance of the people that's attending the A Stadium and that whole tax district. So from my understanding, the revenues that's generated from the people that's coming to see the game and all that stuff will go help pay for it. Well, unfortunately, the history of the Oakland A's is not a history of them investing in their team. At least the Oakland Raiders, they invest in their team. They have some Pro Bowlers. They have some, good teams. They may be losers or, they may not have a good winning record, but they have players that fans come and, want to see. The A's don't have that. So you're telling me that they're going to go from having the worst attendance record, but now magically they're going to move to Las Vegas because it's Las Vegas, their numbers are going to skyrocket? No, you have to invest in your company. You have to invest in the product for your fans to come. And I don't see that with this team, and I just see it's a bad deal. And when their attendance rates are not what they say, once again, Clark County is going to be stuck, just like they were stuck with paying the bond when, we got shut down. But once again, we're back open, and, I'm pretty sure they got paid back for what they had to spend, and, it's business as normal. But, once again, that's off of room taxes. That is not off of whether or not Allegiant Stadium sells
Caller,
out
please
for
wrap
their
up your
Raiders game.
testimony.
For that reason, I would definitely vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits, 847, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Greetings. My name is Lisa Lynn Chapman, and I live in Henderson, Nevada, and I'm here testifying on my own behalf. I am here in opposition of SB1 for several reasons. I believe the use of public funding for building stadiums is poor use of taxpayers' funds and rarely benefits the community as a whole. As you have heard from Senator Harris and also the PhD in economics, they testified and gave some statistics. I have already submitted my testimony that has all of those footnoted in it if you would like to see. So I would like to move forward to where stadiums are also very bad for the environment. The congested roads, delays in traffic, and additional miles translate to a cost of over $7 million per year in social costs. Finally, and this has been stated before, but I do believe it bears repeating, John Fisher, the owner, has a history of dealing in poor faith with the city of Oakland. As part of the waterfront ballpark district project, John Fisher and the A's negotiated with the community and the city of Oakland on a comprehensive benefits plan. The project would deliver over $450 million in affordable housing, environmental remediation, infrastructure improvements, and jobs for locals. Dave Cavall, speaking for Fisher, acknowledged that he never intended to pay for any of those benefits. Additionally, and this has been stated before, John Fisher refuses to invest into the A's to develop a winning team. Their current payroll is approximately $37.9 million as compared to $20 million invested by the New York Yankees and the Mets. How is this bottom barrel?
If you could go ahead and wrap up your testimony, you're at 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. For these reasons, I'm opposed, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Majority Leader Canizaro and Cole. I am Shelby Swartz, a constituent of yours, Majority Leader, and I'm calling in opposition to SB1. As long as I can remember, having lived in Las Vegas since 2002, our schools and public services have suffered and been chronically underfunded. Now, our governor has called a special session to not only give away $380 million in our taxpayer dollars, but every single day that this special session continues, waste more resources that could be allocated elsewhere to support our communities. All session long, we've seen the legislature work to pass quality legislation that will invest in our communities, only for many of those to be vetoed on the governor's desk. Now he has the gall to ask for a special session to throw away hundreds of millions of our public dollars. That's a slap in the face and a horrible look for the governor and the legislature if this measure passes. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, thank you, Senators, for being here at this special session when I know many of you had planned to be at home with your families by now. My name is Zach Barrios, the ACHBARRIOS. I'm a teacher from North Las Vegas. First, I want to thank you for advancing education spending in the new budget. It's a step in the right direction. I can appreciate the need for great paying union jobs, but not on the backs of our education, healthcare, homelessness, and the many other needs for Las Vegas. I'm not a sports guy, but I started doing research, and the results are pretty ugly. The A's are calling you to come back and revisit. Frankly, nothing new. No specifics, undefined community benefits. There's just too many unanswered questions and some frighteningly candid answers which cast doubt on the numbers and how this project pencils out and affects the residents. But hey, give us $300 million and we'll figure it out later. Just trust us. MLB and the Athletics want you to believe that relocating the A's are the way to bring baseball to Las Vegas. But this isn't right. It sets a terrible precedence for other sports. Every other sports league is going to come in with their hands out looking for money, and they're already lining up, most recently Formula One. Just look at how the ownership has treated its fans, and the very team that they wish to bring to our city has me worried that it'll just be business as usual. The A's, the owner has a soccer club. They lobbied for a new stadium in San Jose. They still underperform in their league for both spending and attendance. And they want to move to Las Vegas because they abused the people who supported them for over 50 years and are running to us to save them from themselves. Just like Las Vegas has a different economy, baseball does too. And it's not just the NFL, not 8 games, it's 81 home games. Plus, arguably, NFL is the most popular sport in the world. It's not the Knights, a homegrown team with great success who are playing for a championship right now. In what world is like 30,000 seats, a world-class ballpark? That sounds ridiculous to me. I've been to several MLB games at the Aviators Las Vegas ballpark, and it's never been
go ahead and wrap up your testimony. You're at 2 minutes.
The A's have acted in bad faith with Oakland, and I have a hard time believing they're doing this in Las Vegas. They plan $12 billion.
We're going to go ahead and ask you to submit the rest of your testimony in writing, and we'll go on to the next caller.
Caller, you're unmuted. Please proceed. Caller with the last 3 digits, 663. You are unmuted. Please make sure that you are unmuted on your phone as well. Caller, please proceed. Seem to be having trouble with that caller, Chair. I'm going to move to the next caller. Caller, you are unmuted. Please proceed. Caller with the last 3 digits, 663. You have been unmuted. Please proceed. Seem to be having trouble with that caller, Chair. Moving to the next caller.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. My name is Keith Brown. I'm the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Alameda Labor Council, representing 135 unions and 135,000 workers in Alameda County. And I'm here to speak in opposition to SB1. Labor in Alameda County has worked tirelessly with the city, state, and federal elected officials to keep the A's and thousands of jobs in Oakland. And I do want to acknowledge my labor siblings in Nevada, and that SB1 may be good for Nevada workers, but I'm here to share that this will be devastating to the workers in Oakland and Alameda County. My council, we represent unions that work at the current Oakland Coliseum. These are thousands of union members. The majority are workers of color, and many are Oakland residents. And without a stadium, they will lose their jobs. These are good union jobs that provide benefits. So that's what's at stake for us in Oakland and in Alameda County. Thank you for listening.
Good evening, Majority Leader Canizaro and Co-Chair Cole, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Donna West, and I'm a resident of Senate District 21. The proposal before you has been rushed. It seems that the A's simply believe they can follow the Raiders' move to Vegas. The A's spent more time on site selection than on the details in the bill before you tonight. While I support adding union jobs, this deal does not diversify our economy, nor does it add jobs that raise our income levels. We need to say no on SB1. Tell the A's to complete a solid, detailed plan that addresses the many issues that you have all raised tonight. We need specifics on how the stadium will impact the quality of life for those of us in Clark County, and details on how the A's Stadium will benefit our community and address the issues our community has raised tonight. I urge a no vote on SB1. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Maya, M-A-I-A, Marshall, and I am proudly Las Vegas born and raised. However, I am not proud of this bill, and I strongly oppose it. There are so many better ways we could and should spend this money in a way that would actually benefit Nevada taxpayers. I would definitely go over my 2-minute limit if I talked about all of these ways, so I'll just focus on the issue most important to me, education. As a 2021 high school graduate, Nevada's education is ranked 49th out of 50 states. We are getting Fs, and we're trying to get As, but not A grades, baseball As, the very same baseball As that are now on track to be the worst team in MLB's history. I took AP US government in my senior year of high school. One of the things my teacher emphasized was that we can make a difference in the issues that are important to us by using our voice. I called my senator, Senator Dondero Loop, and Assemblywoman Kasama this morning, and have filled up the 2,000 character limit twice now when submitting my opinion to this bill. The SB1 opinion currently stands at 92% against. Yes, 92%, by the way. Nevada voters are obviously very against this bill. The A's were willing to build a new stadium in Oakland using just private funds. Why can't they do the same here? Why do they suddenly want our money? Why has John Fisher not spoken to us directly? Why did Dave Cavall flee after fumbling one simple, direct question? Why are the A's rushing this bill and move? Nevadans deserve a say in this bill. It's our money. Las Vegas should not be a go-to destination for handouts, not for film studios, nor Formula One, nor the A's. Las Vegas and Nevada do not need the A's. As others have said, they need us. We're making our voices clear. Support education and not California carpetbaggers. I strongly urge you to vote against this bill. Nevada students and teachers deserve better. My younger siblings deserve better. Your children and grandchildren deserve better. Listen to the voters, especially the voters of my generation, or come next November, we will make our voices and votes loud and clear against you. Thank you.
Eric Stenholm, ERIKSTENHOLM. I oppose this bill, and I'd like to inject a little common sense into the discussion. Jeremy Aguero is not an economist. He's an attorney, and his only degree is in hotel administration. This is the best guy John Fisher could find to trot out there to give you the supposed. I don't know how that hasn't been brought up yet in questioning. You'll notice that everyone that supports this bill just doing the bidding of a billionaire or a special interest group. No matter how many times Dave Cavell tells you he went to Stanford, no matter how many times Jeremy Aguero says he's an economist, just remember that this bill is not smart policy.
BPS, we're having a hard time hearing this particular caller. If we could come back to this caller and go on to the next.
Thank you, Chair. Cueing the next caller.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Senators. Thank you for staying up late to hear us regular folks, us non-billionaires. I begin by paraphrasing Rockapella's question about Carmen Sandiego. Where in the world is Oakland A's owner John Fisher? Where is he? He couldn't bother to present himself today to answer questions about the $380 million handout that he's asking for. And the best he could do was send Dave Cavall, who couldn't even give you direct answers to simple questions. I'm insulted as a Nevadan, and I hope you are equally insulted by the indifference and the arrogance put on display by Oakland A's management and ownership today. John Fisher's lobbyist, Jeremy Aguero, concurs with the general rule that publicly funded stadiums are generally bad policies. But he says, we're the exception. And I ask you this, if Las Vegas is so unique and the demand is so great, why is there a need for public funds? T-Mobile Arena was built without public funds. Why should this be any different? Let me say that again. If Las Vegas is so unique and the demand is so great and we are so exceptional, why is there a need for any public funds? T-Mobile has already proven this can be done with private funds. Let's look to Miami, a comparable situation. My research tonight indicates they had 26.5 million visitors to Miami. Miami-Dade County just issued $500 million in bonds for a new ballpark for the Miami Marlins. And this last year, the Marlins finished 29th out of 30 in attendance, 11,000 per game and 900,000 total for the year. It's a total unmitigated disaster. Miami is a big tourist hub just like we are. It was a disaster for them. It will be a disaster for us. Don Fisher will not spend on a team, and that's his business model. He only spent $59 million.
Okay, you're at 2 minutes. If you go ahead and wrap up, sir.
Sure. He uses revenue sharing from MLB and a low ball payroll.
Okay, we're going to ask you to put the rest of your testimony in writing and go ahead and submit it to the committee. BPS, before we move on to the next caller, we are just about 50 minutes in opposition. We had about 50 minutes of support, so we'll take a few more callers, and if you do not make it through the queue, we will ask you to submit your testimony in writing so that we can receive it as a committee of the whole, and after that, we'll move on to neutral testimony. BPS, go ahead and have the next caller identify themselves and begin with testimony.
Thank you, Chair. Queuing the next caller.
Hello, my name is Adrian Lowry, and I oppose this bill. The conceit of this bill is that in order to make productive use of this property, we need to take hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money and commit it to build a stadium for the benefit of a billionaire, John Fisher, heir to the Gap fortune. The revenues from this bill are speculative. Research shows that stadiums have little positive economic impact on local economies and are a poor public investment. We're being told that our state or city is completely unique from others in terms of how stadium economics works. And we're also being told that despite this completely unique situation, we can accurately project the revenues and other impacts from this project. That alone smells strange, it raises an eyebrow, and it demands more explanation. I want you to really reflect on that. If our situation is truly unique from every other stadium deal, then what is the historical data that we are basing these projections on? Perhaps we are making some creative assumptions in this. I think I heard one of the presenters insist we would get a 200% return on investment. I'm sorry, but did that raise any flags for you? Nevadans have a lot more sense than that. The revenues are speculative, but the costs are real for Nevada taxpayers. The money committed to this could instead be invested in programs that we know will benefit our economy and the people of Nevada. We have multiple crises that are currently harming our economy and will continue to snowball in harming our economy. These include crises in homelessness, healthcare, and education. We know about the costs associated with these crises, and we know that our state budget is failing to provide the necessary funding to address them. Please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eric Ochoa. I am a lifelong resident here at Senate District 12, Assembly District 41, and I'm calling in opposition to Senate Bill 1, not only for all the reasons I've mentioned regarding waste of taxpayer money on public stadiums, but also because Caval and Fisher have only seemed interested in stealing public money. Just look at the example of the San Jose earthquakes. They still remain in the bottom percentile of wage spending for the MLS. But not only that, but Caval and Fisher have only demonstrated that they have been negotiating in bad faith with the city of Oakland from the beginning. The community benefit thing that they highly lauded 3/4 of the way through it, they dropped the bomb that they are not going to spend any money towards any of those benefits. It was all a waste of time, just to waste everybody's time. They have been purposely tanking the A's for years now, all for the argument to say that the city of Oakland does not support their team in attendance. I don't believe that that's the case. I believe that the city of Oakland just actually got smart, and they realized that John Fisher and Dave Caval are some of the worst ownership in all of American sports. They make the Washington Generals look like the 1930s Yankees. For those reasons, I strongly oppose, and as well as the fact that expansion is inevitable, and in the MLB, we do not need to reward really crappy ownership. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Turner Honig, and I am a lifelong A's fan from Hayward, California. I currently reside in New York City, where it is currently 1:41 a.m. Do not dismiss me because I am an Oakland A's fan from California. Everyone calling in here is calling in to warn you about John Fisher and Dave Caval, because despite how amazing you think Vegas is, you are tying your taxpayers to snakes who have no thought other than what's best for themselves. This is being rushed because the A's have screwed themselves in Oakland, and now their only hope is that you're foolish enough to give them taxpayer dollars to forgive their ineptitude. John Harpo Fisher is a failure. If you don't believe me, Google the Gap stock right now. Why would you give hard-earned Nevada taxpayer money to someone who has ran his franchise into the ground for 20 years? Since he came on board, Dave Caval endeared himself to A's fans in the East Bay. Rooted in Oakland, he proclaimed. He turned his back on that in an instant. You talk about community benefits? Go ask the people in the East Bay about the community benefits they've seen when Fisher inherited a winning ball club in 2005. They don't exist. Why would you force your taxpayers into business with such a man? That's not befitting of Vegas. You are better than Dave Caval. You are better than the Athletics and their lies, and they are lying to you. Do not fall for it. Vegas deserves a baseball team, and there are going to be 50,000 fans at the Oakland Coliseum on June 13th that are showing up to give the middle finger to John Fisher. Take that into account because it means something. Thank you, and Senate Majority Leader, you're a badass mom for doing all this with your baby at your side, and the world deserves more moms like you. Thank you.
You are unmuted.
Good evening, Senator Canizaro and the committee. First, I want to congratulate you on your new baby, Cole. My name is Bethany Lee, and I'm a kindergarten teacher in Las Vegas. I've lived here my entire life, and I'm proud to help educate our future for our state. However, we have been teetering on the verge of an educational famine. We are ranked 49th out of 50 in state education, and Clark County is losing almost 3,000 teachers this summer. And as you all know from the veto of AB 282, we are going to have a hard time finding substitute teachers. What are we doing about this? We're trying to rush a bill to give over $380 million in tax credits to an out-of-state billionaire to build a stadium for a team no one wants. If this bill is passed, it shows that we hold no value in our educational system. Experts, polls, and analysts and reporters all say that the stadium is a bad deal for Nevada, and yet we continue to entertain John Fisher's scheme to get our money. Have you seen one article that contends that this is a good deal for Nevada? No, that's because it isn't a good deal. Caval left in the middle of this meeting, and the only time Fisher showed up is last week when he wanted to ask you for our tax dollars. He hasn't spoken to the media or public once to try to get our support. Why? Because he knows that no one wants to support it. Did you notice how none of the presenters showed the level of public support for this move? Shouldn't the most important thing be, do Nevadans want this? News polls all show massive opposition. If we pass this bill to give him over $380 million in tax credits, what sort of message are we sending to our teachers and children? One last thing. Did you notice that the stadium funding comparison slide they showed was not adjusted for inflation? And it also conveniently is missing the San Francisco Giants Stadium, which was built entirely with private dollars. So if those numbers are wrong, and if you can't trust that slide, can you trust their other slides? Please vote no on SB1.
Okay, we are going to go ahead and move into neutral. As I mentioned, we went about 50 minutes for support and over 50 minutes, quite a few over 50 minutes for opposition. And so if you are still on the line and wishing to speak in opposition, we'd request that you submit your comments to us, which you can do through the Nellis website in writing so that we can distribute those to the members of the Committee of the Whole. We are now going to move into neutral testimony. Is there anyone here in Carson City wishing to give neutral testimony? I don't see any. I don't see anyone down in Las Vegas. So we will go to the phone lines. I will remind everyone that we are in neutral. If you are on the phone lines and you are wishing to testify in opposition and you are going to try to jump in there for neutral and give your opposition testimony, I'm going to apologize in advance because we're probably going to cut you off so that we can get through the neutral stuff to the extent that we have people waiting to testify in neutral. And so we certainly appreciate your participation in the hearing, but we'll need those comments in opposition in writing. So, BPS, we are on the phone lines. If we could go to anyone wishing to testify in neutral.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to testify neutral on SB1, please press *9 now on your phone or raise hand in your Zoom window.
Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi. Good evening, everybody. I know it's been a long day for everyone, and I want to again congratulate the speaker for carrying a baby. The baby is beautiful, and I think I am not a Nevada citizen, but I am very concerned with what this means for the state legislature. If Mr. Lombardo, the governor of Nevada, has vetoed a bill, but he is okay with forcing a bill with holes to the through the assembly in a special session, what does that mean for the Nevada Senate? Like, what message does that send? Like, this is like, I have work tomorrow morning, and I'm here because I'm giving my time to make sure that I would recommend leaning towards. Okay, a little bit of backstory. I'm in opposition of it, but I can't.
Okay,
say that,
so I would love to have you tell us the rest of that, but I did say if we are in opposition, we are going to politely let you get on with the evening. You can watch us online. We would like your testimony in writing. If anyone else on the phones who is listening to us right now didn't hear me the first time, we are going to take neutral testimony because we've got to get through that. If you are in opposition, we would love to hear your testimony, but we are going to need it in writing. You can submit that to us. BPS, if we can move on to the next caller who is in neutral, not opposition, not support, but neutral, we'll go ahead and get that testimony from you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
So my name is Lorena Cardenas from Senate District 8, and I don't know a lot about sports. I just know that Las Vegas stands for casinos. That's the attraction. So I don't. What's the question is, I guess, is replacing a casino with a stadium a good idea? Is that what we want? Is that the identity of Vegas? I also want to ditto the previous caller for Senator Canizaro and for her baby, because I hope when she sees the baby, she realizes that not a lot of babies have the chance to be born the way she's choosing. Abortions for thee, but not for me. And she's calling for abortions for babies that look exactly like her baby. So I just wonder, I hope when she sees her baby, she remembers all the babies that she wanted to be aborted just at the same
So we're
age
actually going to
practically
ask
as
for
hers.
testimony, and we appreciate you calling in and staying with us such a late night. But we're actually going to ask for testimony that is related to this bill. We are on neutral testimony. If you are on the phones and want to give neutral testimony, we would love to get your neutral testimony. So BPS, if we can go on to the next caller, and a reminder that we are going to keep our testimony to the matter before the committee.
Caller with the last three digits of 062, please press *6 to unmute. Thank you. Please continue.
I just think it's an incredibly difficult decision whether you should give money to education or to a billionaire for a stadium. When I try to weigh the moral value of the two, they seem exactly the same in my mind. Maybe it's because I was educated in Nevada.
Hello, my name is Jacob B, spelled B-E. I'm calling with a neutral stance on the bill. All other stadiums make up their average attendance by having large capacity ballparks, so that a $12,000 week or 12,000 attendance weekday game can be offset by a 45,000 attendance weekend game. The current capacity of 30,000 is not only the smallest, but would not allow for the seats to make up the difference. The lowest numbers in worst case scenarios were asked but not addressed by the A's mouthpiece, because the reality does not fit the narrative. Furthermore, the way this has transpired for the people of Oakland leads me to believe that there will not be a lot of fans that follow the team on TV or single game vacations, leaving our community propping up the A's, a community that I'll remind you has an 80% disapproval rate. I don't know much about Cabell, but I do know that the way he spoke today was disingenuous and did not leave a good impression on me. I encourage you to not vote on this bill at all and maintain a good standing with MLB for an inevitable future expansion. Our community does not want the A's to be rotted in Vegas. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, my name is Michael. I'm from Nevada, and we heard from Mr. Guerrero all day long, and he is a lobbyist, not an economist. And I was hoping if this was a court of law,
Okay,
we would
we
hear
are
both
going
sides
to
of a
actually,
story, but we're only
so
hearing one.
we are still in neutral testimony. I would remind everyone who is still joining us that our comments, our testimony has to be limited to the bill before us. There are rules of decorum, so we are not going to entertain any personal attacks on anyone who is testifying or not.
No, there's no
and so
personal
if you have some neutral testimony about the substance of the bill, we would love to receive that from you. Otherwise, we are going to move on.
Yes. All I was trying to say is I was hoping to hear both sides of the argument in front of the legislature, not just one side. So I am neutral. I just hope that you guys hire an economist who knows sports economists and have them testify in front of this legislature so that you can hear both sides and not just a side from one party. In any court of law, you hear both and then you make a decision. But today, all day long, we've only heard from one side. So I am neutral, and I hope before you make a commitment that you hear from an economist so that we can hear both sides of the story and also learn more about who you're getting in bed with before you make a decision that can affect people in Las Vegas and their education and their lives for the long distance future and not just for a quick buck. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Richard Gray. I'm from Hayward, 7 miles from the Oakland Coliseum.
I'm trying to be neutral, and I will try to stay neutral. My questions for the group are: the slide presented by Mr. Aguero said 405,000 direct visitors would visit the stadium per year, generating $570 million in direct money to the city. That's $1,400 per person per event. Now, I don't know about you, but when I go, I usually like to go with my significant other, and we like to spend 3 or 4 days. I know I'm not going to spend $1,400 at a game for 2 people. Is that affordable? My second point is the Oakland Coliseum is a publicly financed fail. Somebody asked this question earlier. Are there any, I think it was Ms. Harris asked the question, are there any public-private stadiums that are fails? Well, the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum spent $120 million on the Oakland Raiders, which Alameda County and the Oakland A's, the city of Oakland are still paying for and will be paying for the next 14 years. Then the history of John Fisher and the Oakland A's. He took over ownership of the team in 2006. He has not put any money into the team. And 2 years ago, he doubled the ticket price for the fans, which made it unaffordable for the fans to go anymore. He's made it impossible to get tickets except for online, which cost a fee of $8 to $20. My suggestion to you, just like the previous caller, is that you listen to both sides. I appreciate your time. Have a good night.
Hello, this is Jose Herrera. I am a resident for over 19 years now, and I would like to suggest, I've been in private enterprise of my time in Nevada, and when I usually go for a loan for my business, I usually get terms, I covenant from the bank as to what requirements I have to fulfill and able to keep those loan requirements. Maybe we need to look at the same way where basically we can reimburse the A's if they meet certain covenants, but we should not put the money up front. We should definitely put the money in reserve. If they meet their end of the bargain, we can certainly go ahead and reimburse them for their investment, and they're keeping the promises that they've said that they will keep. It's just much easier than trying to put the money up front. We can reimburse them, but definitely I don't think that we should be funding it for them up front. Thank you.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. I have a few questions as a neutral attendee. First, there seems to be a discrepancy between Mr. Hill and Mr. Aguero's testimony. Mr. Hill seems to indicate that there will be efforts to get normal attendees to conventions and trade shows to attend the ballpark and fill seats at games. And that seems to me to take away from potential tax revenue, to cannibalize it, because they could have been going to other things that would have produced tax revenue that could have funded things. But instead, they're spending the money that they would have spent elsewhere in the tax district. That seems counterproductive to me. It seems like it almost would counteract whatever incremental visits we got from the supposed, and I find this hard to believe, 4,000 per game or so tourists who came just for baseball. I feel like with all the attendees from the different conventions, if they were spending their money at the ballpark instead of at other tax revenue generating businesses, that we would simply be cannibalizing potential revenue and at the same time giving money to a decidedly corrupt and dishonest billionaire. I just don't understand what's in it for us. It seems like they're double counting. But if you can make it that, I appreciate it. Also, shout out to Representative or Senator Canizaro. I hope some of this money goes to help working families, working mothers, working parents, instead of supporting a billionaire. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits of 9516. You're unmuted. Please continue. Caller, we could see you're unmuted on our end. Is there a possibility that you're muted on your phone?
My apologies. Thank you, Madam Chair and the Senate Committee. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Yes, fantastic. So I'm a national economist based out of California. I have a PhD in applied economics, and I wanted to call just to speak on the merits of SB1 as it's currently presented in front of the Senate floor. I'm here to represent facts and nothing more. As a lifelong A's fan, anything that will allow my team to succeed, I'm all for. I want my team to win a World Series. If that means moving to Vegas, so be it. I'm opposed to them moving out of Northern California for personal reasons, but I understand this is neutral, so I just wanted to speak to some of the things that were presented throughout the day. Any economist can spin quantitative numbers any which way, left to right, whatever narrative you're looking to spin. With all due respect to the union leaders that spoke before the committee, if the Tropicana gets tore down, something else will be built. Vegas is notorious and glorious for reimagining itself every decade, it seems. So there will be job growth and creation at some point, whether this gets built or not. I honestly believe Vegas will be a great community for baseball, but I implore you guys to consider waiting until you guys have a bill before you, whether it's SB1. A lot of senators spoke to the fact that it needs to be modified and vetted, which is fantastic because it should meet your short-term and long-term goals. I have no skin in the game. I do not reside in Clark County. Something that's been tossed around by local journalists for a while is that Clark County is currently in functioning debt, which is a myth. Debt is debt. Due to economic variables, things shift, whether it's inflation. You're spending 2023 money that's going to be extrapolated out to 2033, 2043. We have no idea what the dollar is going to do. You guys are tying yourselves down potentially to long-term debt that you guys might not be able to satisfy, or at least the team itself. With this current ownership group, the reason that Fisher cannot privately finance it is he's broke. He's not liquid. As a previous caller said, Gap stock is down 56% since December of 2022. It's dropped from $16 down to $9. He can't leverage that. He can't sell it. Nobody wants to buy it. It's going to continue to decline. It's probably going to hit $4 or $5 by the end of this year. So he literally cannot sell it. He needs Vegas to give him this $380 million handout, which if I was looking at the numbers, if I had them all before me, it'd be considerably more than $380 million. And another thing to keep in mind is the date of January 15th. If John Fisher and the Oakland A's do not have a stadium, whether it's at Howard Terminal in Oakland, Vegas, Nashville, Montreal, doesn't matter. As of January 15th, if the A's don't have a commitment from some city and some county somewhere in North America, they lose revenue sharing. And that's why they are a top profitable team year over year, because he's just pocketing free money from his 29 partners. So once again, if you guys want to consider SB1, fantastic. Just make them rewrite the bill so you guys can properly vet it and make sure that it meets Clark County and the city of Las Vegas's short-term and long-term goal. As elected officials, that is your obligation to do right by your constituents respectively and make sure that you guys are doing what's right for them and the taxpayers. I would say spend this money on education and other things. I know you guys are spending $250,000 a day on this special session. Previous caller said there was a homeless man. I bet, just using a little bit of that money here, there, and everywhere spread out would be much more beneficial than handing it to somebody that literally is broke. It's a pump and dump scheme. He's looking.
You could go ahead and wrap up. You are at 2 minutes.
Yeah, fantastic. Once again, I appreciate all you guys' time for staying so late. Thank you so much.
Caller 394, please continue.
Hello, my name is Christina Patron, QUATTRONE. I bawled my eyes out last Memorial Day, but I'd like to take a step back and examine some facts. I don't care about baseball. I am not a transplant. I am born and raised a daughter of Nevada, and I'd like to also respectfully share perspective and reference facts. 1, the bill says Nevada residents are going to be preference first and get these jobs. In actuality, a born and raised Nevadan has no more of an advantage of someone who registers within 30 days per state law after moving here. Nevadans have no advantage over a month-long resident. So that being fair, this is the antithesis of just diversifying our already diverse community. It will only stifle and erase it. Qualified Nevada-educated people all the time are routinely passed up for great jobs in favor of out-of-towners. 2, month after month, for years, we continue to have the highest unemployment rate in the nation, particularly in the zip codes that will be directly affected. The Department of Training and Rehabilitation, DETR, is forcing still unemployed people to pay them back for their mistakes. So how exactly are we going to afford this when we're broke? Someone asked Senator Spearman a very simple question earlier about transfer taxes that Steve Hill couldn't answer, so I'll do his job for him as a proud CCD graduate of gifted teachers. The A's want the location will be exempt from paying transfer taxes. Those taxes mean precious state resources like teachers,
So I'm gonna go ahead and stop you because we're in neutral. We are in neutral testimony at this point. We are still taking neutral. If you're here to testify in neutral, not in opposition, but in neutral, then we will go ahead and take your testimony. If you want to submit your testimony in opposition, please go ahead and do so in writing. BPS, if we can move on to the next caller.
Good, beautiful evening, Leader Canizaro and members of the Senate. My name is Matthew Wilkie, Wilkie, for the record, and I'm a constituent of Dr. Titus. After being on hold for as long as I have, I'm going to do my best to be neutral. We hear if this bill does pass, we have heard all the things that the Clark County is going to benefit from. But one thing that I haven't been able to understand is how the other 16 counties are going to benefit from this. As a Northern Nevada resident, we will be paying for this as well and reap no benefit. So that's where I stand, and my best to be neutral. I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
And I'm just going to remind everyone, again, it's neutral testimony. If you are not neutral, please submit your testimony in writing so that we can continue with neutral testimony.
Caller 517,
Okay.
please continue.
Good evening, everyone. Anna Binder for the record. Thank you all for hanging in here. And from what I've seen, I know we're not over tonight. We're going to be back at this tomorrow. So I'm not an economist. I'm not like a lot of things, but I'm a mom and I have a lot of kids. I'm a co-founder of Let Them Play Nevada, which was the uprising of sports parents during the pandemic who had been playing private league all through the pandemic and then hit all of the barriers when public schools wanted to open again, and how hard that these parents fought to get any support in this community to get their kids back to their regular activities. When they had no restrictions during private league, but had tremendous restrictions coming back into their public schools. And through these years, the parents that I've had to meet whose children committed suicide or battled suicide or survived, and we begged the Raiders, and we begged the Golden Knights, and we begged Clark County School District. We begged everyone that we could to stand with us to get these kids any resemblance of their lives. And I can count, and I know because I kept track of who helped. And I'm sorry it's late, and I'm trying not to cry, because for how hard our parents had to fight to get anything for those kids during the worst time of their lives that they're still recovering from. Most of them are in college now, thankfully, right? And we still have students
we are
that were
at
so
2 minutes,
affected by
so
it.
we are
I
going
know,
to
I'm
ask
getting
you
to
to
my
submit
point.
the rest
I
of
know,
your
sweetheart.
testimony in writing, and we will move on to the next caller. We are still in neutral testimony.
Hi, this is Katrin Ivanov, IVANOFF, aka Mrs. Fixit. I will do my best to be neutral just because that's the position I'm forced after you guys let people from New York to talk, people from California to talk on a bill that's gonna be spending my money, Nevada's money. Nevadans were not allowed to talk, so now I'm going to be neutral about the fact that with the decisions you made during COVID, you killed small businesses, and this money can be used for small businesses. I'm going to be neutral on the fact that our schools are in appalling shape. I'm going to be neutral on the fact that over 80% of Nevadas do not want this bill to pass. I'm going to be neutral on the fact that this would not help the rest of Nevadans, maybe Clark County some, maybe not. I'm going to be neutral on the fact that all the things presented to you for that bill, how good it is, there is no proof of that. All the economists say stadiums are no good investments. I'm going to be neutral on the fact that this is our hard-earned money, or not even. This is actually my grandkids' hard-earned money, because we're talking investment for 30 years ahead. It is appalling to me. How can you even consider voting yes? And yes, we are watching, we are listening. You see how late it is. We've been staying on these phones and on Zoom for hours. I'm going to also be neutral on the fact that everybody in support of the bill were not your constituents. They were represented.
Okay, and you are
saying,
at 2 minutes.
I
I will allow you to ask you to submit the rest of your testimony in writing. And again, we are in neutral, which means you are not in opposition or support of the bill, but actually neutral. We'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you very much. I stand in solidarity with the previous two callers. You have a momentous decision before you, and I and my wife, we come to the Strip every other month, and you have the best hand. This is very complicated. Why rush into a decision? Take your time and wait and get everything in writing from the Athletics. There is nothing wrong with taking your time. You have the best hand. Why settle on the flop when you can wait for the river and you can make the best deal for the people in Nevada? I don't know what to tell you to do. There is an opportunity here for small businesses, for the Strip casinos, for everybody in Nevada to benefit, but the best deal is not tonight. The best deal for the people in Nevada will come in 3 months. Take your time. Ask questions. This is very complicated. The owners of the Oakland Athletics are asking you to make a serious commitment. My grandfather owned a small corner store, and his best decision about who to give credit to was based on what he heard from other merchants. If he had heard from others that the customers asking for credit were trustworthy and honored their commitments to every other business on his neighborhood strip, he was much more comfortable offering credit. So I don't know what to tell you, either positive or negative. But I would suggest to you, there's no need to make a decision tonight. The Oakland Athletics have already said they are not going to stay in Oakland. You have the best hand. I love to play Texas Hold'em. I love to play blackjack, and I've done it many, many times in the state of Nevada. And I would encourage you and the legislators who have stayed so long to listen to your constituents and take the time to make the best deal.
And we are at 2 minutes, so we are going to
people of
ask you to
Nevada.
submit any remaining testimony in writing in BPS. We go on to the next caller.
Caller with the last three digits of 106, please continue.
Hi, this is Brian. Thank you all for staying up so late. I just wanted to, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to urge the Senate to consider on the naming rights issue. I was a little surprised when the athletics representative didn't know what the naming rights were worth, because in fact in 2006, when the Oakland A's were considering moving to Fremont, they signed a $120 million naming rights deal with Cisco Systems. And so obviously that's worth a lot of money. This deal is obviously putting Nevada taxpayers at risk. And I think that those naming rights have a lot of value. And so if taxpayers are contributing to that much money to the project, I think that that Nevada taxpayers should get to participate in the money gotten from the naming rights. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Yes, good evening.
Please continue.
This is Javier Gomez from District 16 in Nevada. I'm calling it neutral in the fact that I live in Carson City, and the drive to Vegas or the flight to Vegas just seems a little too much for us over here in northern Nevada, when I could just drive 3-4 hours to the A's or the Giants. So I don't really see the benefit to us in the north, if that makes sense. Well, I do agree that Las Vegas is a baseball city, but this deal is not, it's not right. It's just coming out the chamber too fast. We need to really think this out if we're going to make a commitment for 30 years of no property taxes. And I'd like to thank you guys for staying up and having to deal.
Vance, please continue.
Yes, hello. Thank you all for taking this time to listen to us. So I've been on with you most of the day, so I feel your pain, and I want to just say that, yes, there's a lot of, from my vantage point, there's a lot of pros and cons to this. But what we're thinking about doing, we're thinking about bringing Major League Baseball to Nevada. We know that sports work in Nevada. It's a great town, and it certainly would be a great product. But it's just so difficult to wade through the actual ramifications of this without doing our due diligence, without truly vetting what we're getting into. I should say that Senator Sievers Gansert had cited a Billboard article. Obviously, Mr. Jeremy Aguero has been giving his input all day. But neither of these people are, veritable sports economists. J.C. Bradbury, a sports economics researcher out of Kennesaw State University, has published many studies on this topic about public subsidies for sports arenas as such. And over 20 years research surveys, that's the kind of information, that's the kind of data points that we need to be looking at. And of course, we can't do this all in one night, and certainly not in a month even. So while it does seem like a good idea to bring MLB to the state of Nevada, I just think that we need to be vetting who we're getting into bed with, who we're going into business with. There's been a lot of talk of Mr. John Fisher, and I think it's right on the money to say that we need to really dive into what kind of owner, what kind of community participant this person is.
And you are at
and
2
his
minutes,
organizations.
so we are just going to ask you to submit the rest of your testimony in writing.
John, please continue. Mr. John Fuller, we can see that you are unmuted. Is it possible the volume is turned down on your computer? I'm sorry, Chair, we are currently having a problem with that caller. If you recently just joined us, we are currently in neutral testimony on SB1. If you would like to testify neutral, please press star 9 now or raise hand in your Zoom window.
Hello, my name is Daniel McFarland. I'm from the Bay Area, but I currently live in San Luis Obispo, and I'm neutral because I'm not a taxpayer of Nevada, but since I'm from the Bay Area, I am very passionate about the A's, and I wish for them to stay in the Bay. So please find another investor to build a ballpark in Las Vegas. Thank you. And
Caller with the last 3 digits of 668, please press star 6 now to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Alexander. I just have a few quick neutral points I'd like to make. First off, the budget was passed yesterday. So, if this bill doesn't go through, there isn't going to be magically $380 million to spend on other priorities. Secondly, I know a lot of folks mentioned that they'd like to have a baseball team in Vegas, but this isn't the right time. Well, unfortunately, I think, this is the opportunity.
So we are actually on
if they do
neutral
want to see a baseball
testimony,
team.
so I'm going to go ahead and ask you to submit your testimony in writing. For those of you who are joining us, we are in neutral testimony, which means you are not opposed or supportive of the bill before us, but rather have neutral testimony to offer. If you are in opposition, please type up that testimony and send it on in to us in written form. BPS, let's go on to the next caller.
Caller 777, please continue.
Hi, my name is Dana Lane, and I'm well aware of what the meaning of neutral means, so I will stick to that. Here's my only question, and this has not been brought up, and I don't know what people that are not aware of the economics of baseball as if they're aware why this is important. We have set a standard for what we expect our teams here in Nevada to be, whether it's the Golden Knights or the Raiders, and regardless of their success, they have spent money to win. This is an organization that has not spent money, not just in the last 3 years, in the last 5 years. I can go back to the year 2000, and they're still in the lower half of Major League Baseball in spending. So my point is, I can't make a decision. I know that they want us to invest in them. I just need to know that John Fisher is going to invest in us when or if he gets a stadium here. If he is refusing to do that and he wants to spend 70 or 60 or even 40 million on the payroll, then that's not the type of major league team that we want here.
Okay, so we are in neutral testimony. We're going to ask you to submit your testimony in writing to the committee. I will remind everyone else who is online with us right now that we are in neutral testimony, which means we are not here to testify in opposition, but rather to offer some neutral point on this piece of legislation. BPS, if we can move on to the next caller.
Caller 136, please continue.
Hi, my name is Jack, and I would just like to say that John Fisher is the worst owner in baseball history. He's an awful person.
Okay, we are also in neutral testimony, and I will remind everyone, you can submit your testimony in writing. I will remind everyone again, we are here to talk about the piece of legislation. If we can limit our testimony to that, if you are in opposition and have strong opinions, you can certainly submit that in writing. Let's move on to the next caller.
John Majors, Reno, Nevada. Just measuring in the Rays and the A's, they have stadium things that are up in the air. The commissioner's already talked about the opportunity for two more teams. It doesn't seem like we're in a time crunch if we're actually trying to get a team. So the Oakland A's are the only ones who are underneath the time crunch, where we can put together a great proposal that makes sense for the state and not have to deal with being held over a barrel by a person who is trying to railroad us into giving us an answer right now. I think we have 4 opportunities to come up. It could be the A's, could be the Rays, that could be 2 expansion in the future. I don't think that there's a need to rush through a special bill. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Robert Stern, S-T-E-R-N. I work at the Data Science Institute at the University of Chicago. I'm neutral because, on the one hand, I greatly support the idea of Major League Baseball in Las Vegas. I think it's a strong market. I think it deserves a team. I would note that this bill does not specify that the team has to be the Oakland Athletics. Unfortunately, these days, some would have you believe the only way to attract a major league franchise is to succumb to borderline stadium extortion by billionaires. This does not need to be the case. It's entirely possible to get this deal done in a way that favors Las Vegas and favors Nevada. But as currently written, I think this bill has major flaws which should be addressed before passage.
Are actually in neutral testimony. So we're going to ask you to submit your testimony in writing. BPS, next caller.
Caller 801, please continue.
Hi, my name is Stu. I just have a couple of questions because everything changes. Baseball changed like they did this year, and if the A's don't love the A's the way they want us to love the A's, can we put any stipulations in that they have to spend in the top 12 of all the teams or something and make the penalties heavy? And I think you should also consider just make them earn it or make the Tampa Bay Rays come here because they're only the best team in baseball. I'm okay with either.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
For starters, shout out Brody Brazil. I have a couple questions. One, is the Nevada Legislature able to put any constraints on the A's to be able to make sure that they fulfill the needs for the community, etc.? Thank you.
Chair, you have no more callers wishing to speak at this time.
Great. Thank you so much, BPS, for all of your hard work. And thank you to the committee. I know it is very late. We are going to, at this point, go ahead and close the hearing on Senate Bill number 1. I, again, just want to take a moment to thank all of our staff who have been here with us all day and have been doing really hard work of keeping us on track. So thank you for bearing with us through this very long hearing. I know it has been a long day for all of you. And we Give me just 1 minute. Okay, and I want to thank you, members of the committee. At this time, the last item that we have to consider as the committee is public comment. We are going to limit it to 2 minutes per person, and we will only take a few more minutes of public comment, and then we'll ask for folks to submit that in writing as well. Anybody here wishing to give public comment? Seeing none. No one in Las Vegas? Seeing none. BPS, we have anyone on the line for public comment?
Thank you, Chair. To provide public comment, please press *9 on your phone or raise hand in your Zoom window to take your place in the queue.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry to keep you out really late at night. Thank you so much for everything that you have been done. This meeting has been done very professionally. Congratulations, Senator Cannizzaro. I can agree with Senator Pat Spearman that we could possibly use yearly session because, I heard about that good bill. However, I think we can compromise where we can cap the number of bills at 400. We've got to really invest in a lot of things to improve our tourism, particularly in transit. I'm working on a project that would mix heavy rail and personal rapid transit into one. We need to restructure our local government, such as adding county commissioners or possibly breaking up the county. By the way, it's a cool 67 degrees out here. It feels like it's Carson City. I would appreciate that we can have more town hall meetings after this session, not tomorrow, but maybe next month. We can talk about, I've heard some money went to private unions. I don't know about that. But I'm really concerned about the economy because I heard there's a lot of rumors that there's a real estate downturn coming along. And I remember 15 years ago, oh boy, and according to Nevada Current, Mr. Aguero did not predict that crisis very well. I could be wrong. Other than that, great pleasure. Thank you so much. And best of luck for all of you and our state.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 225, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi,
Go ahead.
this is Katrina Ivanov, Ivanoff, aka Mrs. Fixit, Assembly District 42, Senate District 9. I'm a little bit disappointed of how that session went because the support was given 15 minutes because all the people, they were given all the people that they had and 15 minutes went up. But then the opposition was not given all the people that they had. So the only reason everybody got 15 minutes because they only had 15 minutes of support. And I don't believe that's fair. Also, congratulations to the chair for her lovely baby. But honestly, I don't believe the legislature is a place for babies. This is a little bit disappointing to me to see that she bring that beautiful baby over there instead of either getting a babysitter or having someone of her family help her. Or you guys have my number. I would be willing to babysit instead of having that baby there. It's just, that's not a place for babies. I don't know how you see it. And people saying, oh, she's a badass. No, this is not a place for babies. And thank you for staying so late. But I hope that you guys listen to the constituents that are not very happy with this. And if this money were given to the small business owners, we wouldn't have lost 1/3 of small businesses in Nevada after what happened, after you guys forcefully closed us. You decided who was essential and who wasn't essential, even though the businesses were doing the same thing. The small and mama shops were closed.
And we are at
but
2 minutes.
Walmart
Thank you so much. You
also
can submit any additional public comment in writing. BPS, next caller.
Caller, you're unmuted. Please proceed.
Hello?
We can
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, you didn't say the last 4 digits of my phone number. My name is Alex Rodriguez. Once again, I spoke earlier. I'm here on behalf of the Libertarian Party. I just wanted to give my overall feedback on this legislative session. There were some good things that I was happy with, some bad things that I, was not happy with. The good things are, I did not vote for Governor Lombardo, but I do want to thank him for vetoing some of the all-time bills, vetoing the most bills of all time, one of them as the governor. And, the bad thing is I was disappointed how many bills were just proposed. We have so much government. Our small businesses are hurting. We've hurt throughout the shutdowns, picking winners and losers who can stay open, who can't stay open. I would like to get the commerce tax repealed that the Republicans voted in place back in 2015. I'd like to start, getting rid of some of these taxes, getting rid of these regulations. Some of our health departments are some of the most strict in the country. Why a small business owner cannot operate. And, that's all I really got to say. Just next legislative session, please, guys, I'm sending emails and I feel like I'm being ignored. I'd like to see you guys next legislative session start getting rid of laws before you start adding any more. Thank you. Have a good day.
Hello, my name is Christiane Mersch, last name Mersch. Thank you so much for staying so late. I was trying to give you my testimony in opposition, and I'm a little frustrated that I was giving time for so many people, outsiders that are not Nevadas, to speak against, and I didn't have a time. And then you could see that so many people step up to speak in the neutral, because it shows for you in your committee that a lot of Nevadas are mad and don't approve this bill, the SB1. So I'm just giving a little bit insight that I worked a long time here in the hospitality industry as a special events planner. I saw the beauty of Nevada. We are unique. We attract so many conventions from everywhere in the world. We're the number one in trade shows. We attract so many visitors. We don't need a stadium. They need us. This billionaire behind
And I'm
this
going to
bill,
go
they
ahead
need
and
us.
remind everyone
So
who
why
is
do
with
we
us for public comment that public comment is not a chance to speak on legislation that is pending before the committee, but rather an opportunity to give public comment generally. So we will move on to the next caller. You can certainly submit your testimony on Senate Bill 1 in writing. BPS, next caller.
Okay, hello, Christina Quattrone again. May I please say what I was going to say earlier, or do you just want me to kind of just be really fast? Respectfully, I ask you. Hello. Okay, I guess I'll just start what I meant to say. So I am testifying in opposition. I have a deeply moral civic duty. My pappy was a dealer at the Tropicana. I came from Italy by boat. My family has an aggravated 100 plus years on the strip. I don't care about baseball. I am not a transplant. I'm a born
Okay, and we're going to thank you for joining us. Public comment is not for testimony on the bill, but rather public comment before the body generally. BPS, next caller.
Hello?
Caller, you're unmuted. Please proceed.
Hi, it's Jack again. Just want to say I hate John and I hate Dave. That is all. We are rooted in
Okay, thank you,
forever,
BPS.
baby.
Next caller.
Hello, I just wanted to say that my name's Autumn Corona, AUTUMNCRONA, and if these sessions are really costing $250,000 per session, it really seems like a waste of money, and if it's going to cost 2 sessions of time, and that's $500,000, and I think there's better things to do with this money. Thank you.
Caller, you're unmuted. Please proceed.
Hi, I want to thank you guys, first of all, doing a great job. Some of these callers are getting a little out of hand. It's getting late for everybody. Great job on everything. I really, truthfully, see both sides of the situation that's going on, from the Oakland people to the Vegas people to the Nevada people. I just want to say that I just hope and pray that we get a fair shake, a fair vote. There's no shenanigans when it comes to the voting. And that's all I really hope for. Either way, the vote comes.
Hi. So first off, I want to say that Brody Brazil is the greatest radio announcer ever and the greatest YouTuber ever. Second off, John Fisher is the worst person Nevada could ever go into business
Okay,
with.
and we are going to ask you to submit your testimony in writing. Again, public comment is not for substances of the bills that are pending before the committee. BPS, next caller.
Caller, you're unmuted. Please proceed.
Hi, I'm just calling. I don't know if I was already unmuted if I said it before, but if these sessions are costing $250,000 per session, and we're going to have to do 2 of them, it seems like an awful lot of waste for taxpayer dollars that we could be doing with other things. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rocky Martinandez. I'm a former Vegas resident, current Oaklander, and I will say if the junk fee, resort fee issue isn't solved, then the 5,000 predictions for Twins, Royals, Blue Jays, you name it, fans coming in, probably not going to get across the finish line. The federal legislation get rid of that and problem. Thank you.
Once again, we are on public comment. If you would like to provide public comment, please press *9 now on your phone or raise hand in your Zoom window to take your place in the queue. Chair, the public line is open and working. However, there are no additional callers at this time.
Great, thank you. Thank you again for all of your hard work. And at this point, we will go to Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Committee of the Whole rise and report back to the Senate.
Senator Dondero Loop.
Second that.
You all have heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed. Motion carries unanimously. The Committee of the Whole is dissolved. We will be in a brief recess.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Good as new. Check, 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 check. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check, 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 check. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Check, 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 check. 1 2 3 4 6 7 8.